It's the British Grand Prix at Silverstone, and it is the first session of the day. Welcome to the sprint race for FIA Formula 2 here at Silverstone. Let's get caught up with the story so far.
Previously in Formula 2.
Welcome everyone to the Red Bull Ring. And we are go. A superb launch from Ollie Behrman. We've had contact there.
Oh my God, what is he doing?
Bortoletto, oh well, he almost runs into the back of Taylor Barnard. Bortoletto going round the outside of his teammate. Ollie Behrman's 2024 season has officially started.
Absolute heartbreak for Hauger. We've got several stallers on the grid.
And we are go for the feature race. Bortoletto down the inside of Joshua Dirksen.
What's going on?
Maloney stopped.
Pit entry will be closed, but Marty got in. Bortoletto down the inside.
He didn't defend the Bortoletto. Come on, guys.
Pepe Marti following instructions. Franco Colapinto takes second place.
I'm being held up by Isaac. He needs to give it back.
Gabriel Bortoletto to the top step of a Formula 2 podium.
Here we go again then. It's time for round 8 of the FIA Formula 2 campaign in 2024. There is no place better than home. It's the British Grand Prix here at Silverstone. It's a damp day, and that's exactly what we're looking forward to. Rain in the air always provides entertainment. 21 laps ahead of us for the sprint race today, and this is awesome. No need for any of the turn numbers. We have the names to fly around. After the cancellation of the race earlier on of the Formula 3, we have the formation lap will start behind the safety car on wet weather tyres because the conditions are still Omi alongside me in the pits and JT down there as well in Bahrain. Omi, rain clouds above, track's getting wetter, so formation laps behind the safety car, and we'll start ticking off laps as well. Here's Bortoletto.
Big rain coming like 5 minutes into the race.
So we could be seeing red flags actually, Omi. So, yeah. Hi, how are you?
Hello, I am doing well. Excited for this race. Andrea Kimi Antonelli starts on pole. Is it finally his turn to get on a podium and do it on the top step, the podium as well? Risk of rain, 100%. Should be a chaotic race. And yes, Formula 3, of course, if you haven't heard, Formula 3 is going to be running later on today at 6 o'clock local time in the UK. So make sure you join us for that. That's when Formula 3 will be running. Formula 2 though seems like it can run as usual, but it might be slightly disruptive though if the rain is to come later on.
So the start behind the safety car is going to be the procedure, formation laps. This is how they'll run off the grid though. Taylor Barnard starts 21st, but Roman Stanak in 22nd position after a poor qualifying. Then it's Enzo Fittipaldi in 20th. Jose Maria Marti lines up 19th on the grid. Emil Cordial is 18th alongside Rafael Villagomez in 17th. Joshua Durskin topped practice in these very same conditions. Let's see what he can do. He's 16th. Juan Manuel Correa lines up 15th. 14th for Zach O'Sullivan. 13th on the grid for Richard Verschoor as well. Watch out for Verschoor and O'Sullivan out of position after qualifying as well. Further up on the grid, 12th is Paul Aron, our championship leader. Rito Miata starts in 11th position. Top 10 in reverse grid pole for tomorrow. Isaac Hadjar did brilliantly as the rain came back at the end of the session yesterday. Victor Martin starts 9th on the grid. 8th for Dennis Hauger. Alongside him is Franco Colapinto lining up in P7. Ollie Behrman, who won the race last week as well in the sprint, starts 6th. Gabriel Bortoletto lines up 5th. 4th on the grid for Jack Crawford. Alongside him is Kushmaini. And the front row of the grid, Zane Maloney and Andrea Kimi Antonelli. F2 tonight, triple header, Spain, Austria and Silverstone, Omi. So everyone's pretty tired out there on the grid, but this is going to be quite an interesting one when we get going. What do you think is going to happen? Will a standing start or red flag if the rain gets worse?
Well, definitely if the rain does get worse, red flag. Standing and rolling can sometimes depend. We're starting under the safety car. First of all, do they get off the line? That is a crucial question here in FIA Formula 2. But yes, Antonelli has been able to get off the grid, so we'll wait for all of the others to hopefully make their way off the line. But yeah, it'll all depend on how the weather and how the spray does seem like. But these are the junior formulas, so sometimes they might decide to just leave these guys with a rolling start. The last 2 races for the Formula 2 sprint race at Silverstone have been a wet race, and it has been a rolling start. So we could be seeing the exact same thing here.
And that big rain cloud above does not look convincing, as we left the grid, JT, and I thought maybe it was an overreaction. You look to the track now at turn 3, you start to think, oh, maybe it's not so an overreaction. What are you seeing down there in pit lane?
What I'm seeing is rain. Rain. A bit more rain. With some rain on top.
Rain to boot? Let's hear from our top 3.
I think we have good pace in this car, and this is a track I really love and love driving. We'll take it lap by lap. Just get off the line first, and yeah, hopefully you'll see me up there.
I mean, I just need to focus lap by lap, corner by corner, try to have a good start, and we've had great starts this year so far, so just try to focus on that and then see where we are after that. I think that the pace has always been very good in the race. The team have always given me a good car in the race, so I have confidence in them.
First of all, we see with the condition, we will see if we will do a rolling start or a standing start. But in any case, try to get a good start and have a clean race and try to bring the best amount of points home as possible.
Well, the stewards have confirmed to us it is a rolling start here at Silverstone. Omi, as you predicted, the last 2 have been rolling starts. Now it's going to be 3 in a row.
Yep, 3 sprint races for Formula 2 around the circuit. Love being wet. Let's hear from Hadra.
Will normally last for 30 minutes, and in 15 minutes is going to be the highest intensity. Then it will be dropping.
So 15 minutes of high rain. The rain has started to come down a lot heavier now. The lights are out on the safety car. It will be a rolling start. So the formation lap is behind the safety car. The cars will form up in single file order, and it will be up to Andrea Kimi-Antonelli, who's lined up on pole position for this sprint race, to decide when to drop the hammer and when to go. There was no overtaking until the start-finish line. Andrea has hit the medal. We are ready to go racing here. No overtaking until after the control line. Remember that. Here we go then at Silverstone. All eyes for the green flag, and the Formula 2 sprint race here at Silverstone begins now. Green flag, away we go. Kimi-Antonelli gets a great exit, but everyone's going to be just testing out the conditions as we come in towards turn 1. We see Bortoletto thinking about a move on the inside of Jack Crawford. This is lap 1 of 21. The race is officially underway. Behrman immediately gets sent down the inside of 2 cars as Crawford tries to go through on Maney. Behrman tries to go through on Bortoletto around the outside, and it's just all chaotic as we come into the loop before the Wellington Straight. Good start, Omi. I think so. Oh, and Behrman's lost part of his front wing.
Behrman.
He's clipped the back of Bortoletto as we come out of Aintree. Okay, not a great start from him, but yet, I think they've only done this rolling start because the heavier rain is coming. This could have been fine with a standing start.
It could have been indeed. That front wing is definitely not fine though for Ollie Behrman. Bortoletto trying to attack Jack Crawford, but Behrman into the side of Bortoletto, and it seems like Bortoletto's still looking for it on Jack Crawford. The rest of them have been able to make it through cleanly. Let's see if Bortoletto can try get through on Crawford. Down to Cop's corner. Antonelli holding the lead though.
Down we go then. This is going to be where the track is hardest as we see riding side by side. Bortoletto not having anything. He's going right the outside of Crawford. He's gone off the track. Crawford will get the position back as well. Bortoletto's going to have to back out of it, but he's not backing out of it. Side by side and through in the wet. And Maggett and Beckett. Bortoletto. That was a risky but impressive move.
Great move from our most recent race winner in FIA Formula 2, Bortoletto, making his way through. We usually do see it here at Silverstone at least once, that someone makes a special move like that, and this time it's Bortoletto right on the opening lap of the race as they all continue to go attacking.
Look how hard it's raining coming into Stowe. It is lashing it down right now as well, and the conditions from a lap ago, which looked like we weren't needing a rolling start, has now determined into what we might need a red flag. A lot of water is now bucketing it down here in Silverstone in the Buckinghamshire part of the circuit as we come through Club, and everybody in the last sector has lost around about 2 seconds to where we were even on the formation lap as they come across to start lap 2. That last lap took a while, but this is almost a red flag now. The conditions getting a little bit worse, and if it continues continues as heaviest as we had for 15 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if a light pause might come because they're going to start aquaplaning in these F2 cars.
Hauger round the outside of Ollie Behrman, who's decided to stick it out there in hope of a red flag so they can change the front wing when we do get the red flag. But Behrman's losing so many places. Victor Martins goes down the inside as well. So Hauger gets through. Martins is unable to get through on Ollie Behrman, and Hadjar's going to be in there as well. O'Sullivan and Bortoletta has been noted.
And this is the problem because it's dry as it comes. It's okay, but then it's getting worse. So you can't ever keep an eye out. As Martins around the outside of Behrman. Martins going way, way wide as well. And he's trying to come back on the inside. Dennis Hauger's made up a couple of positions.
Seems like they're all skating wide, looking for different racing lines. Martins looks to the inside of Hauger, cannot find a way through as well. And that's going to be close to contact on exit as we go down towards Cops Corner still. 3-second gap for Antonelli to Maloney as Aaron also tries to go on the attack of Isaac Hadjar. The two championship rivals not separated by anything as we go down to Cops Corner.
Stowe is going to be the biggest opportunity though for a chance of an accident. That's the worst it always is. It's the lowest point of the track. It's also where the wind blows in from it. So as we get closer and closer to Stowe, expect the water to build up and visibility to get poorer. You can see it's fine from a high camera point through Mackett to Beckett, and as soon as you look down the hanger straight towards Stowe, the wall of spray gets kicked up and the dark clouds limit. I can barely make out Hauger down the start finish rate. Colin Pinto's lost in the spray and Behrman's under attack from the inside line of Hadjar, and Hadjar goes through, but it is really raining now as Behrman got much better traction around the outside. Two cars nearly making contact as we come in towards Vale, as now this is so dangerous now into the braking zone as well. It's getting heavier and we've got a virtual safety car. Not surprised. Has to be a virtual safety car. These conditions almost red flag. Look at how hard it's raining coming through Club. They're going to have to stop this one, no doubt about it. It is very, very heavy now coming out of Club. The virtual safety car, not for an accident, because of the conditions.
These are very tricky conditions, so we had a few laps of racing, but that is going to come to a hold, at least for now. But we expect it to get drier soon, so we should be able to get back going later on in this race. But for now, the best decision is to neutralize it so we don't have any big accidents, because the rain is huge. The red flag probably will be coming out soon as well. But chaotic start to the race. Antonelli, Maloney, Maney all maintaining position. And yet... that was clobbered.
No, that was Hadjar. Hadjar's taken a bit of front wing from a Prema. Hadjar's running over.
So that would be Behrman.
Yeah, that's the original Behrman contact early on in this race. So is that the reason for the virtual safety car? Because Hadjar just went over it. Yes, it was. There's the contact. I don't know whose fault that is, to be fair. It's not Behrman's. I'd say that's just a racing incident.
Racing incident, it's wet, they're all just sliding all over the road trying to keep it going. Just unfortunate to have it as well, but just look how much it's raining, so it's so hard for these guys to control the car, so they're drifting all over the road. So an incident at some point is predictable, but this was brave from Bortoletta. Crawford up ahead, and then he braved it first of all around the outside of Cops. Crawford always going to show him the white line, but then he continued the battle into Maggots and Beckett. Absolute brave there from him. Green flags are back out, so it was due to the debris. So we're racing once again, Josh.
That's brave, because look how hard the conditions are getting now as well. This is almost becoming a boat race as we come through Maggots and Beckett side by side. That's Paula Ron. A brilliant move from Paula Ron round the outside of Isaac Hadjar, coming into Maggots and Beckett in what would have been impossible visibility. And a move on the inside there as well, coming from Zach O'Sullivan on Rita Mayata. Mayata should be very good in these conditions. It rains a lot in Japan, and I can barely see a thing down the hanger straight. This is almost like 1975.
Yep, so Aaron able to clear his championship rival as well. Marty looks down the inside of Ritomo Miata. Is the Red Bull Junior going to be able to get through through Ritomo Miata? That's going to be the question. And now O'Sullivan's going to go on the attack up the inside of Isaac Hadjar, and O'Sullivan's going to get through.
Desperately trying to find a position. It's just not working out the way you think it would. They need to be so careful out here. No chance for second chances as the rain picks up. And is that a car off?
Yellow.
Is that a car off? On the pit wall?
Yellow.
No, yellow flags are
Paul
out.
Peel's in the pit lane.
Sector 3, yes, green flag. Someone was off. It's hang on, yeah, Correa.
Oh.
Someone's off there. Safety car. We've got a safety car. Someone's hit the pit wall. Someone's hit the pit wall. I'm virtually sure someone's hit the pit wall. Safety car is deployed. I am certain someone's hit the pit wall. Juan Manuel Correa is saying that he is dropped to the back of the pit lane. Cordeel's in the pits. but I am 90% certain that we've got someone off on the pit wall. I can barely see a thing out here, Romy. I'm surprised it's not a red flag. This is getting horrible out here.
It is getting quite horrible, so we're just in a bit of a... Seems like now we've got a safety car right on a second. Now, did someone hit the pit wall is the question, or is this just due to the conditions as well? So that's going to be the interesting question.
No sign of a red flag, but the rain's getting heavy here. No word on race control. Ah, here we go. Now, where's Correa? There he is! I knew it! I saw it!
There he is.
Yeah. Has he beached it in the gravel trap? I could have done. I thought I saw a spinner. And it was it was Correa spinning out. And has he beached it in that gravel? No. Has his engine stalled then?
Yeah.
Well, it looks like it's getting...
Unless...
yeah. What do you think? Red flag! Red flag!
Yeah, seems like red flag.
Yeah, race stopped. Had to be. It's too...
Yeah,
it's
bit too dangerous. Too dangerous to be continuing on. Red flag, understandably, is out as well. So we will go back to the pit lane. Everyone will line up. So we've completed a few laps, but of course it is too wet. Hadjar lost that massively as well with all of that. He was struggling in the wet conditions, wasn't he? Was Isaac Hadjar? So he might have possibly a dry setup on the car. That was why maybe he got pole by a good margin yesterday in the late dry laps that we got in qualifying.
Well, we got 4 laps in. Importantly, this race can now be declared a result if we need it to be. So that's always an advantage to come through. So, red flag, race is stopped. Anthony leads from Maloney, Maney, Bortoletto, Crawford, Colapinto, Hauger, Martins, Behrman, Aron, O'Sullivan, Marty, Hadjar, Mayata, Durskin, Stanak, Vashaw, Barnard, Villagomez, Fittipaldi, Cordial and Correa. That few places have changed as they come and make a rest down at the exit of pit lane. Right, where do we go from here then? Because the track's not going to get any drier. We've got a 15-minute wait. The clock has stopped at 36:32 to go, remember? So,
yeah.
Well, I was already leaving you, so that's in 20 minutes' time. That makes sense now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh. JT, what do you think of the race so far?
It's just a little bit wet, isn't it? Just a little bit.
My timing 71 is saying that it's dry.
So is mine, actually. I just realised that, yeah.
Lovely stuff. Okay, right.
See, and now they're going to change the front wing for Behrman.
Can they do that under the red flag?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he gets a lucky break.
In Formula, yeah. So that's why they didn't pit him, because they were probably anticipating a red flag at some point.
Yeah. He's checking the tyre temperatures with Behrman with the back of his hand. Smart boy. Is this our first F2 red flag of the year? I think it is, isn't it?
No, we had one in Monaco, which you weren't doing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I'm on radio.
So if the rain intensity lowers, we should restart now? Yes, I think so. We should restart. Copy, to be fair, it was way too much water. I mean, we were also paying in third gear, but yeah, if the rain stops, then it should be fine.
So they think the rain's going to go, and to be fair, it is looking like it's lightening up. Yeah. It's not as heavy as it was. Crawford Bortoletto is under no further action for forcing the driver off the track. So.
Yeah, it was just wet conditions. They have no grip. They're all just sliding everywhere. So yeah, it can be a bit hard in those conditions to go racing. So in my opinion, that's fine. Lap 1 stuff in the wet conditions. Nothing really anyone could have done in that scenario.
Much rather than stop it unless someone gets hurt. That's my opinion on it as well. Had to waffle a lot during the Monaco red flag, says Jess. At what point do I get? At what point do I really make Jess jealous by going over to Sky and the World Feed commentary? We won't do it yet. We need to see what's happening first of all.
Yeah.
So there's the neutrals going on as well. The high grip tape.
But if the red flag is still out, and you're going, I'll be talking, not the World Feed.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Yes.
Let's say if both are. Go on.
You're forgetting something.
Oh, you're here.
I'm here, and I've got Sky TV.
JT's on BMNG.
I know I am.
JT, you'll have to get on TeamViewer soon so we can control this.
Yes, so I can waffle without having to worry about anything. Lovely.
They're getting the track dryers out. Look at that. They're actually going to try and push it off the racing line so we're standing water. Great idea.
Lovely.
Right, red flags
idea
in.
indeed.
Yeah, go on. Right, red flags out then. Let's pass over
While
to the
there's
wall.
a red flag, it makes sense.
Yeah, to get TeamViewer open. I think I had my toy and played the World Food for a bit. Oh, you did, didn't you? Yeah, okay. Jess is fine then. Let's have a look at Bortoletto first of all, though, with Omi. This is round the outside. So this is Bortoletto. Did call for force him off the track. I think it was just too wet.
Too wet. He's trying to keep it flat out, not expecting Bortoletto to even keep his foot in. But Bortoletto, the brave driver he is, through Maggot and Beckett's able to get through a few corners later after the initial close moment at Cops, where Bortoletto went slightly wide through there as well. So just wheel-to-wheel stuff, in my opinion. Nothing really too bad.
So red flags out then. We go suspended. And let's pass over to the world feed then. Join Alex Jake. Sorry, let's see. Chris McCarthy and Alex Bundle.
So in just over 8 minutes' time. So stay with us here on the coverage. Just over 8 minutes. We should get the green light at the end of the pit lane, and there is.
Oh, we're going to restart in 8 minutes. Okay, so that's quick news for us. Okay.
It will be relatively the same order. You see, I shouldn't expect any real changes to what you see down the left-hand side of your screen.
You restart from the point at which an order could be the last point at which an order could be ascertained, and we'd got relatively well going, haven't we? So it's going to be as they were, more or less, with 5 laps gone in this sprint race of the 21, and the clock will begin again. The lap count will begin again, and it will be a rolling restart, I would have thought, but we will see. We've just had that confirmed. It will be a rolling restart to go again for the sprint race.
Yes, it will. Watching back Bortoletto there, driving like someone who knows there's a real opportunity here, isn't he, Alex? Here's another one. Speaking of opportunities, I think Kimi Antonelli sees a great opportunity for a win. Prema Racing sprint race winners last weekend. That gave Ollie Bearman his first podium of the season and first win along with that. Kimi Antonelli, a chance to do the same, and of course it wasn't long after Ollie Bearman that contract was then signed for him. He's now officially a Haas Formula 1 driver for next season. We all know the conversations around Antonelli. A win would be a superb result for him, just to go and get that extra bit of confidence for him and the surrounding parties.
Yeah, best finishing form so far this year for Antonelli. So it'll be a first podium and a first win if he was able to convert. In terms of this race counting as a race, it does so once the leader has completed 2 green laps, and then there's a sliding scale of points if indeed it doesn't run its full distance, that dish out points according to how far we make it through the sprint race distance. That being said, the expectation is that the race will resume, and it indeed will, at 1:40, which is around 6 minutes from now, on wet weather tyres, and they will be able to run the full distance.
Drivers look to be getting back ready to go in. Hajar, a shame for him. He lost a couple of places. He'll have a bit of work to do. Got to say credit to O'Sullivan. He looked on fire there. Pepe Marti, he drove very well. Look at that, 19th to 12th, didn't he? And I think he would have been very disappointed with that penalty he got. It lost him out on a double scoring weekend at Red Bull Ring. Nevertheless, he showed the form that we all saw at the start of this season, didn't he, last weekend at Red Bull Ring? And now it's just every weekend. I think the championship is to one side for him. He's taking it weekend by weekend, and you can see what the turn of confidence he's had from those results last weekend.
Definitely so. And I'm sure they've cleared the air as well down at Campos after their bit of a discussion over the radio throughout the feature race last weekend.
He's ahead on track now.
Yeah, well, one car between them. Rotoma Miata, the car we're looking at, Toyota supported driver, doing a decent job this weekend. It's tough. As you said earlier on the weekend, Chris, making his racing debut at Silverstone.
Yeah.
A driver who comes very much from the background of Super GT, Super Formula, and finding his way in Formula 2 racing. Isaac Hadjar was behind the wheel of a Formula 1 car earlier on in the weekend in FP1, and not quite the start that he would have hoped for from this weekend. Intense, feisty Frenchman who's given us so much action throughout the year so far.
He has, and you can see, I'm sure there's definitely some relation there. The performances Isaac Hadjar has put in, being rewarded with some free practice sessions. It's great to see so much backing in this. We had 9 of the top 10 Formula 1 back drivers on the grid, and there is a lot of focus on this, a lot of opportunity to be gained with results in every round, with good championship results, and that is what is on the mind of all of these drivers when they are fighting in this championship. We're getting closer to the race resumption. We're just 3.5 minutes away now. The positions are to the left-hand side of your screen, and that's the order they will go out in. Antonelli will lead us away from Maloney. Then it will be the 2 Invicta Racing drivers who've looked in really sharp form. Miney and Bortoletto from Crawford, Colapinto, Hauger, Martins, Ollie Behrman, the first of the Brits, and then Aaron, our championship leader, as the medical car heads out to investigate the circuit. We've got not long now to go. The drivers at this time, I guess, when you've had a red flag, an intervention, Alex, it's just reset now. You've been out. The track might be in a different condition, though, because it was changing every corner, like you mentioned.
Exactly, and you've got to try and switch your mind back on. For a driver like Hadjar, who will be on pole position tomorrow, had a very strong qualifying session, but hasn't had the start to the race that he might have wanted. You've got to switch that mind back on, recognise that you've had a bit of a gap, build back up to the start. It's so easy to just let your mind rest, let your mind calm completely down. You've got to stay a little bit switched on if you possibly can through this gap, and make sure you're ready to go again. Franco Colapinto, another rookie behind the wheel of a Formula 1 car this weekend, is just sitting there, and sometimes it's so nice sat in the car. It's the best place to be, because nobody can bother you. You can put the visor down and pretend you're in your own little world, focus on the job, and try to visualise what you're going to do at the restart.
Doing big things, inspiring a lot of people back home. I hear from colleagues is Franco Colapinto. That news of him doing free practice 1 in Argentina was huge news, not just in motorsport terms as well. His results are going a long way for him as a Williams back driver. There's the view for Kimi Antonelli. All he has to look at is the back of that safety car and go through his plan of attack for the restart. I guess when you're the leading driver as well, Alex, we do mention about you do have the benefit of not having the spray, but you're the first driver to hit every corner, aren't you?
A bit of more rain, heavier level 3 rain could come on, like from the straight to turn 9, turn 7 to turn 9, it could hit in 5 minutes.
I wonder if we'll have more levels of rain by the end of this weekend. I feel like, what are there, 5 levels of rain?
Oh, we've had pretty much everything, haven't we?
I feel like we've had every single different type of rain this weekend. This weekend at Silverstone, there's a kind of a sigh in the radio transmission there for Bortoletto. Although,
so did JT get on TV?
Do you want me on now?
Oh yeah, I'm going soon. We'll get the race. I'll get the race restarted, then I'll hand over to Omi. Kind of makes sense if you're ready to go now.
Yeah, but hopefully the 5-minute thing has stopped.
The what? Oh, right.
The 5-minute timeout thing, Josh.
Green light, we're underway again then for the F2 sprint race here at Silverstone. The rain has stopped, a little bit of sunshine, but the track still in damp conditions. Omi, we should be in for an interesting start to this one.
Should be in for an interesting start indeed. Basically, what we just did earlier on, we're getting underway in the exact same way, rolling start once again. So basically the exact same, with Kimi Antonelli leading us the same task ahead of him, trying to defend, generate the tyre temperature, and yes, he may not have the spray as Mr. McCarthy mentioned, but of course he is the first one to hit the conditions as well. So you do have to be very, very careful when you do go into corners, and Maloney will be able to try out different alternative racing lines. If he's able to stay close, he'll be able to go to a different part of the racetrack and try to get the grip to try to take the place. So he will be under massive pressure.
JT now knows why I want him on now, because then he can know if the 5-minute thing has stopped or hasn't before I have to go in 5 minutes. So, yeah. Now you know, JT, why I wanted you on. Cordeel's been noted for speeding in the pit lane under the red flag. No, before the red flag. Interesting.
Naughty.
Correa has restarted, by the way. He's now in 21st position. So the safety car came out, so it's the last position gained that we can go. Now, technically, it's green flag. It's going to be a rolling start. So, as Omi says, it's exactly the same as what happened earlier on. We'll have the safety car on the formation lap. And effectively, you can press the S button because it's safety car to come in as well. It's a formation lap behind it. Then we'll come in and we'll go racing. And then I'm off to do the MotoGP sprint race. That is live on JBMotorsports Twitch. So that's where MotoGP is, JBMotorsports Twitch. Everything else premiered until tomorrow, where we get everything sorted. And then I'm gonna. Hey, do you know what I've been told? Dorna, of course, they run World Superbikes. Their media team representative is on site in Donington next week. Off I go to have a little chat.
Here we go. You're gonna have fun.
Oh,
enjoy.
I am. I really am. I'm slightly worried about when this race is going to end. I tell you what, Omi, I might be back by the time this race ends, because the Tissot sprint for MotoGP is not that long.
You could be.
Oh, Papa will come back as well. Oh, the championship leader in Moto E is out for the rest of the weekend. Granado. Oh
God.
Dear, he had an accident and caused a red flag in this morning's Moto E race. Again,
is the safety car still out there?
It is, yeah. So multiple laps. So. Yeah. And we are go again! The race has officially resumed behind the safety car. This is no longer formation laps, this is part of the Grand Prix. The race has resumed behind the safety car. And when it comes in, it'll be rolling start. So the race is effectively go again. They've screwed up their own system with multiple formation laps. So, yeah, the race is effectively go.
Indeed.
This is going to be fun. Time is ticking down still. Come on, guys! I want to call. Oh, true. I might have to leave this with you, Omi, at this rate.
Yeah, they're going very slowly, aren't they?
Yeah, I'll cover the boring bits. You get the exciting, fun bits.
Always the way.
To be fair, this has actually worked out rather well with the way we're doing MotoGP, because there was a high risk that I just wouldn't be on any of the F2, F3 coverage this weekend. I'd pull an Alex Jakes and then do F1. But luckily, I've been able to do some. Who's texting?
Luckily as well.
I'm getting several thousand text messages.
Nice.
S for safety car, V for virtual safety car, yes. Oh, also, JT. You there?
Hello.
Hello. Remember, this is streaming only to YouTube. It's not on Twitch, because Twitch is going to be used for me. So at the end, as we're going to go racing this lap, at the end of this broadcast, hit the outro, and then press stop recording, then press the stream end button, you know, that scene, and then stop stream, and then end it on YouTube. Although I should be back for that. If not, I'll send Megan, or I'll leave Megan in control of MotoGP and I'll come in. To be fair, 31 minutes, 30, yeah, I'll come in and make sure it's okay. I doubt there'll be a podium ceremony either, as the rain's coming back down, by the way.
Yeah.
Cordeel's under investigation now for speeding in the pit lane. Tell you what, Omi, you're going to be the majority of it for the next 5 minutes. Do you want this one as well? I'll provide some info, then I'll leave. Here you go.
Absolutely.
Over to you.
Okay, so Kimi Antonelli then about to take us back to Green Flag Racing. The boy from Barbados in second, and he will be very close. Dennis, the two Invictus have made contact earlier on this season in Spain on the last lap, but Andrea Kimi Antonelli trying to turn around this season, and when it clicks for him, it really does for the whole season. Could this be the changing moment for him in 2024 in Formula 2? He is backing the whole field up. We are all in a line, ready to go racing once again here at Silverstone Circuit, and the Italian driver will lead us out of the last few corners onto the Hamilton Straight, and he'll be hoping that he can get the gap on Zane Maloney as we go racing once again here at Silverstone. All of them sliding out of the final corner and onto the Hamilton Straight. That's a good start from Bortoleto. He's going to put some pressure on his teammate Kushmani. 15 to go here at Silverstone as we go to Green Flag Racing, and it's Colapinto under a bit of pressure as well from Martins.
Maney was very wide coming through Abbey as well. Martins at the inside of Hauger. There's still a lot of spray down there, and another wide moment for Maney. Bortoleto trying to swing round the outside. Hasn't worked out. They're all being a bit too careful out there. If they continue doing that, it's going to catch them out as Bortoleto tries, and Maney's showing the door everywhere. He's caused the Constantino effect, and that's going to cause accidents as we go down the hangar straight to Wellington Straight towards Brooklands.
Yeah, the two Invictus still going wheel to wheel, trying to get through his Bortoleto, looking to the outside, looking to the inside. This could leave him vulnerable though, and instead it might open the door for Crawford, who goes to the inside. Victor Martins round the outside of Franco Colapinto, and he's got the inside, and he will be able to take the position surely, but Colapinto will fight back with the inside. That could be close to contact. There was a bit of contact, but Martins gets through, and in the background, Behrman also battling with Paul Aaron.
60 litres of water a second, that's how much his wet tyres can take away, and it's proving that basis now as he comes through Cops Corner. It's a wall of spray as they come through. You can't see what's happening out there as they come breaking down as well. A little bit of audio lock there. Drive-through penalty for Cordial for speeding in the pit lane, and the cameras are now starting to give up as well, and the rain's coming back in certain areas of the track as well. It's raining again in the pit lane.
Yep, not what we wanted. We want to continue this race all the way till the end, so hopefully the rain will be able to ease off. Aaron gonna try and put some pressure on Behrman. Hadjar is going to have Marty next for him to try and pass. Those two Camposes will not be good friends after what happened last week. They're all, and Hadjar was able to get through, so Hadjar has been able to get through. We've missed that overtake. Hadjar moves through, but it's so hard to catch anything with how much rain we have right now. Marty's fighting back.
Yep, one lap complete, and only one lap complete under this restart as well as they come through. Everyone's still ducking and diving everywhere as well. Behrman then has dropped back. As we see, Paul Aron is doing such a fantastic job. He's dealt with O'Sullivan as they come out of Club Corner. Lap one then of this new restart race complete. Anthony leads from Maloney, Maney, Bortoleto, Crawford the top five. There's 14 laps to go. I'm going to leave the comments box and leave you in the very capable hands of Omi and JT.
Thank you very much, Josh. 2 seconds the gap between Antonelli and Zane Maloney out in front. So Antonelli has been able to get the gap crucially, and we're looking further back to Victor Martins, who wants the inside line. He's not getting that inside line because Crawford was very tight with his defense. Bortoleto. He's saying...
Don't lose behind. Trying to crash my roadway, man.
I won't be able to do that anymore. No one will be here, so I was lucky for that.
Yeah. Lucky indeed. Aaron is dropping. Okay, so JT's got radio. Aaron dropping down, so it seems like there's been a mistake possibly. Marty's dropped down slightly as well. Yellow flags are out. Has there been contact? There has. Marty is off the road. So is Paul Aaron. Our championship leader is off. And it's Marty who has come to a halt. We will surely need the safety car here at Silverstone. Our championship leader and Marty both involved.
I don't believe it as well. That is absolutely ridiculous. I was just saying how good Paul Aron was doing, and now that's happened to him. Utter disappointment, but that's going to have to be a safety car. 2 cars off, and it is indeed safety car deployed.
So safety car is understandably out, so we're going to have a go. We're going to have another go at this one. Josh Roberts, you are being able to see all of the action before we go once again. So Antonelli's going to be getting tired of this. So out of the race goes Pepe Marti. That will be a disappointment for the Campos driver. And Isaac Hadjar is off the road as well. The other championship contender, Isaac Hadjar, is out of the race. He's beached in the gravel. Drama continues. Aaron is out of the race. Hadjar is out. Both the top 2 in the championship both find themselves eliminated off the race. and we are going to have a long safety car for sure. Bortoleto is going to be enjoying this. He is third in the championship. He'll be loving this, and he will be getting closer to the championship lead as well. Dramatic stuff at Silverstone. Right, replay. Time to work out how this has all happened then. So we're heading to the end of the lap. O'Sullivan into the side of Aaron, first of all. So that's O'Sullivan in the number 2 car. And he's into the side of Paul Aaron as they were both battling. Then, later down in the lap, we're going to see Marty. And I believe Paul Aaron is the car directly ahead of us. And it is, oh my word, big accident. Marty into the back of Paul Aaron. Then what's happened to Isaac Hadjar? What has happened to Hadjar is the question. So that's what happened between Aaron and Marty. Aaron struggling for grip, sliding absolutely everywhere. Sullivan's able to get through. And then straight into the back for
Aaron
Pepe Martin.
had an engine problem or something wrong. He just didn't get away.
Yeah.
Let's hear from him.
Well, he's just saying he's been taken.
He said, mate, I got taken out. No radio there, but it did come out.
So that's what he's reporting. So we're going to have to work out what happened to Isaac Hadjar. So it seems like Aaron's slow, and then Hadjar. Okay, so Hadjar, it seems like he's able to avoid that one. He's the Red Bull Junior making his way through. So he's able to avoid that. So he must have something else that involves him getting beached in the gravel. But yeah, Paul Aaron with no drive. Marty immediately straight into the back. And we're going to see it once again. And that's going to be unfortunate for both of them. But we're still going to try to work out what's happened to Isaac Hadjar, because he was clearly able to get through this incident. So he's had something else that has gone on for him. Safety car back out, as we mentioned. So we've had 3 drivers that have eliminated themselves from that contact. But it's Andrea Kimi Antonelli leading the race, and he's going to have to deal with another restart. Josh T, he'll be getting tired at this rate because he's having to take us back to green flag racing many times, and there's many opportunities for Maloney to try and get through as soon as there's a mistake from Antonelli.
Yeah, absolutely. Hadjar out of the car, walking away, and I believe Hadjar is off at Cops, which is quite a fast place to go off. We know what happened there a couple of years ago, of course, but Hadjar is off and out of this race.
So Isaac Hadjar out, and he's a driver who had a lot of pace last week, was going to get pole, had an engine failure, still was able to recover to the podium places last week. This week, he is on pole, but it's a sprint race, which he's going to retire in as well. And while you thought it may have been going well for him, we're going to take a look at a replay. We're waiting for Isaac Hadjar. Oh, he's straight off the road, then spins.
I'm out. I don't know what happened then.
Indeed. So just hearing from Hadjar, I can see that Josh's pictures are slightly behind yours as well with the radio.
I'm trying to sync them.
Brilliant stuff as well. But yeah, Hadjar walking away from that incident. A day where we may have thought that, oh, Aaron's out, Marty's out. That would be a good day for Hadjar if he's able to score some points. Still a long way to go. And instead, it's a retirement for both campuses, and they will get to pack away and go home early. They will definitely debrief that moment. But yeah, mistake from Isaac Hadjar, was some sort of failure that he has had that has resulted in him going straight on at Cops corner. And we're still waiting. So there are, of course, 2 incidents to be cleared there. That's why we're still under safety car. So Antonelli will take us back. Mady and Bortoleto. Now that will be an interesting thing on the restart. Marty Aaron will be investigated after the race, understandably. So they're just clearing Aaron's car right now at the moment. The safety car is going to bring them down to the braking zone. And it seems like that we're just currently clearing that car up. And then we'll be able to go back. And hopefully at Cops, we've also managed to get Hadjar's car clear as well. But it'll be interesting what will happen at Invicta. Those two already collided this season. Bortoleto not happy, and he'll be wanting to get on with it as both of his championship rivals are out. So they all make their way through. Colapinto currently running in P7, the Argentine driver in 7th position, a winner of course from earlier this year at Imola. He won the sprint with a brilliant move to get past Aaron on the last tour of the race. High Tech, the only team who haven't won a race this season. And Paul Aaron is in the championship lead, but hasn't won a race as well. So Cordial did get close, so did Paul Aaron. But High Tech are the only team, which is quite weird to say when they have a driver who is leading the championship. But that's how wide open Formula 2 is. 50% of the grid has won a race this season. Today, possibly we could be adding another driver to that list as well to make it 12 different winners. Antonelli chasing his first win, chasing his first podium as well. That's how big of an achievement this would be for Antonelli. And when he does get that win, I'm sure it's just going to click for him. That's how it is for Kimi Antonelli. When he gets that first accolade, it all starts going right for him. So he could be a driver to watch out for in the second part of this season, as we take a look at another replay of a dramatic moment which Aaron was slowing Marty directly into the back, and a dramatic moment which sees Campos eliminated along with, of course, Hadjar and Aaron both debating the championship. But Bortoleto now needs to get on with it. He now needs to make sure that he can improve to those podium places and possibly even go for the driver who's been brave so far in this race. He's had some brilliant bravery making overtakes, so he'll need to provide some more on this safety car restart when we do get going. And we're taking a look further back. Disappointment for AIX, we have to say as well. They had some great pace in the wet conditions on Friday practice, and it's a team that has improved their qualifying, so they will be absolutely gutted. They will be gutted. They are unable to be fighting at the front of the field. Taylor Barnard, a winner, of course, from Monaco earlier this season. Dirksen has stood on the podium, and he was leading momentarily last time out in the feature race at Austria. We continue on behind the safety car. We'll hopefully be getting it back as soon as they recover. Antonelli.
Brain is stopping in 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
So rain is stopping, and that means that we could possibly be going to some dry conditions soon as well on the full wets though, so they'll need to go over and go to the wet patches of the circuit to keep their tires in a cool condition. Of course, no intermediates in FIA Formula 2, so they are on the full wets the whole way through. The only crossover they will have is to dries, which I'm unsure if we're going to get in this one. They'll need some rapid drying, but yesterday it was some rapid drying in F3 qualifying. We remember it rained massively. And at the end of it, all of a sudden, we had improvements and a change at the front of the field. A few people would have turned off their TV, expecting the session not to resume. Everyone was expecting it not to resume, and then all of a sudden, we had some late changes at the end as well. So the safety car continues to lead us around Silverstone. Hauger has been another thing about Colapinto versus Hauger. Hauger has been beaten by his teammate quite a few times this season. Colapinto has been brilliant in qualifying as well, so he's a driver who's really starting to turn it around. He's been able to get on the podium in the last two races as Colapinto, the last two feature races that we've ran in Formula 2. He's also been in the top 5 in the last 4 races in qualifying, so you can see how consistent Franco Colapinto is, and carrying the hope of a nation as well. Argentina really wanting to see a driver get to Formula 1. He was given an FP1, and as Chris McCarthy was mentioning earlier, it was definitely a special moment for the whole country. But him getting wins, him getting moments like this definitely are a great moment for Argentina as a whole. And remember, these guys are waking up at times like 5 a.m., 4 a.m. to watch feature races, and it's great to see Franco Colapinto able to deliver for them. Behrman, currently running a 9th, of course, has got the Formula 1 seat for next year, so he's completing this season for fun at this stage is Ollie Behrman, and he is the lead Brit in the field right now, so he'll be hoping to provide some overtaking. And another Brit is right behind him, O'Sullivan in 10th. Ritomo Miata has stood on the podium this season, but did get a penalty, so he wasn't able to keep it. He's one of our 5 drivers who haven't stood on a podium. Antonelli's also one of them, but he is about to change that if he can finish the rest of this race. It's Antonelli, Miata, Vershaw, who has crossed the line first. He's crossed the line first. He's got a pole at Monaco, and he still doesn't have a win. In Monaco, he was cruelly denied due to an engine issue. In Saudi, he was denied due to technicality, so he was denied in Monaco. He was denied in Monaco and in Saudi when he won the sprint early. Safety car is ending, so he'll be in at the end of this lap. So Antonelli will be able to take us back, and Maloney's going to want to get on with it. Maloney's lost out on the restarts that we've done so far. He's not been able to keep with Antonelli. He's going to try change that this time around. Cushmaney versus Bortoleto. Keep an eye on that battle. Let's see if Bortoleto can finally get through. Let's see if they can avoid contact, because it seems like that's been a hard task for Invicta so far. Victor Martins will be hoping that there is contact so he can improve to the podium places around a circuit that he has gone very, very well. He is trying to become our first repeat winner at this venue. We've had 17 races for Formula 2 around this circuit, and never have we had a repeat winner. The only 2 drivers who could change this weekend are Victor Martins and also Richard Vershaw, which seems unlikely. So keep your eye on Victor Martins. He'll be at least trying to get on the podium. He took his first win in Formula 2 last year in the feature race. A very dramatic feature race it was, and it was a race that had drama for championship contenders. And here in the sprint though at Silverstone, it's another wet race, it's a wet race, and we've also seen the exact same thing happen here. Keep an eye on Jack Crawford. The Dam's race pace can be very good. It will be less into effect this one in this race. It'll come more into effect in the feature race that we will run tomorrow around this circuit. Both JBMotorsports together in 7th and 8th. Colapinto ahead of Hauger. Then the two Brits, Behrman and O'Sullivan, completing the top 10. O'Sullivan has been performing very nicely over the last few rounds. Ritomo Miata will be trying to get himself up into the points playing position. So will the two AIX cars. They're going to try and push on and get on the attack. We also have to mention Fittipaldi, one of our winners from this year. What a brilliant win it was in the Jeddah feature race that took place earlier this season. It's not been as great as that for him. Now the question remains though, with Kimi Antonelli, is he going to be able to take his first podium, his first win in Formula 2 at the end of the 21-lap contest? We're on lap number 12. We're about to go on to lap number 13. The two Invictus are desperate to get on with it, especially Bortoleto, who knows that he's got to take this opportunity. Both of his championship rivals are out of this race. He needs to try and get the best result possible, try and score the most points he can. The green flag is flying once again at Silverstone, and it's Kimi Antonelli who will lead us down to Wales with Maloney in second. Then it's Maney, then it's Bortoleto, who is looking good as we come out of the final corner on this circuit. Are we going to be getting any moves? Antonelli has once again got the jump, and it's Victor Martins who is just ahead of Crawford as well. As we come over the line, it's Antonelli, then it's Maloney, and then it's Cushmaney. Bortoleto a bit less closer to his teammate, and that's Ollie Behrman going to the inside of Dennis Hauger. That could be close to contact between the two of them. Hauger keeping his foot in, and Behrman, who is going to emerge in front. Was Behrman able to get through? He'll now get the inside line, and that's close between Martins and also Bortoleto. It'll turn into a traction race. Hauger is off the road, and now he's got the inside line, and it seems like Dennis Hauger is going to be ahead, but he'll be wide once again. Behrman will try and fight back. We look to the Invictus and Victor Martins, who are going to do battle once again. Antonelli weaving around, trying to generate the tyres into the optimal temperature. We look further back, and now the two Invictus are side by side, with Bortoleto trying to go all the way around the outside. O'Sullivan appearing through the spray, up alongside Dennis Hauger there. And while we take a look now at the McLaren Junior, Bortoleto trying to go around the outside and being shown the curb by Cushmaney, who is desperate to defend from his teammate. These two Invictus are not separated by anything. Yellow flags are out once again. So is there an incident on the circuit? That's the question. Bortoleto still looking for it, as there is a lot of spray coming off the car. The green flags are back out once more. So we've had a yellow and then we've had a green once again. So someone may have had a moment, and Bortoleto needs to be careful. It might have been Behrman. Ollie Behrman has dropped down the order, so it must have been him who has had the moment to fall down the order. He's been able to continue though, but that's disappointment for Ollie Behrman, who has had a mistake. And Bortoleto has got to be careful, because if he tries to attack and it doesn't work, he could be under pressure from Victor Martins. Dirksen is looking to try and attack. Roman Stanek over the line we go once, over down to Stowe we go once again, I should say, on lap number 13 of this one. So we'll work out what has happened to Ollie Behrman, but it's Maney and Bortoleto, the two Invictus, still very close together. And this is the Invictus, and nope, we're going to look further back, and Ollie Behrman's had a spin. Ollie Behrman's had a wide moment. He's continued on though, so that's good for Ollie Behrman. He's continued on, but that's another error in this season. Was he tagged is the question. His teammate though is loving life at the front of the field. Out of the final corner he goes as we go into lap number 2 of this restart. Kimi Antonelli leads. Maloney's in second. We look at the Invictus with Bortoleto still trying to attack. Victor Martins up 4 places from where we started the race. ART both have moved up a lot, because O'Sullivan has also improved 6 places. Roman Stanek has moved up 11 from the back of the grid. And now look at Bortoleto under pressure from Martins, who is trying that outside line. He'll use the wide line to try and turn it into a traction race. I think I might have been a little bit too wide though for Victor Martins, so it will not work on this occasion. We will go on to the Wellington Straight, and he'll try to do something through these corners. Will Victor Martins, Bortoleto still trying to defend and attack. He's having to do it all here at Silverstone on lap number 14 of this race. He's got to make sure that his lines are perfect, and Victor Martins will have a little look to the inside. Bortoleto has run out wide, trying a different line, but he'll get the better traction off the corner. He is trying to get past Cushman. He's trying to do all he can to get onto that podium position is Bortoleto. Looking further back in the field, we have Crawford in 6th. He's trying to keep behind Colapinto. So Colapinto, he's got a good gap over Colapinto, and it's actually Colapinto under pressure, and it's Zach O'Sullivan trying to go all the way through as well. Is he going to be able to do so? Was he able to keep it on the road? Just about. O'Sullivan all the way around the outside of Cobb's corner to move up a position. He gets past his fellow Williams Academy driver. These two both battling. They are both part of the Williams Academy both part of the Williams Academy program, and they are trying to show who is better, and it's O'Sullivan who has got the better of his teammate. Maloney very close to the grass. We look further back once again with Martins trying to have a go at Bortoleto, but nothing doing there for him. I think the action's going to be further back though. Is that going to be a late lunge from Roman Stanek, who is trying to find a way through on Ritomo Miata? So he's trying to get past Ritomo Miata as we go down to Whale once again. 2.4 seconds. It seems like Antonelli is driving brilliantly in these wet conditions here at Silverstone, and he's continuing to lead this race. Out of the final corner we go to begin lap number 15 once again, and it's the fastest lap of the race for Antonelli, a 2-minute 2.098 for the Italian driver, who will be hoping that he is going to be able to hold on in the final stages of this one. Bortoleto now is looking more to defend than attack. You can see how close Victor Martins is if you are synced up with us as well. Stanek was able to get past Ritomo Miata. So I'm guessing Trident must have. Stanek's lost that now to Dirksen. Dirksen trying to go through. We're 3 wide momentarily. Ritomo Miata is able to fight back. Dirksen's able to fight back. And Stanek, who was in 10th position momentarily, now finds himself in 12th. So it's not worked out. And Ritomo Miata's now trying to defend because Dirksen wants an overtake of his own. And he's going to try and go all the way around the outside. Will he be given the room? He'll try use the outside line. Can he keep it on the road? No, he's off the road. And Miata will try and fight back surely to take the position, and he will do exactly that on exit. Can Dirksen try and fight back? He'll have to slot in behind and get the slipstream down towards Cobb's corner and Roman Stanek. So Trident must have a wet setup on that car. He was terrible in qualifying. He's up so many places in the race. Dirksen isn't able to fight back and retake the position through there. And oh, that's going to be a wide moment from Miata that could leave him vulnerable. So possibly an attack coming for Dirksen. Is he about to risk it into Maggots and Beckett? He knows that he's got to be careful, but he's trying different racing lines against Ritomo Miata, who has driven in the wet conditions quite a lot in his career, so we would expect him to be good. But Joshua Dirksen, a very talented driver, is going to try and make his way through. Is he going to be able to get past Ritomo Miata? He's neck and neck as we go down towards Stowe. You'll have to go to the outside. Behrman dropping down once again. Yellow flags out. Dirksen once again tries to go around the outside. Miata was squeezing him, and this time Miata might be wide. Can Dirksen do it under traction? And the yellow flags are still out. So with Ollie Behrman, is he going to be okay? Stanek has a look at Dirksen as well. It's pass or be pass stuff in Formula 2, as it always should be. And it's going to be Dirksen who is just ahead. Victor Martins dropping down the order. Victor Martins, the French driver. Is everything okay for him? Yes, yes, it is. He's ahead of O'Sullivan, so everything must be okay. So that's a transponder issue there. So Victor Martins still battling with O'Sullivan, who is going to try and go all the way around the outside to the 2 ARTs. Not separated by anything. O'Sullivan now gets the inside. That could be contact, and the 2 ARTs collide. O'Sullivan into the side of Victor Martins, who is sent spinning, and the 2 ARTs make contact here at Silverstone. We've got yellow flags out in all sector. That could be an issue as well for O'Sullivan, with a puncture possibly, as Dirksen goes past and tries to attack Miata at the same time. But we've seen so much teammate contact here this season in Formula 2, and that's going to be late on the brakes, and Barnard will try find a way through on Richard Shaw, and they will battle it through on the exit. Shaw is run out wide, and Barnard finds a way by. The AIX cars are on the attack right now, and they're both battling up against the two Tridents. The virtual safety car is out in this race, and contact between the 2 ART cars there as well. It is a bag let loose from the grandstands out there on the circuit. Virtual safety car out, and Ollie Behrman is out of the race. So Behrman has retired. So we have Behrman involved, Martins. So Behrman is involved in something separate. Then it was Martins and O'Sullivan who collided, and Victor Martins is going to find himself as well, possibly out of the race. We're still yet to see what condition the car is in. However, well, Josh T in the pit lane, what have you made of that race so far?
That was a very big bubble, and it got collected by Miata, and here's a replay going up through farm and into village, Omi.
So Martins defends up against his teammate. All the way around the outside, and then Martins leaves the door open. O'Sullivan dives to the inside, and he's straight into the path of Victor Martins. That is not what the two teammates wanted. It was contact between the Invictus in Spain, it was contact between the MP Motorsports in Austria, and now to end off the triple header, and to end off 3 out of 3, it's the two ARTs.
Avoid.
So he turned across so sharply, couldn't avoid, says Zach O'Sullivan, to the contact that he made with Victor Martins, who is going to find himself disappointed with that one. And this was Ollie Behrman coming to a halt himself, so with an issue again for Ollie Behrman. That's the second race in a row where he's going to retire. He won the sprint in Austria, he retired in the feature at Austria, and now back to back it's another retirement for Ollie Behrman, who's out of the race. Zach O'Sullivan has been able to bring it back to the pit lane. There he is in the number 2 car there in the ART. Zach O'Sullivan has brought it back into the pit lane, so he'll be able to try and get back in this one. Not much he's going to be able to do though from P17 in this race. He will be going on the 17th lap out of 21, and we're just going to wait for this race to resume. And when it does, the launch times are going to be very, very crucial. So the initial launch after the virtual safety car, always very crucial here in Formula 2. You can gain a position, especially when it's so hard to overtake. No DRS. So Villagomez Cordial has been forcing another driver off the track has been noted. And here is our race leader, Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Maloney in second, Maney, Bortoletto, Crawford, and then Colapinto, Hauger, Ritomo Miata, Dougson is in 9th. Stanek finds himself in 10th. Barnard just outside the top 10. And the two ARTs collision has been noted. Martins and O'Sullivan has been noted. And that will most likely be investigated after the race as per usual. So we'll take a deep breath in this one. And we will await the ending of the race that is going to be coming our way very shortly. It will hopefully be a run all the way till the end. And will Maloney have anything? The virtual safety car is ending, so we're about to go back. So this launch time is going to be crucial. We're on board with Taylor Barnard. That is Oliver Behrman, who's out of the race and is left disappointed for the second race in a row with a retirement. Luckily, he's got the seat for Formula 1. But we are looking to see the green flags fly once again here at Silverstone. The virtual safety car has ended, and we're racing with Kimi Antonelli leading. So out of the final corner goes Kimi Antonelli in the race lead. Maloney in second, and then it's Kush Maney, who is closer to Maloney, so that could be a battle for second place in the final stages. It's now a timed race, so it's 4 minutes as well. So we have 4 minutes on the clock to go, and then this race will be over. So it's not going to be on laps. It will be a timed race. Yellow flags are out once again. So what has happened now? Yellow flags. That could be close to contact between Ritomo Miata, who is making his way through and spinning, is Dougson. Joshua Dougson spins off the road, chasing Ritomo Miata, and he will chase him off the road as he has spun. And that is going to be disappointment for Dougson, who will fall out of the top 10 and will have to rejoin at the back of the field. Dougson with a spin, Dougson with a mistake, and that is huge disappointment for the AIX man, who is going to find himself left at the back of the field now in 16th position, miles off the driver's ahead. Is 5.3 seconds. He'll just be bringing that car home now. And the two Invictors, they definitely won't be bringing it home. They're going to try battle as much as they can. So Dougson trying to attack, and then he was just going to lose it. Trying to get the power down and attack Miata down towards farm. Instead, it's going to be a spin for Joshua Dougson. The green flags are flying once again, and he was really hoping to get that move done, but instead he's off the road there as well. So we're going to be running out of time in this one. So time will be ticking. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. The Maloney's got a 1.4 second gap. That should be all okay for him. Here is Kush Maney and Bortoletto, the two teammates that are about to do battle, and you can see they're all going to the wet patch, trying to first of all get in the slipstream and also go to the wet patch to keep the tires in a good temperature. Ritomo Miata could be under a bit of pressure from Roman Stanek, who is tucking in the slipstream, and what a drive this has been for Roman Stanek from the back, and he's trying to make his way through. He's trying to get to that inside line, and that will not work for him, and it seems like Ritomo Miata is going to be able to defend this position for now. 5 seconds is the gap between Maloney and Antonelli. Antonelli do when it all works for him. This is exactly what Andrea Kimi Antonelli is capable of, and from now it should just be him being very quick from now all the way till the end of the season. It's now clicked for him, and hopefully we'll be able to see many more of these performances. It's gone back to laps now. That's a late lunge from Roman Stanek, who sends it down the inside of Ritomo Miata, who will try do the switchback, but there is nothing he could do, as we saw Stanek take it all the way to the white line, exactly where Ritomo Miata was, who tries to fight back as we go on to the Wellington Straight. And what a battle these two are having. Stanek thinking he's got the position there, but instead, the battle continues, and he has got it up to P8. Will go Roman Stanek, and he was able to get it. He didn't get it initially, but he was able to get it a couple of meters after. Bortoletto's hope of getting past Maney, the chances are running out for the boy from Brazil, who is going to try and get past Kush Maney, who will stand on the podium once again. It would be his 5th podium in FIA Formula 2 if he is able to get it. He is still yet, though, to get onto the top step off the podium, so that will definitely be his goal in the next few races. He's a driver who's been on pole so far as well in his career. He's a driver who was massively quick, and Invicta have been massively quick throughout the season, and they were finally able to turn it into results last time out with Bortoletto. Maney, though, will be hoping that on his side he is able to do the same as well. We look further back. Colapinto is going to have a run on Jack Crawford. This is the battle for 5th position in the race, and it's the 19-year-old from Charlotte, North Carolina, trying to defend from Franco Colapinto, who is going all the way around the outside. Will he be able to get the traction down? And Franco Colapinto goes round the outside of Stowe to get through, and Crawford fights back under braking down to Whale, and it's going to be Crawford who retakes the position. He lost it on the exit of Stowe. He was late on the brakes into Whale, and he will retake the position to take 5th place once again in the race. Thrilling stuff here at Silverstone, and Colapinto will have to try and come up with something else if he wants to take 5th place in the race. Brilliant action between Crawford and Colapinto in this contest. It's Antonelli with the lead with 6.5 seconds, and it's the two teammates who are still battling. And that's slightly wide for Maney. Bortoletto still trying different racing lines, and these two are both gonna take it right to the white line. These are two drivers that don't want to give it up, and Bortoletto is tucking in the wheel tracks. He is much more closer to his teammate this time around. Martins and Sullivan, turn 4 collision has been noted. This race is coming alive at the end. Taylor Barnard has got past Ritomo Miata, and now the question remains, are we going to be seeing the move from Bortoletto on his teammate? How much grip does he have on the exit? He's trying to fight it. He's trying to get in the slipstream and get in the tow, and we're going to head on to the final tour of the race here at Silverstone. We do have. We are back to lap, so we're going to go on to the final tour of the race next time around. We're on lap 20. It's lap 20 out of 21, so there is still a chance for Bortoletto to get past Maney if he is feeling brave at the end of the race. And could these two avoid contact? ART weren't able to do it. These two weren't able to do it 2 weeks ago when we battled it out on the last lap in Spain. Here at Silverstone, it's going to be a battle on the last lap once again between Kush Maney and Bortoletto. So, can Bortoletto get through? He'll need to try alternative different racing lines, while Colapinto is going to try attack Crawford. We have got 2 exciting battles to end this race coming up. But what a drive it's been from Antonelli, who's about to go on to the final tour of this race. He's got the lead by 7 seconds, and it's the battle for the final place on the podium that is going to concern us at the end, along with the battle for P5. Final lap of the race here at Silverstone. It's the 21st and final tour with Bortoletto fighting it out of the final corner, trying to get close to his teammate. Will he be able to do anything in the first sector is the question as we go down to Abbey Corner. Is he going to be able to find the line? Will he be able to go late on the brakes to try and get past Kush Maney at the end, who is covering the inside line? Bortoletto will try to go to the outside, will try and get better traction, and will try and take this battle down onto the Wellington Straight as well. Crawford and Colapinto separated by 0.7 of a second. So it seems like it'll be these two who will be providing the action at the end. And look at the drive that Bortoletto has got off the corner. Kush Maney's going to have to defend this. He will, of course, go to the inside. Bortoletto has already pulled off a brave move in this race. Will he be able to make it 2 now? On the last lap on his teammate, Maney will be out wide as well. And that kind of helped Maney to keep the place. It meant that Bortoletto's options were limited. What about this time? Maney out wide. Bortoletto down the inside. They will go wheel to wheel on the exit. Maney fights back, close to contact between the two Invictas, and it seems like the Maney has got it. 8 seconds between the top two, nothing between between third and fourth final spots on the podium, and Kushmanias hold on, but he's wide to open the door. Bortoletto's nearly into the side of his teammate. That was so close between Maney and Bortoletto, who are fighting it, or giving it their all right at the end. And this will be a battle that will go down to the last few corners on the last lap, and Bortoletto's trying to get past at the end. We are heading on to the hangar straight. We are heading on to the last few opportunities to make an overtake. Maloney will be in second. We still don't know who's going to get third, but at the front of the field, what a drive it has been from Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who came into this season with more pressure than Mick Schumacher, and he has dealt with it brilliantly. His season wasn't going right at the start. He's turned it around here at Silverstone. Andrea Kimi Antonelli wins for the first time in Formula 2. They're battling all the way to the end, with Bortoletto getting past to take the final place on the podium. Or is he? They're side by side over the line. It's Bortoletto who will take the final spot on the podium to beat his teammate to the line. Maloney takes second. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, though, is a winner for the first time in Formula 2. It's a first podium. It's a first win. Prema can celebrate once again. It's their second victory of the season. Maloney is second. Bortoletto right at the end into the whale and onto the Hamilton straight, able to get past his teammate. 3/10 between those two. Colapinto able to get past Crawford. Then it's Hauger. Then it's Stanek. And then it's Barnard and Ritomo Miata competing the top 10. And then it's Sky not letting us listen to Antonelli's radio. Oh, typical. Typical stuff. Oh my word. What a race though in FIA Formula 2. Action all the way till the last second. But that's annoying. We won't be able to listen to what Antonelli has made of it. And Sky, with the delay, they aren't waiting at all. They want to go straight to their pre-race stuff. So, well, Josh T, what do you... If he's there? I'm sure if JT is there. So.
Hello.
Oh, there he is. JT, what did you make of that race?
It was a good race. It took quite long to happen, but we got it done. And, well, on top, Antonelli.
Yeah, Andrea, are we all fine to sign off now? Have you got that all sorted? Okay, brilliant. So, yeah, brilliant drive from Antonelli, who said earlier on in the season that he really wanted to drive in the wet conditions. He can be really good in the wet. He won a brilliant race in Frecker at Zandvoort in the wet. He got the wet conditions, and he has made the most of it. What a dominant victory by Formula 2 standards at the end. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, you'll be seeing that name much more this season in Formula 2. He's got that win. He's got the podium, and from now, it's going to be quick for from him all the way throughout the end of the season, we hope. Championship back on. Bortoletto's going to fancy his chances with Aaron and Hadjar colliding. Tomorrow's feature race is going to be exciting. Hadjar from pole, but will he have the pace to hold the lead? What will the weather be? You'll have to join us to find out who is going to take the feature race. It'll be Hadjar alongside Victor Martins, who will be trying to put that stat in the bin of never having a repeat winner in Formula 2. So big thank you to all of you guys for joining us, and we will see you for F1 qualifying. That is going to be up next here at 3 o'clock local. You guys can join us a bit earlier though, when we will get all of the pre-show underway about talking about all the storylines before qualifying. Join us then. Bye-bye.
It's the FIA Formula 2 Championship here at Silverstone. It is round 8 of 14 here, and it's time for the feature race to get underway at what is a dry, wet track. Here's the story so far.
Welcome everyone to Silverstone, the home of British motorsport.
Wow, a big spin for Aaron.
I got the engine back, all good.
Here comes Isaac Hadjar. He goes quickest. And it's Kimi Antonelli who will lead us down the Hamilton straight. Oh, a bit of contact there.
It is hammering it down.
Red flag has come out.
A bit of more rain, level 3.
I wonder if we'll have more levels of rain.
We are back underway and racing.
Pepe Marti straight into the back of Paul Aaron.
Is that Isaac Hadjar off the road? It is.
He dropped the clutch and booted it.
Zach O'Sullivan coming up the inside and making contact with Victor Martins. How much longer can Kushmini deal with the pressure? They almost touch wheels there. Round the final corner, airborne.
Oh my God, man.
Kimi Antonelli takes a giant leap to Formula One with his first win in Formula 2.
Oh, we love sprint races, don't we? We love features even more. Welcome back to Silverstone, round 8 of the season, and it's feature race time. And it's the same mixed conditions that met us yesterday, which gave us a memorable sprint. Kimi Antonelli getting his first ever win in Formula 2. He lines up 10th on the grid today. Silverstone is a former RAF base during World War II. It has some of the most legendary names on the calendar. 29 laps ahead of us around this 18-turn circuit. Elevation change here, just 11.32 metres, shortest of the year as well. And do not be any way daft, because it is dry at the moment, but the rain is coming in. At least one thing, Omi, we will have a standing start compared to yesterday, but this weather we've seen can come in and change any second so dramatically.
For this race to get underway, Victor Martins starting in second place. We've had 17 races for Formula 2 here, never a repeat winner, but we're watching Victor Martins, who was the winner here 1 year ago. So let's see if he can make the double and put that stuff in the bin.
We've already seen a few drivers doing the double here as Silverstone. Today, this is a fact for you. You can see the two helicopters flying in. One's a helicopter for the TV cameras. One is landing at this circuit. Silverstone today is the busiest airport in the world. Busier than Heathrow, as well, busier than JFK, busier than New York City, busier even than Dubai. Here at Silverstone, there is around 3,000 helicopters taking off and landing between 8 a.m. and the race ending at 3 p.m. It is insane drama constantly. Here's your grid then from back to front. Roman Stanek in 22nd position after qualifying on Friday alongside Taylor Barnard. Enzo Fittipaldi is 20th. Zach O'Sullivan taking a penalty puts him down to 19th on the grid as well. Jose Miorati starts in 18th with Emil Cordial in 17th on the grid. It's 16th lined up as well for Rafael Villagomez, 15th for Joshua Dirksken. 14th on the grid for Juan Manuel Correa, alongside 13th for Richard Verschoor. 12th for Paul Aron, with Rito Mayata starting in 11th position on the grid as well. Top 10, yesterday's race winner, Andrea Kimi Antonelli lines up in 10th. He's alongside Zane Maloney starting in 9th. 8th on the grid for Kushmini, with Jack Crawford alongside him as well in 7th. It's 6th on the grid for Gabriel Bortoletto, who went flying yesterday with Kushmini. Alongside him is Oliver Behrman starting in 5th. On the weekend, he's been announced as an F1 driver for 2025. Will his teammate have the same luck with Mercedes? Franco Colapinto lines up 4th alongside Dennis Hauger in 3rd. Front row of the grid, though, Victor Martins and Isaac Hadjar are championship protagonists at the front of the field. Tension rising then, Naomi, as well. What do you think is going to happen in this one?
Should be a very exciting, chaotic and unpredictable Formula 2 feature race coming our way. Quickly on Franco Colapinto. In the last 4 rounds, he's been in the top 5 in qualifying, so he's really getting some form going in qualifying, especially as we move away to begin the formation lap. Let's see, Colapinto's been on the podium in the last 2 races. Let's see if he can maybe put that into a win today.
It's also started raining. Now we've got sunshine and rain. I don't know if Jess is around as well, but I'll say hello, Jess, because she's in the pits. Hello, Jess, how are you?
Hello. Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm just recovering from that pre-feature race, which has had a bit of chaos and a bit of battling as well. Great job from Kimi Antonelli yesterday to take his first win in the rain, and we could see some more rain here today, which will be exciting. Not sunny though at the moment. Let's hope it stays like this, because we want some action.
Jess, you were there last year in mixed conditions. How quickly does that rain come in?
Very quick. Very quick. I had to get my coat on like very quickly last time, but I wasn't there for the feature race last time. But let's hear from our top 3.
Like I could have been on podium many times already, and I just didn't. So last week was our best shot, and we got a failure. But today we finally made it, and I'm proud of the boys. It's great to start alongside Victor. It's not the first time we start alongside, actually. If I have to share the front row, I'm happy that it's with him. And yeah, obviously I want to beat him on Sunday. Starting from pole, we have everything in our hands to make the job, so that's the target.
Isaac Hadjar coming in as well. A few spots of rain, some starting on very worn, soft rear tyres as well for Isaac Hadjar. I expect they're going to be stopping quite early in this race. Remember, it is a feature race, so we do have, of course, the mandatory pit stop to contend with. And Omi, that's going to be key if it does start to rain heavier. Many teams are going to be trying to play the radar so that they can go from hard tyre to wet tyres.
Indeed, it's going to be very, very crucial indeed. So they'll be taking a look.
Oh, spinner! Sorry, Gabriel Bortoletto spinning.
And
Exit
also
a stow.
with the tyres as well.
So he's kept going and can return to his normal grid position, but Bortoletto just locking up the rears and spinning out at stow. Back to you, Omi.
Yeah, indeed, definitely not what he wanted at all as well. But keep an eye on the Dams cars as well. Jack Crawford from P7, as we're going to take a look at a replay of Bortoletto making his way through a stow and spinning it around, but just about keeping it going, luckily, for the Brazilian driver. But yes, keep an eye on the Dams car. They have some good race pace. So it's Correa from 14th, and it's Jack Crawford from 7th. So keep an eye on those Dams cars throughout this race. They could have some good race pace.
Tension rising here at Silverstone. Sunshine on one side of the track, rain on the other. Everyone getting ready to watch this one then. 29 laps ahead of us, 1 hour plus a mandatory pit stop. This is where it all starts again then. Roman Stanak pulls into position at the back of the grid. Medical car is there. Green flag, eyes to the lights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pause, hold your nerve, hold the throttle, drop the clutch, and we're racing at Silverstone. Very slow starts, the rain starts to come down. Great start from Behrman, great start from Victor Martins. He'll lead into turn 1 at Abbey. Hadjar's not got the best getaway. Behrman straight up from 5th on the grid, and he's attacking for the lead of the race. What a start from Behrman. 5th into 2nd as we come in towards Village. They're all going to be sliding around if they're not careful. Contact! Antonelli spun round. He should be able to continue if he's kept the clutch in. Antonelli spinning round as the rain starts to come down. Victor Martins leads, but for how long? Behrman's going off the track, trying to have a go through as well. Hadjar's trying to warm up his tyres. Soft compounds for Behrman as well as they come into Brooklands for the first time. Martins leads, Behrman 2nd, Hadjar down to 3rd, up to 4th, still Crawford. What a start though from Behrman, Omi, as we now see Bortoletto battling with Vachon, and there goes Miney as well.
Brilliant start. Ollie Behrman straight up to 2nd place and was also fancying his chances for the race lead as well. He's still very close to Victor Martins as we make our way through as well. But it's not the start that Isaac Hadjar wanted. Bortoletto trying to go round the outside of Zane Maloney to go through at Copse.
I think Antonelli's out of the race. He stalled us still. We're seeing side by side. Maloney's not backing out. Bortoletto goes through as the safety car is deployed on the first lap. Andrea Kimi Antonelli from the highs of the sprint race goes to the lows of the feature. He is out of the race, and I've got a dash.
Yep, so there was contact there. So that is not what Kimi Antonelli wanted at all at the race start. We'll review it when we all look at it. But Kimi Antonelli, the Mercedes Junior, the 17-year-old, has come to a halt after that contact on the opening lap. So he will not be happy with that. He says, yeah, mate, it's over. So that's the team telling him as well. So he stalled the car and it's done. And in Formula 2, that's how it goes in this championship. It can all be very good very quickly, and then it can all change around to the lows. But it's Martins leading Behrman, Hadjar, Crawford up a position as well. Maloney, Bortoletto, Vachon, Colapinto has gone down a few. Hauger and Correa has improved up a few positions as well from 14th on the grid. So that's a good start for Correa. Kushmani's into the pit lane, so there could have been a bit of contact involving him. So Maney's in, and Jess, I can see that you've unmuted. What did you make of that race start?
It was a shame for Antonelli. Every time I talked good about him, he spins, which is a bit of a shame. But the restart, you could see Hadjar did not get a good start, but Behrman did. Behrman needs a comeback. He won the sprint race in Austria last time out as well, but didn't have a good feature race. I'm not going to say things too much, though, about Behrman this time, because otherwise he'll end up. But I wonder if him securing that seat for 2025 is going to motivate him to potentially get a win on home soil.
Guess which idiot forgot Moto 3 was about to start and didn't start recording the timings?
Megan.
No, me. I was an idiot. Megan's asleep. I looked at the safety car came out. I looked down at the clock and saw it was 10 o'clock. I was like, run!
All right, Kimi Antonelli then, making his way through. It was a slow reaction done for Dennis Hauger off the line. And then Antonelli, we are awaiting a tap from the back. And there we go, spinning Antonelli round.
He's on board with Marty. So looking ahead there. Is it Marty? Yeah, oh, Miney again. Miney's just getting into everybody's way this weekend, isn't he?
Yeah, he is indeed. And he's into the pit lane. So he's had to change a front wing floor then. And this was Colapinto trying to make the move. But as I said, he lost out a few places. There goes Crawford all the way around the outside. And then he's going to Bortoletto and Maloney come charging through from both sides. And then he has to try catch the car as well. And that is my other position to Richard Rashaw. So another start that Colapinto wanted. He's dropped a few places. Safety car's already ending on the end of lap number 2. And Victor Martins is about to take us back to green flag racing with Behrman in behind.
Behrman wants to get ahead quite quickly as well. As you can see already, some of the Formula 3 teams packing up and getting ready to leave here at Silverstone. They're done for the day. What usually happens is they park the trucks at the exit of the circuit, and then all the people come back in and watch the Grand Prix. So that's how it usually works out. Pack up, get ready to leave, and then leave at the end of the day when everybody else does. You often during the Formula 1 Grand Prix, if you cut to the Wellington Straight, you see the F3 and F2 trucks going over the top of the bridge and going out the circuit. It's quite funny, actually. There's the Porsche Centre behind as well as we get ready for the green flag to come back in again. So hard tyres for Colapinto. Correa are on, and then we get Durskin, Stanek, Barnard, Fittipaldi on there too. I think Villa Gomez on the hards too. As we come out the last corner, big lock-up. There's no overtaking, so I don't know why everyone's going for an overtake coming back here as well. That is Cordial, again with Villa Gomez as well. But we're racing again here at Silverstone. The race is effectively restarted now. Now you can overtake, but what was all that about? It was a bit of a mess.
Bit of a mess as well. I think it was involving Roman Stanek, who was sideways momentarily as well. As down the inside as well looks Dennis Hauger to try get past his teammate, the 2MP Motorsports, who made contact in Austria, very close to making contact here at Silverstone as well, and Correa waiting to get involved.
They got told off about that big time as well, so Hauger knows where he needs to go, but Colapinto, he's going to defend like crazy. He pulls the inside line down into Brooklands. Hauger says, okay, I'll look around the outside line, can't get through. So he'll swap back again. Colapinto in the Williams livery. Hauger in the normal MP, who sticks out the inside of left field as well as they come out towards Cops Corner. These two are not giving each other an inch as they come through. Down towards Cops. Colapinto's going to go defensive again. Hauger comes through. There's a spinner in the background with a broken front wing. That's Joshua Durskin from top of practice 1 yesterday on Friday. He is out into the gravel. That might be another safety car if he's stranded. On board with Colapinto as it comes through Maggins and Beckins. Hauger didn't get through coming into Cops Corner. Safety car
Indeed,
again.
and with Dirksen, so safety car's out again. Dirksen had a spin yesterday as well. So Dirksen, remember, had a spin yesterday in the sprint race, so that's another mistake from Joshua Dirksen.
So many safety cars in this race again. We are not going to go to... We're going to go to time here, aren't we? Dirksen's beats to the gravel down at left field. So he's stuck there. Was it Woodcote?
Yeah.
Where's he gone into? Can't remember, actually. It's at Woodcote. Exit left field into Woodcote. So in front of the national start-finish straight area. He won't have far to go back to his pit lane there. That's a good thing, because his pit box is just opposite side of there. So that's where he'll hop into.
Indeed, but...
His driver room's there as well.
Yeah, Dirksen.
Go on.
It is. Yeah, he had a lot of potential this weekend, did Joshua Dirksen. As you mentioned, fastest in practice, but then a mistake yesterday. And Paul Aaron's into the pit lane, but a mistake yesterday for Dirksen, spinning around, and then same thing today as Aaron is into the pit lane.
Has he got a rear right
and
puncture?
So is Maney.
Has he got a rear right puncture? I think he has. He has! Yeah! Puncture! Paul Aaron has got a rear right puncture. So Pirelli backed that up, and a new hard at the rear go on because you can't do your mandatory pit stop under the safety car. So I was wondering why he was coming in, and he looks okay, but yeah, he had a puncture. Miney's in too, but he is serving his pit stop. You're not allowed to do this under the safety car. Are you? You are. Virtual safety car you're not. Safety car you are.
Yeah.
So hards go on for Miney then to try and get him back in the race. rules keep changing. This is Durskin. Is he going to get a tap from someone? He did have a damaged front wing anyway. Goes to the inside. Oh, Paul Aron, what are you doing? Okay, that's really bad.
It's unbelievable, Aaron. It's always so dirty. Come on.
He's not always dirty, Paul Aron. Not to my knowledge, but that was dirty. He pulled across Dursky, didn't leave him enough racing room. For a driver who's trying to, win the championship and get a seat in Formula 1 after Mercedes dropped him, that's not the best thing to do. So he makes a mistake, panics, and blocks Dursky, and then makes contact with him. That is Aron's fault for making the error.
Yeah, indeed. So Paul Aaron involved in another incident today. Luckily this one, he is still running and still going in this race, luckily for him as well. Lap 4 of this one, safety car still out. So we didn't manage to get too much into the race with on this restart without the safety car coming out once again. But yeah, the two MP Motorsports, Colapinto, Hauger, dueling it out massively on that restart. So it'll be interesting to see whether they do the exact same thing again when we go racing as we enter lap number 5. So we're still going to be on the safety car for another lap at least. And Mania and Antonelli turn 3 will be investigated after the race because Antonelli is already out.
It must be so awful for Dirkston because there's nothing wrong with his car. It's just stuck in the gravel. So, yeah, it's the way the cookie crumbles, I'm afraid. Those type of ones are the worst, where you can race and you can't. So that's always the way. Let's check in with the chat then as well. Lou says it's race time. And Antonelli already had a problem as well. Adam says go Ollie Bearman and Jack Crawford. And SHT says a worst ever weekend of the season by far for Paul Aron. Definitely agree with you there. This is having contact after contact after contact. We still haven't got our main channel back yet. I do keep checking. So don't forget, everything this weekend is already going to be on JB Motorsports 2 and on JB Motorsports Twitch. But if we get our live streams back before 2 o'clock or even during the pre-race build-up, as soon as we get our live streams back, so we're going on here for the British Grand Prix on the main channel. So do not worry. Even if it's like top 5 to the like the time we come for the world feed, we're going on straight away.
I'll have to be alert for that one.
Yes.
So, crucially as well, remember Aaron's been on the podium in every single round so far this season. Wasn't on the podium yesterday.
Yeah.
Today, he's currently 19th, so he'll need a lot to go his way if he wants to keep that stat going as well. So that'll be interesting to see with Paul Aaron.
Everybody's asked, by the way, I don't know if Jess has realised, people ask, why is Jess hosting the pre-show when there's no direct clash? That's because we don't know what's happening with MotoGP. And also, I need my voice break. I need a break for the session. So Jess is hosting the pre-show for F1. And then I'll come in at the top of the hour and do it all. We've got special events.
I'm not going to be there for Hungary either.
Yes, and that's why.
So
anyway, at special events, I don't host. It's like with Indy 500, how they always get a special hosting. Monaco, British Grand Prix, as well. I don't host. Jess hosts. So Jess hosts.
Who asked you?
Oh no, they're just asking us like, why is this? Why is that? Why is that? They're all asking how the production was working this weekend. Like ages, like a week ago.
Ah, right, okay, yeah.
So like because they noticed all the changes, and they're like, well, how's this going to work? So I explained to them.
You'll still be there, right?
Oh yeah, I'm still going to be there. I'm in the box, but I'm just running everything in the background. And then as I have a little bit of a lem sip and get my voice better, and then at some point you'll probably throw it to me in the comment box like Ted does to Crofty, and I'll be here giving all my facts and figures and all that lot. So I'll be running everything. It's just that Jess is doing the hosting and saving my voice for an hour, and then I can do the shouty bits of the British Grand Prix. And then Jess closes out.
And I can relax for 2 hours.
Yeah. Commentary, by the way, for the British Grand Prix. It's going to be myself and Megan up in the box. Josh T's going to be here.
Ian!
Ian Birch is back. He's going to be in race control. He'll have a microphone and an earpiece. Omi, are you up in the box or are you down in the pits?
Pit lane.
Pit lane for Omi. So that's our coverage.
That was an easy answer.
Yeah. And Jess will be...
pit. Oh!
That was Dirt's going to get that incident. Yeah, Jess is going to be presenting, but also, around if she needs to say anything. I believe Jack will be hanging around as well somewhere if he comes in.
I'll basically butt in if there's red flags, basically, like Simon does.
Exactly, yeah, saving our voice a little bit. I'm looking forward to it, actually, because when you last hosted, Jess, in Miami, we didn't have the orbital camera set up. Like, we had the spinning graphic and all that lot, but we didn't have it on a separate source. So now we can do seamless transitions between you to the orbit, then to the comm box. So it's a lot more smooth, streamlined.
Nice.
I like our production.
I'm literally writing notes as we speak.
Well, it's the same production order, isn't it? For running orders, it's the same one. The time has just changed them to the thing. Safety car's in this lap. Here's our waffle for the day.
Yeah.
Oh, shut up now.
So Martins from Behrman again. Behrman needs a better restart than he did last time. The only problem is that he now knows what can happen. Wet tyres getting ready. Alongside the drive.
Yeah, they're on standby. Prema only have one car remaining in this race, and they'll be hoping that they can take him to the top step. And Prema, if Prema do it, they would have won every single... they would have won both F2 and F3, because they won yesterday with Antonelli. They won both F3, so if Behrman wins today, then they've won Formula 2, but Martins takes us back to racing.
Prema want to sweep the weekend here on British soil, but Martins wants to stop them as well with the ART diving into the pit lane. Is he going to get that one stopped in time for Richard Verschoor? Enzo Fittipaldi comes in. He does indeed. Green flag, we're racing again here for the British F2 feature race. Martins, Behrman, Hadjar, Colapinto are moving up the order as well with those in the pit lane, so everything going okay at the start here.
Nice and easy start to this one, so no one really being close to any sort of moves. Maloney's a bit close to Bortoleto, so that could be an interesting battle as Fittipaldi goes back into the fast lane. So does Richard Verschoor.
Did he get ahead? Yeah, Verschoor got ahead of Fittipaldi there. Behrman throwing out a visor strip. Megan would be tearing him a new one about that, but it's right into the path of Isaac Hadjar as well, so I wonder if that's been sucked up by Hadjar's car or anything. We've seen one of them get caught round.
Ooh, Bortoletto's wide.
Yeah, very wide. Did he get through? Oh, was Maloney jumped him as well? No, Maloney's went right to the back of him. They're coming down towards Copse Corner. We'll keep an eye on that one. As meantime, Behrman is going to have to go defensive against Isaac Hadjar. He's looking in his mirrors, but no move coming through here. No sausage cones here, Jess.
Through there for him. Indeed. Bortoletto now has been passed by Zay Maloney. So Maloney has got through on Bortoletto as well. So that's a change for 5th position on that restart. But Hadjar is going to have a great opportunity to get past Ollie Behrman down the straight. He's in the slipstream as well. So let's see if you'll be able to clear Ollie Behrman. I think he'll be a bit too far back as we go down to Stowe. Hauger still looking on the back of his teammate. DRS will be enabled next time around as well. And this is how Bortoletto lost the position to Zane Maloney, who will go round the outside. Is he about to make the move into Copse?
Oh, fantastic! Round the outside of Copse. That's brilliant. That's what Hamilton tried to do with Verstappen in the sprint race in 21. Didn't work, so that's why he tried the inside the next day, and that didn't work either.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of did.
Yeah. Cleared the room for him very easily.
Yeah. I still laugh about the Sky F1 Christmas advert with that. Merry Christmas for Sky Sports F1, where it's just Verstappen flying towards the barrier. I think, come on, guys, time and a place. Down we go. Behrman having to go defend. And there goes Hadjar!
Isaac Hadjar.
Oh. I thought he was going to really dive bomb me in the inside at Brooklands. I thought he was going to get ahead of Behrman then. Behrman's losing a lot of time right now. From so fast at the start to now looking like just mediocre right now.
He could be under pressure into Copse as well.
That's not good from Isaac. Behrman knows it. That's aggressive from both of them. Coming into Copse corner. Behrman, box for Behrman. Yeah, his tyres are gone. Has to box. He's losing what? 1/10 of a second per every few corners. So it's box and change. Box and change. There's still... Rafaela Villagomez has been given a penalty as Hadjar moves around the outside of Behrman and sweeps him off as well. Isaac, you're not allowed to do that. You can't move twice. You're going to get a penalty for that now, you idiot. 10-second time penalty as well. For
That was
15.
unnecessary anyway.
And he's boxing. So all that was just to get in front of the pit lane. Oh, and now he's slowed right down. Look at Behrman. He's right behind him. Hadjar tried to intimidate Behrman. It's not working. Well, Behrman is going to push him through. Prema are the 7th in line here in the pit lane. So Hadjar pulls in as late as he can. Behrman goes through. One thing you don't want is for Behrman to stall it here. He's going very slow though. That's a quick
Well,
stop.
let's see. Prema versus Campos in the pit lane. Campos back out there. Prema put the tyres on.
No! Slow rear right. He could have got him. He could have got him, but it was a very slow rear right. Oh, Prema boys. You could have done it. That is tough luck. They did have one stop in this race as well, and they still screwed it up. On board with Franco Colapinto then. Looking ahead to Jack Crawford. This is for 6th and 7th position. Victor Martins is a box. Crawford should take the lead of this F2 feature then. And race control, pit lane infringement for Behrman noted. What's that one then? What's he done? Behrman did nothing.
Has he just... Did he speed into the pit lane or what?
Oh, he couldn't have because Hadjar was right there on the line. So, don't know what the stewards have seen there. We'll keep an eye on that.
Behrman done.
Probably something I'll give him a 5-second time penalty.
It would have been speeding in the pit lane. They would have put it quite clearly if it was speeding in the pit lane.
That's true, yeah. Martins pits Crawford in 2. So, yeah, look, because they're all stopping before this line and running into the back of each other. Dry ice!
Huh? Dry ice. Right.
It's dry ice. What?
What the hell is dry ice?
Now, dry ice is used to cool the engine on the grid and cool the electronics down. And I believe it's because he had it implemented on the starting grid. If so, it's a technical infraction. As Martins...
That'll be disqualification.
It would be, yeah, because it's as Crawford pits as well. Hauger's your new race leader. That's going to be an unsafe release! My goodness!
Oh.
That was massive for Crawford, getting put in front of the inside there of Zayn Maloney. Maloney having to brake and lock up his tyres inside the pit lane. That's Crawford with a penalty then coming. No ifs, buts or maybes about that one. What an idiot. This is just getting ridiculous now. They all act like they don't know what's going on. So, new race order. Hauger, Colapinto. No, Hauger, Correa, Colapinto. Stanek, Martins, Barnard, O'Sullivan, Maeta, Villagomez are on. That might change though. Here's Franco Colapinto battling with Juan Manuel Correa and Dennis Hauger for the race lead. Now these guys on the hard tyre, they can go long, and I mean long, into this race, but they're all still bunched up together. Look at the top 9 all together on this circuit. They are the ones praying that the rain comes in quick as Colapinto tries to go on the outside of Juan Manuel Correa coming into Stowe. They are wheel to wheel and round the outside with a fantastic move as Hauger on the softs comes in. Your new race leader is Colapinto. Wow!
Absolutely brilliant stuff from Colapinto. Villagomez goes side by side with Paul Aaron. Aaron's got the inside line. Villagomez on the outside, and Aaron will come out in front in that battle as well. But yeah, brilliant move from Franco Colapinto to move past Correa. That was bravery round the outside of Stowe, as well as Hauger, as you mentioned, into the pit lane in the MP Motorsport car.
Now he's got 30 seconds to Victor Martins, who is the next one. Crawford Maloney has been noted for the unsafe release. Now, this has got to be a super stop for the MP boys, but that's Martins, I think, going through. Away he goes, 19, come on, there's Martins, there goes Hadjar. Hauger's going to come out between these two. There goes Crawford, Maloney.
And Hadjar's right on Victor Martins as well.
Yeah, what's happened to Martins? Why has he dropped so much on this tyre?
I think it's just Hadjar's pace. He just has more pace than everyone. And he's using it now.
Down we come then.
He definitely had a dry setup for this weekend.
Oh, 100%.
He definitely did. He was terrible in the wet yesterday.
Martin's under a bit of pressure now as well because Hadjar's trying to look around the outside. Oh, it's all just getting wrong now. But Hadjar's going flying now, as you say, almost clipping his front wing. You're right about the dry settlement as well. Martin's.
And Behrman, Behrman's ended up behind Maloney Crawford as well.
Oh. So Behrman's now in 16th place. Effectively, that's 6th in this running order. Top 9 yet to stop. Hadjar's going to have a very good run here. We're all betting that if this stays dry, those who started on the softs may, for once, have the wrong strategy, because if it does start to rain, everyone who hasn't stopped yet is going to get a free stop and change over to wets, and then it helps out because it is looking very misty out there. Here we go again then. Martins goes to the inside line, down at Stowe, goes defensive, doesn't matter for Hadjar, who's going to swing round the outside as well. Martin's forcing him off the track. You can't complete the move now. Back off, Isaac, you can't do it. Oh, yeah. Zane Maloney's dropped down a couple, but yeah, Isaac had to back off there because Martins pushed him off the track, so it would have been a 10-second penalty that we saw in Formula 3 this morning. Hadjar Radio.
The moment these two... Oh, well, inevitable.
He did. Pushed him off. Right, rain at 1 o'clock now is predicted, and then it's no rain for the F1 race, but there is a 60% chance coming. And there's no sign of rain anywhere else. Just says rainy conditions from 1 till 2 with partly cloudy conditions expected at 3. So a cloudy start to the British Grand Prix, but still should be dry. So this F2 race should also be dry. Here we go again then. So this is Isaac Hadjar. Around the outside. Martins goes defensive. And Omi, this is Martin's fault here. Forced him off the track.
Indeed, absolutely. Ran him. Full out of road there as well, and then into the pit lane came Jack Crawford. He was, of course, sent into the part of Maloney and Asunder, as noted.
Unsafe release, yeah, 110%. Oh, there was contact between the two. Slight wheel ban.
Yeah.
Right, well that's done then. So, Colapinto leads by 9/10 to Juan Manuel Correa. Jose Maria Marti's up into 3rd place now, 2 seconds back. Stanek in 4th, Barnard is in 5th. O'Sullivan 6th, Maeta 7th, Aron 8th, Villagomez 9th. Villagomez has stopped in this race, but early on in the race. So he starts to, I think, do his... I can't remember if he has or not. Miney's pitted twice, of course, under the safety car, and he's made his way up to 10th, but he has done his mandatory pit stop change over to the hard compound tyres, so watch out for Kush Miney as well. Here's Marty getting 3rd.
Yep, this was Marty getting 3rd, and it was a late lunge up the inside, and it was the position gained on Roman Stanek through there as well, and all of them in a train. Barnard now looking for it on Roman Stanek, who closes the door. And Aaron's got a penalty as well.
This will be causing the contact. 10-second time penalty for Paul Aron, who has yet to serve his pit lane, his actual mandatory pit stop. He has stopped, but he's yet to do his mandatory stop, so he'll serve that when he changes over from his hard compound tyres. Martins Hadjar has been noted for forcing another driver off the track. So 12th and 13th, which currently could be the race lead. Noted by the stewards. Colapinto leads, Correa 2nd, so right now, if there's no more rain, but it's so unpredictable here at Silverstone, it's the advantage there as Maeta goes defensive to Paul Aron, who tries to swing around the outside at Stowe. Not going to work out there. Tries to come back on the inside, still nothing. What a race this is turning out to be. It's another strategy one. We've got 33 minutes to go. We've done 13 of 29 laps. We might just make it to the end.
Yeah, we should be able to, unless there's any more safety cars and more drama, Formula 2 drama in this one. Martins has got the gap to 9/10, so maybe a bit of poor tyre warm-up initially, and now he's stretched the gap to outside 1 second. So Victor Martins will now go on and push on, so that will be interesting for him to see his pace now as well. As that's Bortoletto, I believe, who may have just ran very wide in the background.
Got a nice DRS train out of it as Behrman's going to be investigating after the race for dry ice. Here we go again then to the inside. Stanek goes defensive. Barnard trying to swing around the outside. Can't get a move there, unfortunately. But Barnard knows. He's got confidence in this car now as well.
indeed. So it was Miney the car who was running wide as well in the Invicta. But yeah, Taylor Barnard, a winner from earlier this season, battling with another winner from earlier this season as well. Stanek versus Barnard down to corner. And there'll be an opportunity down the hanger straight to try and make a move. Colapinto's got a 1.4 second gap. So once again, just like Austria, he is the driver on the lead alternative. He's the lead driver on the alternative strategy as well. So keep your eye on Franco Colapinto, but the Dams can have some good race pace, so don't count Correa out either. And the other Dams of Crawford is also trying to close in on Isaac Hadger, so it could be an interesting battle of second. And here we go with Barnard with Stanek defending.
Look at Polo on as well, but Barnard's going to go right round the outside. Stanek doesn't have to give track position. They bang wheels. Barnard's giving him absolutely no room, and he swaps back to the inside line. Stanek can't go through. Fantastic driving from Taylor Barnard. That is how you show a bully what to do. Stanek was giving him absolutely no room, and Barnard said, right, I'll go round the outside and stow, and then I'll show you your own treatment. Brilliant. And it's involving Pramer noted for pit lane infringement. Dry eyes a bit.
Sent it the long way around. And gave him no other choice but to give him some room as well. Brilliant stuff. And there's another locker for Kushmani, so he's wide once again at that corner. As now to the inside goes O'Sullivan to get past Roman Stanek as well.
Stanek has DRS though as well, and they know it because he's got defensive. Paul Ron's trying to have a go at Mayata as well. Stanek pulling around the outside, and Sullivan has defended it into Brooklyn, and now Mayata's got the inside line. Paul Ron's going to try and swing it around the outside, even with his time penalty. That's a super impressive move. Is he going to bring Villa Gomez into the mix as well as we come through left field as well and towards Woodcote? Villa Gomez has the run. Mayata will have to go defensive and try and attack a run at the same time as we come out of Woodcote down towards Cobb's Corner. Look back to where Villa Gomez is. He's thought about a move on the inside line and can't do it through Cobb's Corner. Fantastic couple of sectors here.
Fantastic indeed. Villa Gomez running wide through Cobb's Corner as well, and they're all trying to attack and defend. It is pass or be pass stuff in FIA Formula 2 on lap number 15 at Silverstone as Villa Gomez makes his way through. Maney's got a black and white flag for track limits. He's been wide so many times over the last few laps, has Kush Maney, as Paul Aaron tries now to put the pressure on Stanek as well.
Cautiously, wildly accelerating. Crawford and Maloney is under investigation for that unsafe release, so Crawford might be given a penalty. My God, this race. Got to breathe. 16 and 19. 16 29.
And relax.
Oh, never mind, because here we go again. Bortoletto battling with Fittipaldi. They're way down the order. 90 points.
Way down is indeed lucky to still be in this race. If he spun it and stalled it on the formation lap, that could have been day done for the Brazilian driver already. But he's a driver who is trying to contend for the title, trying to get some good results. But it'll be a hard one today, especially with Isaac Hadja currently in position to get second. He'll be gunning for first though as well. So that'll be an exciting fight near the end of this race coming our way. But it's going to be Fittipaldi still trying to defend from Bortoletto, who will try to take the wide line. And he'll try to get the better traction and try and make the move as we go down to Brooklyn's corner.
The two Brazilian drivers doing battle. Fittipaldi going defensive on the inside line. Bortoletto sends it round the outside and towards Brooklyn's. Fittipaldi knows he's got traction. If he can just hold it round the outside of left field, it's exactly what he's trying to do. Swings round the outside towards Woodcote. There is grip out there. You can put your foot down, but Bortoletto gets ahead, and now it's down to Fittipaldi to try and have a run towards Cobb's Corner. He thinks about a move to the inside line. He can't commit. Bortoletto goes through. And here's Paulo.
Can't commit indeed. What about Aaron though?
Yeah, easy on those tyres. Got him. Stanek is dropping massively for some reason.
He's burnt out his tyres as well. So Aaron's pit stop does not count, so you'll need to dive it into the pit lane. Neither does Kushmani as well.
Now, Maney did change all 4 sets of tyres there, so his doesn't count. So you can't serve your mandatory pit stop under the safety car. They've changed the rule yet again. Interesting. Well, what's the point of that then? If you can't serve your mandatory pit stop under the safety car, it negates the safety car. That used to be the rule in Formula 1, you know. you couldn't come into the pit lane under the safety car. It was a stupid rule we had for a couple of weeks. You can't come into the pit lane. We had cars retire because they ran out of fuel because they couldn't come into the pits. That rule still went. Miata dives at the inside of Stanak. Stanak's going to try and force his way back through the inside line of the love field. Miata's going to hold it round the outside. There is grip there, and he's gone right round the outside of Stanak. And here comes Rafael Villagomez as well. Stanak already trying to have an attack on the inside there. Miata, oh, no, never mind. Villagomez can't get through.
I'm guessing maybe Maney pit a bit too early and not in the window.
The rules don't.
That could be a reason.
They keep changing the rule though every time. Oh, brilliant move on the inside of Villagomez and Maggots and Beckett. Stanak is out of everything there. No further incident for Behrman and Maloney for forcing a drive off the track, but brilliant move from Villagomez on Stanak.
Brilliant move from Villagomez, finally doing something in Formula 2 in 2024. Maney's been doing a lot with late braking. He's trying to do it once again. And he cannot find by, and he's off the road.
Can't get... Oh, he's going to go for it on the inside. No, never mind. Backs off. Oh, he did.
And Amory Cordial's also trying to get involved.
Well, that's going to be contact then. I was surprised a couple of weeks ago when Cordial was leading the race. I was waiting for the accident, and guess what happened? Always don't count out as well. The high techs. Still, the race calming down now. 25 minutes to go with 12 to go.
We've got the Porsche Supercar after this.
Oh,
my word.
Voice is going to be dead.
Had just closed in on Victor Martins again, so for the battle for the lead, the net race lead, game on once more.
Down we go to the inside line. Not going to make the move through there, I'm afraid. He did try, but he chops that front end off a bit too quickly. Martins left the door open at left field. Swings it shut. Hadjar, though, will have the better exit as they come down towards towards Copse Corner. Things about the inside line, nothing there. Maney's been noted for track limits. That's why it confused me. Because it's down at Copse Corner, he's got those track limits. He's been running wide. Often is at Copse. Through Maggots, into Beckett's, then into Chapel. Chapel is named Chapel because there's a chapel. Hanger straight because this is where we used to have the hangers for all the bombers. And Martin, well, hang on a minute. Hadjar, is he allowed to do that? He was weaving left and right trying to get through. Martin's put the car defensive, but I've got a feeling here that Hadjar's going to cause an accident if they're not careful. Trying to go on the outside, coming into Vale. That's going to be a very risky manoeuvre. He's off the track. That's going to be contact between the two, and they're just about to give it. Martins gives him enough room into Club. Martins is still giving him enough room. And he's off the track. Side by side, down towards Abbey. Hadjar on the inside line. Martins forcing him wide. And there's going to be contact if they're not careful. Martins gets sent off into the stratosphere.
And Crawford is here as well.
And that's going to be 3 wide, coming back into the braking zone of Village. So Martins is just going he's doing the exterior Grand Prix this way. He's going to let through Maloney as well. Through goes Hadjar, but he'll get in trouble for forcing a driver off the track. But maybe this is advantage for Jack Crawford. He gets the DRS down the Wellington straight towards Brooklands, and he's through. Brilliant drive from the American.
The 19-year-old from Charlotte, North Carolina leads the race then, getting past Isaac Hadjar, getting past Victor Martins, and they went scrapping, and now it's Crawford's turn to lead, and Zane Maloney has arrived on the scene as well.
Maloney's going to have a better advantage here as well against Hadjar. Hadjar's been spooked a little bit as well, and Jack Crawford has been given a penalty! Just as he takes the net lead of the race, Jack Crawford has been given a penalty! Is this for track limits? It's 5 seconds, I presume it is. We'll wait for the information to come through. Unsafe release in the pit lane. That unsafe release. So Crawford, God giveth and God taketh away. As Martins again, this was all the battle with Hadjar. Now this was great, but Martins did the exterior Grand Prix for most of this opening lap.
Well, honestly, he was just off the road, stuck off the road. Hadjar keeping his foot in, down towards Abbey. And then, of course, he was never going to lift off. And Martins went wide and Hadjar's line was compromised and Crawford had a run, and then at this point they were 3 wide, but Martins wasn't able to rejoin the road at this point, so it wasn't 3 wide at this moment. Then Hadjar went in deep. That gave Crawford the wide line, the Wellington straight, and he was able to get through. So Crawford leads, has a penalty though, so it's advantage Hadjar and Zane Maloney.
Top 10 yet to stop, well, top 11 yet to do their mandatory stops. Iran and Maney pitted and the safety car doesn't count, so they've got to stop again. That's why they're in red on your timing screens. They have to make a mandatory pit stop in this race. Or maybe it's because they haven't changed tyre compounds. I think Maney did change, but didn't go to the other tyre compound. He changed from hards to hards. So I think that's why Maney has lost out on that positioning. He changed from old hards to new hards. So he has yet to put on the soft compound. Because you have to run both compounds in this race. So maybe that's it. We should double check. That 20 of 29.
So Rashal's got past Enzo Fittipaldi as well.
Only 2 retirements, surprisingly, in this race. I still think the sprints were better. The feature...
Yeah, the sprint just had non-stop action.
Feature is a normal feature. I hope the British Grand Prix isn't like this later on. Let's hear from Isaac Hadjar.
Sorry, mate. That's because of TikTok, man. Okay, Crawford has a 5-second time penalty. Crawford, 5-second time penalty. Crawford has a penalty? Yes, 5 seconds. Stay calm.
Yes.
Calm down.
Yeah, Hadjar's happy now. He was apologising, but it's like, no, you're all good, you're all good.
Well, to be fair, if exactly this happened in the British Grand Prix, everyone would be screamed. Because everyone's just had... Because we have just seen we have 3 cars not separated by anything. We had someone who's been leading has gone down to 4th. And we had a battle for a few corners for the lead. Whenever there's a battle for the lead in Formula 1, it's on another level. Doesn't matter what's going on in the race.
It's always like the main thing we focus on as well. I can't wait. 3 British drivers, 1, 2, 3 on the grid. Russell, Hamilton, Norris, Verstappen starting in 4th place as well. We're in for an almighty British Grand Prix. I cannot wait. We've got the MotoGP German Grand Prix there. That's live on JBMotorsports Twitch. We're waiting to see if it comes available. If our live streams come back, then we can put it on number 2 on this second YouTube channel. Coughing fit.
Hopefully it does.
Oh, it should come back in 12 at least.
Lovely. That's what we love to hear.
Came back at 11.
Aaron has got Sullivan ahead. Yeah.
Cautiously, wildly accelerating. Still, I'm looking forward to having a month off for MotoGP, and then we can regroup and get things planned. Although, as I don't know if Jess said this, but when I'm at Donington next week for the World Superbikes, the Dorna Media representative is there. So a quiet little word.
Oh!
Yeah, I can't wait for that.
Love it.
I'm going to get Maddie to point them out for me. He's like, which one is it? Okay, quiet little word now. Hello. No further action.
Hello, I want to have a chat with you.
Get Maddie and Simon to be like, The Godfather, where they take him to a quiet room and they think, oh, it's going to be there, but they're all playing poker tonight and it's just no one else in there. It's going to be like that.
And then it's you.
Yeah.
Like, hi.
I've been expecting you. I'm going defensive to Sullivan. Can't wait. I'm also going to track down Greg Hines as well, you know, the commentator, and say, look, hi, look round. Thank you very much. Let's have a look. Let me have a look at the comments box. Thank you very much. I'm just going to have 3 days of partying, to be fair. It's going to be a lot of fun.
You're going to have fun.
And then JT's day on the Sunday. Get to watch the race there.
Hope you have fun.
Oh, I do. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I feel sorry for you lot because you're trapped at IndyCar coverage.
I'll be away from the next day on the 15th.
Ah, that's true. Aaron trying to go around the outside now as well of O'Sullivan, but they're diving into the pit lane anyway. Colapinto, Correa, Marty and O'Sullivan into the pits. Barnard leads. Now Aron goes into P2. Now this is a crucial time in the race. You need to watch Crawford in 10th, Hadjar in 11th, because they are the ones who could take the lead of the race here on these pit stops. So we're now into a crucial stage of this feature race. Aron leads. They've even taken the tower for the car to come to a full stop. Fantastic work here from Franco Colapinto's team. Oh, that is textbook from the Colapinto. And through goes Crawford and Colapinto. Is he going to come out? Well, there's Victor Martin. Gets out ahead of Martins. Oh, that's brilliant from Colapinto. MP Motorsport have done an amazing job. I know he's locked up, though, but there's Martins. The tyres aren't up to temperature yet. But this is advantage Colapinto. Martins might jump in there and will jump in. The tyres aren't up to temperature.
Let's just say, I was looking at the timings for FP1, and Colapinto, timing-wise, compared to the other Williams, did a really decent job. So fair play to him. He's settling into F2 as well. So if he ever makes it into F1, he could be a good fit.
I really hope he does. Seats in Formula 1.
Maybe next year.
Williams is the only option. I don't think they're going there.
Next year is unlikely. Year after, more likely for him. But he's come into form now, as I mentioned at the start of the broadcast. In the last 4 races.
Behrman's going through the inside line, and Maggins and Beckett can't get through. No further action for Behrman. And was it Behrman and Hadjar?
Behrman and I can't remember.
No further action.
But did you know that there could be a rumour that Sargent might be replaced mid-season?
Oh.
I was doing some research on the notes.
That could be entertaining if he is gone. This is round 12 of 24. Surprisingly, we're already halfway there in the season. It doesn't feel like we've been going for 5 minutes, but we have.
I'll talk more about it in the pre-show.
I can't wait for that. You've got 20 minutes to fill anyway, so we've got time to cover that.
20 minutes?
Yeah. Well, technically 15.
No pressure then.
15, because you've got 5 minute built, the usual stuff. So you've got 15 minutes technically. Correa, I have a puncture. And Kushmani's been given a penalty.
No!
Cordial pits, but Correa's going to puncture, and he's dropping down. He's down to 20th now in the pit lane. 5-second time penalty for car 9 for track limits. So Kushmani, effectively now, his day done as well. He's down 90th anyway. Well,
So Colapinto's got a good opportunity in this one then. As Franco Colapinto, everyone in Argentina waking up pretty early to watch this one. And will they be rewarded is the question.
On board with Gabriel Bortoletto, running ahead in 9th. Behrman's Barnard and Marty forcing the other driver off the track has been noted. There's Correa with that puncture. That's just come off the rim. So that must be Deborah on the track that's caused that one. Now there's Hadjar, and he's 2.5 seconds back to Crawford. Crawford gets more. He's got the race.
Giving us everything to the end.
Crawford is giving it to everything to the end. Bortoletto might be giving a little bit more round the outside of Behrman into Stern, and he's into 8th.
Good move. Gabriel Bortoletto manages to clear Ollie Behrman as well. As we now go down to Whale, he'll cover the inside line and should have that position sorted as well. As Colapinto now, he's going to try and get past Victor Martin. He'll be trying to do that next lap. He's got the fastest tour of the race, but Crawford needs to push to try and get outside the 5 seconds of Hadjar. He's currently got 2. He needs 3 more remaining of this one. And also Colapinto is going to be pushing onto the back of these guys as well.
So, Aron yet to stop. Villa Gomez yet to stop. Crawford with a time penalty. It's advantage Hadjar at the moment. He's gained back in now. 0.7 of a second. Here's Franco Colapinto on the attack of Victor Martins on the inside line. This is where Colapinto starts to fight back. But now he's got to catch up to Zane Maloney. The gap around about 5.797 seconds exactly. So there's time to be found there, but
Brilliant.
That's a lot actually. But Aron has yet to stop. Why hasn't he come in? Has he got that time penalty to still serve Paul Aron? 10 seconds worth. Yes, he does, yeah.
Paul Aaron continuing on, so is Villa Gomez as well. So that's interesting between those guys as we continue on down the hanger straight. Maloney trying to put a little bit of pressure on Isaac Hadjar, but it's 1.2 seconds between them. That's going to be the crucial battle if Maloney can get inside the 1 second. And here's the man who's going to try and clear them all. Villa Gomez has dived it into the pit lane now.
But Paul Aaron stays out on the track. Interesting, interesting. Come on, guys, be careful here. We don't want any drag. Oh, hello, fastest lap of the race. Franco Colapinto, 141.357. He's pulling in this gap. He might just do this, you know. Colapinto might just get this race win. If you are watching in Argentina, keep your eyes peeled. Your boy might just get a race win. He's got the tyres to do it. Martin's backed off massively now, 2.9 seconds back. There is Isaac Hadjar with Zane Maloney. They're your net leaders of this race. Crawford's now 11 seconds back to Aaron, but Paul Aaron has got a 10-second time penalty and he's yet to do his mandatory pit stop. So, yeah, Aaron is not the leader of this race. Don't believe what you read on the monitor there. Surely Paul's going to pit this lap. He's got to. He's got the 10-second advantage, but that's it. Maloney will be third, working it out on my hand there. So yeah, it could work. Here's Jose Maria Marti on the back of Dennis Hauger for 10th place. This is the final points paying position in this F2 feature race. Hauger in 10th, Marti in 11th. And Paul Aaron yet to dive into the pit lane. Sliding around. 3 to go here at Silverstone. Aaron has continued for another lap as Marti closes into Stowe. Sends it up the inside, very, very late on Dennis Hauger as well. Hauger gives him enough room. They stay on the track. Marti's wheel to wheel with him as well. Can he swing round the outside to Vale? It'll be my new favourite move at this circuit if he can do it. And he can! Wow! Fabulous move from Jose Maria Marti. That is up there. That is one of the best moves I've ever seen at Silverstone. Late on the inside and Stowe, and round the outside of Vale and completed into club. Brilliant.
Brilliant stuff by Marti indeed. Lots of bravery down there. Down to Stowe first to be so late on the brakes. He doesn't want to be stuck behind the hard runner for a couple of more corners. He wants to get the move done as soon as possible, and he did exactly just that as well. Remarkable stuff from him. Lap 27 of the race, and Paul Aaron still hasn't pit.
Yep, looks like he's going to keep on until the end of this one, so it's all eyes to Crawford, who has that time penalty. Hadjar's 2.3 back now as well, but Hadjar makes a mistake, loses his tyres. He'll drop back easily past 5 seconds, so Crawford's got to push. Black and white flag from Iata for track limits as well, car 6.
Got to be careful then. One more, and that is a penalty heading his way. Cordial is heading to 16th as he's got past Roman Stanek as well. As we are watching Colapinto, the man with the fastest lap and the man who's trying to close this gap for the positions up ahead. And Aaron has dived it into the pit lane.
Yep, Paul Aaron dives in then finally, or will be lap 28 of this race. So he's already out. He's got to serve a 10-second time penalty as well. So he is done. Watch this, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, go. And I'm surprised we stayed for the whole 10 seconds there. Crawford now leads by 2.4 seconds.
That was more than 10 seconds. That was 11.
That was a lot. That was 11, yeah, definitely. Had time to say go. So, Crawford leads, but Hadjar now 2.4. Tomorrow, Crawford needs to put the pedal to the metal now. Mainly noted for track limits. That'll be a penalty. 5 seconds coming his way if he's been noted for it. Oh, hello. Big snap from Aaron there at the rear left. Go on, maybe.
Indeed as well. So, brilliant stuff. Brilliant race it has been. And great drive from Jack Crawford to see the opportunity, get the move done, and then pull away. It wasn't just Martins and Hadjar battled and he got the position. He got the position, but then drove away as well. Well, Marty might have made a brilliant move on Hauger. Hauger, though, wants to take the position back and is going to try fight for it down to Cops.
Inside line, that's going to be advantage Hauger. Marty knows it, backs out of it. Hauger goes through at Cops' corner. Lovely move there. That was shaped up perfectly. But now Marty's going to be within the DRS down the hanger straight in a minute. 2.7. Crawford's got 1 lap to do this, but I don't think it will be. So for the second time today, the man who crosses the line in the lead might not be the winner of this race.
Indeed, dramatic stuff right at the end, so that'll be unfortunate for Jack Crawford. But I did say at the start of the broadcast, keep an eye on those dams with the race pace, and they've delivered, but unfortunately, they won't be on the results and the timing page.
There he is, final lap recall, 2.7 seconds. Maney's under investigation for track limits. It's going to be time penalties, just give it anyway, we know what's coming. So, I love how the Driver Championship say, oh, he's going to have 25 points. They're forgetting the fact he has this time penalty. So what they're now doing to you at home is lying to you. I still can't understand why F1 Esports have the little penalty graphic that says 5-second time penalty. Why we can't have that on the actual world feed graphics? It would be, instead of having to remember, oh, he's got a penalty, you can see it visibly on the screen. I don't get why that's not an option. To have that time penalty on visible screen, because everyone's going to get confused now. Because Crawford's going to get 2 seconds now. We know it. We keep reminding it to you. Kushmani finally gets that time penalty from the stewards. 5 seconds for track limits. 3.0. So it's 2 seconds in the last sector. It's not going to happen. Crawford is giving it his all to his end. He's done a valiant job, but he's going to finish 3rd in this race. Hadjar is going to take a victory from misery yesterday to delight today, but Crawford definitely deserves. He wins the race on the road, but the points and the trophy will go to Isaac Hadjar in 2nd. Into Stowe corner we come. Down towards where he's off the track as well, trying to push. Loses a 10th there as well. Still keep pushing. Through Vale, into Club. Well, it's Jack Crawford who crosses the line first. He wins the race on the road. But from misery in the sprint to delight in the feature, Isaac Hadjar wins the F2 feature race here at Silverstone. Maloney will finish in 2nd. Crawford will drop to 3rd. Colapinto finishes 4th, with Victor Martins in 5th. Bortoletto 6th. Behrman 7th. Fittipaldi 8th. Hauger 9th. And Jose Maria Marti in the last points paying position in 10th. Interesting race there, Romy. What did you make of it?
Interesting, chaotic, brilliant Formula 2. Congratulations to Hadjar. Well-driven Jack Crawford. And he won, of course, in Spain a few weeks ago in the feature race. But today, it will be Isaac Hadjar who will take the championship lead. Maloney will also move to 3rd as well. So, battle, very interesting.
Yeah, Hadjar 113, Aron 117, Maloney 101, Bortoletto 98 points as well. Before we hear from our race winner, let's quickly hear from Jess. What did you make of that one, Jess?
Brilliant job from Hadjar. It was a shame for Crawford to get that penalty, but F2 always delivered in Silverstone, and it means that Hadjar is leading the championship, and it's huge for his championship chances. I hope to see him potentially hold on to it, but Aron, what a poor weekend for him. He was very consistent for the entirety of the F2 season so far, and Silverstone has been his downfall. Let's hear from Hadjar.
Come on! Bubbles, bubbles, bubbles! Oh, wow. Thank you, guys.
Let's join the world feed with Chris McCarthy.
What a superb performance from Isaac Hadjar. It's been an outstanding race from him. Campos Racing, 2 wins here at Silverstone. That's going to be their 3rd one now. Their last time was in 2019 with Jack Aiken, and that's an absolutely superb result for them.
B2, mate, B2, what a job. How'd you win your Vicks this morning, didn't you? Yeah, really good car, really good job. Thanks a lot.
Always love the team radio messages from Rodin Motorsport. Zane Maloney, back on track this season, it has to be said. Back-to-back podiums at Silverstone as well, and that's 2 second places, and he's taken such huge points this weekend. It's going to be 2 second places for him.
Good job, mate. Good job.
Oh, the perfect race. The perfect race.
You did well, man. That's P3. That's a podium. We need to take it.
For Jack Crawford, well, 6th place yesterday and a P3 today. And he is also moving up the standings. He was P6 coming in today and is just becoming a contender, isn't he?
We are so quick everywhere, man. We just have an amazing car. Honestly, every track we go, we fight for the win. It's unbelievable. Thank you, man. Thank you. Ah!
And I'll tell you what, there was 1/10 of a second between Zane Maloney and Jack Crawford when they crossed the line. So Zane Maloney really did have his Weetabix this morning, but so did Jack Crawford. It was so close. But how crucial could that be? Those extra 3 points for Zane Maloney, getting him those extra 3 points, that 2nd place could become vital for him in that championship fight. 1/10 of a second had to. Barbados leaves with 2 trophies this weekend, and he is well back in the title fight. Do not discount Zane Maloney and Rodin Motorsport. They are here to fight for the title. And Jack Crawford as well, he was 1/10 of a second away from getting on the 2nd spot, but I think he will take 3rd place. Jack Crawford, that's going to be his 3rd podium of the season for the American in what's been a really good season for Dam Zucas Oil as well. And congratulations to Jack Crawford. He gave it everything. He said, I have to give it everything, and it was only a 5-second penalty in the end that lost him the win. That was the moment Isaac Hadjar came across the line to take his 3rd win of the season. Heartbreak for him yesterday with a DNF, but absolute elation today as he climbed out the car. A race winner once again. And that puts him to the top in Formula 2. He flies to the top of the championship standings. And now we will go down to Alex Brundle, who's run down to Parc Fermé to speak to our race winner, Isaac Hadjar. Let's hear from him now.
Isaac, a fantastic drive, 3rd win of this season for you. You must be delighted.
Yeah, I am. Honestly, just big thanks to the campus team. We've just been amazing on every track so far. They're always giving me the right tool to perform, so I owe this to them. And yeah, today is another amazing result, even though I wanted to win it on track, but it's still really good points.
Tell me about the battle with Jack and Victor. It looked really tight through this final sector of the racetrack. Good, tough racing?
Yeah, I mean, I had the momentum on Victor. I felt like I was quicker, you know, at the beginning. I had the first attempt, then I had to back out and try to preserve the tires, which I did for a few laps, and then came back at him. And I thought this was the right opportunity. Unfortunately, it was a bit of a mess, and Jack caught up, and I went in the marbles, so I took a lot of laps to recover from that, and at the end I started to recover the pace, but it was not clean racing, honestly. There was too much off track, and but it's how it is.
You now lead the championship with 6 rounds to go. Is that going to change the way you approach the rest of the season, or is it just race by race from here?
It has always been lap by lap since the beginning of the season, so I keep doing like this even though we have the lead. It's a great feeling. But no, we keep our head down and look forward to being in Budapest already.
Outstanding drive. Well done.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Isaac Hadjar there, our winner. Let's hear from second and third, who were already in the cooldown.
I had to defend for like a lap and then... And Victor and Isaac, I thought for sure they could take each other.
Yeah, Victor seemed like he was doing okay, but then
he dropped massively.
All of a sudden, I think the battling just killed him. Oh no. I knew when Isaac was staying on the inside, he was going to have both of them.
Yeah. I went off in lap.
What happened? Did?
Yeah, I'm safe for this.
Yeah. On you? It was fun, the battle.
I knew once you
I know.
when you weren't gonna back out, I knew I had both of you.
When I went out in like the chicane,
Oh, yeah.
I knew I
Yeah.
was cooked. I knew you would get past. Yeah, you were flat out at the end.
Ever since I passed you, I didn't do one bit of saving.
Yeah.
I was doing like 42.7 flat up.
You almost had a big moment in Stowe.
Me?
Yeah.
Me?
Mid corner, you were completely sideways off the track.
I still, man, I had no brakes because they were cooling down.
Yeah.
I tapped the
Yeah,
brakes,
I had
nothing, and then it bites.
Yeah.
But,
It was so weird. That was it was the same for me. Every time in 15, you have nothing. And then
Oh, gotta love that. Isaac Hadjar. Me? Make a mistake? No. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. I think they all figured it out in the end. I'll go through the championship for you quickly, where we sit. Isaac Hadjar, 133 points for him. Paul Aron on 117. Zane Maloney is on 101 points. So 16 points Isaac Hadjar now leads the championship by. Bortoletto's on 98, Colapinto 92, Crawford on 84. Campos lead the team's championship on 171 points, with MP second on 158. Podium finishes, Jack Crawford out. That's his third podium of the season now. Zane Maloney can't stop finishing second here. That's 3 second place finishes at Silverstone in a row. Second place in the feature race here last year. 2 second place finishes this weekend. And he's back in the title fight. Third in the championship. And his championship back on track.
FIA Formula 2, and with it as well, the P1 trophy goes his way. Zane Maloney finishing in second position, but we get the Campos with the team's trophy awarded as well. The boy from Barbados, Zane Maloney, does it again with P2. This championship fight is hotting up. And Jack Crawford won the race on the road and finishes in third place. How are the same as what happened in F3 this morning as well. Well done, Jack. Good race. And now, as ever, it's champagne time! Well, Formula 2 still have a long way to go in this year's championship. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 6 rounds left across the season. 2 weeks' time, we're in Hungary. What are you thinking, Abby, when we get there?
Bold, brilliant, wheel banging racing. Cannot wait for that. Alex Jakes is also back from there all the way till the end of the season. So
brilliant.
Excited for that. Add some extra energy for myself watching these F2 races, knowing that he's commentating. So yeah.
Jess, what about you? What do you reckon this weekend going into Hungary? Well, you're not going to be there.
Yeah, I'm not going to be there for Hungary, sadly, but I hope we just have more wheel-to-wheel action like we saw in the sprint race. The feature race was a bit, but hopefully Hungary can deliver some surprises, especially with Hadjar now taking the lead in the championship.
Well, Omi might be...
Sorry, I won't be there.
No, don't worry. Omi might be commentating on a few of those races and sessions as well, while I go and do every other thing under the sun with Formula 1, 2, 3, Porsches, Formula E, IndyCar, NASCAR, all pretty much single-handed with no JT as well. It looks like I'm going to be thrown completely into the baptism of fire after having 2 weeks off. Now you know why I'm going on holiday. So, F2 and Silverstone finishes these annual final results. Isaac Hadjar is victorious with Zane Maloney second, Jack Crawford finishing in third position as well. It's Franco Colapinto in fourth with Victor Martins in fifth, Gabriel Bortoletto sixth, Ollie Behrman has seventh, Enzo Fittipaldi in eighth, Dennis Hagen ninth, Jose Maria Marti the last points paying position in 10th. Franco Colapinto also picking up a bonus point for the fastest lap of 147.357 as well. Finishing in fourth, he gets 13 points, not 12. Further down the order, 11th for Zach O'Sullivan, Paul Aron dropped to 12th as well. Richard Verschoor's 13th with Taylor Barnard in 14th. Emil Cordial's 15th with Rafael Villagomez in 16th. Rito Miatzis 17th. Roman Stanek 18th. Kushmani 19th. And Juan Manuel Correa is in 20th. The only 2 retirements from this feature race, Joshua Durskin, who caused the safety car, and Andrea Antonelli, safety car number 1 on lap 1, spinning at turn 3. The clouds loom over Silverstone. F2 have had a fantastic weekend. My thanks as well to Omi and to Jess. We'll be back in 2 weeks' time when Formula 2 heads to the narrow circuit of the Hungaroring in Budapest, Hungary. F2 at Silverstone done as the clouds loom for Porsches and Formula 1. We'll see you later. Bye-bye. We're all set to go for Formula 2 and their sprint race here at the Hungaroring for 2024. Let's catch up then with the world feed and hand over to Alex Jakes as we listen to the story so far from Silverstone.
Andrea Kimi Antonelli at the back of the field.
It's over.
Paul Aron is in, our championship leader, with damage. He's going to take it all the way round the outside. Isaac Hadjar.
There's no way back on for Martins.
Bortoletto round the outside of Stowe on Ollie Behrman. Isaac Hadjar comes across the line to win the feature race.
Let's continue the story right now. Good afternoon from Budapest. One of Europe's most vibrant cities is our host for round 9 of the Formula 2 Championship in 2024. And this place has always been a popular fixture in the second tier calendar. We are all set for our first race of the weekend. It is a circuit that has always provided such a challenge. 4.3 kilometers, 2.7 miles, and we have 28 laps ahead of us in the first race of the weekend. 14 turns and 2 DRS zones that are going to be busy across the next 28 laps.
Thank you very much, Alex Jakes. As we get set then for all of the action as per normal, you have to just sort of adjust everything as we go here. It's going to be a very interesting session. Alongside me in the commentary box is Omi as well. And Omi, all's fair in love and war in Formula 2. It's going to be a great session, isn't it? Hello.
Going to be exciting indeed. Richard Verschoor chasing victory as well. Of course, he was on pole in Monaco. He, of course, had an engine failure earlier on in the season. He took the checkered flag first in Jeddah. Was disqualified from that race. Is he going to be able to finally take that win? Will luck finally go his way? What about Kushmani? Lots of pace. Race results don't show it. Maloney 2 second places at Silverstone. He is also trying to return back to the early season form of Bahrain and try get back in the championship hunt. And he will help his aid in doing so if he can take victory from 3rd on the grid.
It's going to be an interesting weekend. Let's head over and listen to the starting grid.
No mandatory pit stop for this one. Jack Crawford, he's been a contender in recent weeks. He's 22nd on the grid. Pepe Marti has spun twice this weekend at turn 11. Then we have Roman Stanek in 20th. Juan Manuel Correa is in 19th position. Miata goes from 18th place. Winner in Monaco, Taylor Barnard, is P17 on the grid. Then we get to Rafael Villagomez in 16th position. He's next to Williams Academy driver Zach O'Sullivan, P15. Then it's Formula 1 bound Oliver Behrman in 14th for both races this weekend. And then it's Cordeal in 13th. Then it's Colapinto, 12th. Dirksen will start both races in 11th place. Then the reverse grid kicks in with our pole sitter for tomorrow, Paul Aaron in 10th. Then it's Enzo Fittipaldi, who will join him on the front row tomorrow, but he's 9th at the start of this one. Isaac Hadjar is our championship leader. He's 8th, and then Gabriel Bortoletto wanted answers for why he wasn't as quick on that Red Bull soft rubber. 6th is Victor Martins. He's next to Dennis Hauger, who I think is on that soft tyre. Then it's Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the winner of the sprint race last time out at Silverstone. Zay Maloney goes from P3 on the grid. Kush Miney chases his first win in Formula 2 from 2nd. And the experienced Richard Verschoor leads the field away.
Verschoor, very quick. You want to know who's even quicker? Our production team, who've given me the drivers on the soft compound tyre. We've got Crawford, Miata, Barnard, Villagomez, O'Sullivan, Behrman, Dirksen, Fittipaldi, Bortoletto, Martins, Hauger and Antonelli starting on the softer of the 2 compounds. Remember, it's a compound jump. There's a medium in the middle, so it's a big differential between the 2. Verschoor off pole on that harder compound, maybe under pressure in the early laps.
Slightly slow getaway for Zane Maloney. How slow is the getaway for Zane Maloney? He's in neutral, Alex. He's not getting off the line. And the driver who was trying to get back into contention with the championship will not make it away from P3 on the grid.
Goodness me, difficulties for Zane Maloney to get it off the line. We saw some throughout free practice. Drivers really struggling to get out of the pit lane.
What the hell?
Wow. Maloney lost the engine there. He will need to be pushed behind the pit wall and start this race from the pit lane when everybody gets back around to the grid.
Okay, that is one of the contenders for victory removed, and we thank the marshals because without them we can't go racing. They're doing quick work to find the gap in the pit wall on the left-hand side on a vastly different day, conditions-wise, to what we had yesterday for both practice and for qualifying. Track temperature was in the 50s yesterday. It's 35 degrees today. Air temperature still high at 26, but that change in track temperature, well, that is really, really intriguing and could completely change the competitive order.
It really could. We saw totally different conditions. It makes the cars much more understeery and brings the tyre longevity further through the race when the conditions are cooler. We do have a slight risk of rain in the air. It certainly doesn't look that way, but a little bit of cloud cover might bring a sprinkle of rain throughout this race. They'll fire up Zane Maloney, get him down to the end of the pit lane. Expect those drivers on the soft tyre to launch as we listen in. Well, he's hard into the revs there, and it looks like just on the clutch release for Zane Maloney, the engine dies.
Tough moment for the driver who was hoping to reignite his championship battle. He sat 3rd on the grid. He was 3rd in the point standings, 32 points behind our championship leader, Isaac Hadjar. Worth saying that Campos have been noted by race control for having guests in the pit lane they were not permitted. That's going to be investigated after the race.
Now, Omi, that signals to me that they're going to get a post-race penalty because it's a big no-no to have those in the pit lane.
Yep, so that could be very interesting, but disappointment for Maloney, who was gunning for victory today, and instead his race will begin from the pit lane. So it's Verschoor and Maney with Antonelli, who will line up in 4th position, but he will be 3rd, and he will be chasing the 2 drivers ahead of him. This should be a thrilling contest of Formula 2, but unfortunate for Maloney trying to reunite his championship battle, and today will not be the day he's going to be able to do it. So 3rd will be empty. Further back though, they're all lining up into position. Crawford, that Dams has very good race pace. He'll need to use it in both races today because he starts in 22nd place.
I assume he just didn't get away from the formation lap while I was busy sorting out Formula E. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
eyes to the lights then. 28 laps of the Formula 2 sprint race is about to get underway. 2, 3, 4, 5. Look but never stare. We're racing for the sprint race, and it's a good start from Richard Verschoor. Cushmaney's going to come over to defend. Bad start, actually, as well, from Andrea Kimi Antonelli. He's going to have Dennis Hauger and Victor Martins right round the outside. A lock up from Antonelli as he tries to go into second position. Martins will cut back to the inside line. Hauger is side by side as well with Isaac Hadjar, who's made a storming start. Antonelli's trying to go right round the outside of Cushmaney into turn 2. That's downhill round the outside. Inside to 3, and somehow a bad start has been salvaged by Andrea Kimi Antonelli. He's up into second position, and he's already attacking Richard Verschoor for the race lead. What a save from Antonelli. He's up to P2.
Great start indeed for Antonelli, who seems like he's got the tyres warmed up. He's right on the back of Richard Verschoor. He's darting all over the road, trying to find a way to Hauger, meanwhile defending for Bortoletto, who is trying to sweep all the way around the outside. Not the start that Cushmaney wanted, but Antonelli recovered the poor initial launch of the line. He was able to move up to second place, using the advantage of his soft compound of tyres. There was Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Martins finds himself in 4th, and then it's Hauger in 5th, completing the top 5.
Fabulous start then here. Verschoor holds off the advantage. Maney down, and I think Hadjar as well down to 6th position. Up the inside, Enzo Fittipaldi trying to have a little bit of a look on the inside there of Isaac Hadjar. Bortoletto's already got ahead of him, so Bortoletto is up into 6th position. Hadjar's down to 7th. Timing screen has yet to change that over. I'm 90% certain, because look, there's Bortoletto. Hadjar's ahead of him, and then it's Hauger who's dropped down. So Hauger's dropped down. Here's Bortoletto's radio.
7th away.
Yeah, he's on primes. Get him as they come across the line then down towards turn 1. So this is going to be the strategy of who's on primes, who's on alternative with the rain possibly looming round. Fittipaldi round the outside gets ahead of Hadjar, and Bortoletto now is stuck behind Hauger. There we go. Finally the system sorted itself out.
So Fittipaldi, of course, the man who starts alongside Hadjar. Fittipaldi's got the grip right now. Bortoletto has a look at Dennis Hauger trying to sweep around the outside. So Fittipaldi and the Van Amersfoort able to clear out Hadjar. We've got the tyre graphic on right now. So Antonelli start on the soft compound of tyres, of course, was very good. He was able to get past Maney, Verschoor and Maney on the hards, and then we have a lot of runners. Martins, Hauger, Bortoletto, Fittipaldi, all on the softs. Behrman's also improved from 14th as well, so he is also on the softs along with O'Sullivan, Villagomez, Barnard, Crawford, Dirksen and Miata. Everyone else on the hard compound of tyres, so we've got a huge mix in this Formula 2 sprint race.
Antonelli's already in the back, and look at this, he's got so much more speed on the inside. He's on the soft compound tyre, but can they last 28 laps, or are they gambling on wet weather playing a factor? The clouds have come in over Hungaroring, and that's all we're expecting at the moment. Who's going to have the advantage? It's the classic sprint race lining up to see who's got it in the bag. It's like a feature, actually, the way they've started on alternative tyres. Usually they all start on the same tyre, and it's a pretty boring Saturday. Finally, this is giving a bit of excitement. Antonelli might just get ahead of Verschoor in the next 2 laps.
You'll have a huge opportunity down the start-finish straight, down towards turn 1. It seems like he's got a good exit. DRS, of course, will be wide open. Let's see if Antonelli can make the move for the lead.
Downhill and towards turn number 1, have to pull to the inside line. Does so. Verschoor goes very late on defensive. Antonelli swings around the outside. He'll get the cut back, though, on the inside line out of 1. Downhill again to 2. DRS will be activated. Verschoor will be helpless to that, and he knows it. Tries to go left and right to go defending. Antonelli's going to try the move he did on Maney. No look. Bortoletto having a go around the outside of Hauger. Doesn't make that. Morici might make that move. Still can't quite see. We cut away from it on the computer angle. No. Hauger stays 5th. Bortoletto 6th. And Antonelli right to the back. Winner in Silverstone in the sprint. Wants to win Hungary as well 2 weeks later.
He is the man on the attack. He is the man pushing Richard Verschoor through every single traction zone, through every single corner at this stage of the race. Verschoor having to look in his mirrors, and Richard Verschoor was ultra defensive. Let's hear from Antonelli.
Full away.
There's a massive movement under braking.
We saw it down to...
Massive moment under braking, but he's still got the sort of get up and go mentality. Still got that launch. Only a 10th between them at the moment as the heat rises up here in our UK commentary box, gasping for air. It's very warm, actually, all of a sudden, in this comms box as well. Verschoor closing in with Antonelli as well. So much intrigue and action coming up. Just sort of got to wait and see. So, Megan's about to start the semi-finals, with the world feeds. That's good. Can Antonelli have him now, though? Hard tyres for sure. Soft for Antonelli. This should be easy. Why is he not making the move stick? What's going on now? Verschoor's going to go defensive again, downhill towards turn number 1, and Antonelli's not going to take anything else. He's not being bullied out the way this time. Antonelli leads the sprint race in Hungary, and here comes Koshmani on softs as well. Oh, is he on primaries? I can't tell. He's
so
on
Miney is on the hard compound.
Yeah.
So Miney will. Miney will possibly. Verschoor to Crawford has got past Marty as well, but Andrea Kimi Antonelli hits the front here out of the Hungaroring. What an F2 sprint race it has been so far. It's Kimi Antonelli leading. They're all in a DRS train behind, with Bortoleto trying to attack. Dennis Hauger as well. These guys all on the soft compound of tyres. Maney. A lot of them are on the soft, so there are the ones that need to be attacking. They are the ones who need to be gunning for those secondly moving under braking aspect. No.
Yeah, Richard Verschoor and Antonelli's incident for moving under braking has been noted by the stewards. That's a big no-no. Here's the start though, Omi.
So, they got off the line, and Verschoor immediately had it covered. But of course, Maney's going to tuck in the slipstream. Antonelli then had to look at his Martins was getting the tow. Hauger also to the outside line as well. So very, very close down to that first corner, with Fittipaldi also looking for it on Bortoleto. Big lockup for Antonelli that kind of invited him late into the apex, which gave him a good exit, we have to say as well, and a good run down towards turn number 2 for Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who is stretching clear as well. He's trying to stretch clear, at least on Richard Verschoor. Go down to turn number 1. Here comes Maney thinking about a late lunge to the inside.
Can't do it. Tried it. Didn't work out. Verschoor holds on for second position, but he does have DRS to defend. He's 6/10 behind Antonelli at the moment, but he will, and I guarantee you will, find a way to claw back late in the race, because Antonelli's tyres, he's on the softs. Can they last 25 more laps? It's pushing them beyond their braking limit. They can only usually do around about 18. We're not even expecting that to be a race strategy tomorrow. It's an unusual call for everyone starting on these soft tyres.
Unusual, but in Formula 2 they sometimes can pay off these unusual calls. If there is rain to come, and if there even is a late safety car to come in this one, definitely strategies like this could pay off. Miata has got past Roman Stanek. Those are the two drivers debating 20th and 21st right now at the moment. Crawford from 22nd and last on the grid has been able to improve to 15, so a good recovery drive for him. He's another driver, I believe, who is on those soft compound of tyres. A huge mix though in this Formula 2 race. Unusual stuff for a sprint race, and it means there is a lot more strategy involved here at the Hungaroring and here in Formula 2 in a sprint race than we do have on usual. Usually it's just one way with maybe a few other drivers going a little bit different, but today it's half-half, so there's no pit stops to come unless there's going to be any late safety cars, so it's just going to be trying to get this tyres all the way to the end. Antonelli's got the gap to 2 seconds as we come across the line, so it's a 1.8 second gap, mainly putting a bit of pressure still on Richard Verschoor, so it's all looking very interesting as we have Behrman trying to attack Isaac Hadjar.
Philip says, listening while fixing AC for a 20-story office building in Cleveland, a few blocks from the Berg Lakefront Airport, the former site of the Cleveland Grand Prix. Love the Cleveland Grand Prix, one of the best ever finishes in IndyCar and kart history over there as well. So Philip, enjoy, and can you come and fit an AC in our commentary boxes, because the UK's heat, it's muggy, and we have brick houses with cement. It's like literally a pizza oven. That's the best way I can describe it. It's like we're living in a pizza oven. If you put cheese on us, we would melt. Thinking about that now, I quite want a pizza. So that's sort of my nice thought. I don't know, something else. Something with chips I feel like quite nice today. Maybe some salad, chips, chicken. Oh yes, that might be good. Mushrooms. And again,
we're already getting our ideas in.
Well, it's just having ideas. They're going to be going to the shop soon anyway, so I suppose better give my order. Unless it's a takeout evening, and anyway, back to the action on the circuit, shall we? Antonelli leads by 2.3 seconds to Bashir. Then it's Maney and Martins. That's a close battle at the moment, just 4 tenths between them. Hauger's outside of DRS zone, so is Bortoletto. Fittipaldi can attack Bortoletto. They're all starting to spread out, so everyone on hard tyres is slower than everyone on the soft compound tyre. The softs are still in the mark, so we do have a split strategy coming up here. That's going to be quite entertaining to see.
Going to be quite entertaining to see as well, and has definitely added a little bit of different spice to the race. In the background, Fittipaldi to the inside, and that's a position gained on Bortoletto.
Now that's soft tyre on soft tyre. I didn't expect to see that in this race, but Fittipaldi using more of his grip early on and gets up into 6th position. Bortoletto down into 7th. Hadjar's dropped 2 seconds behind these. He's on the hard compound tyre. So, yeah, this is going to be a give and tow race, and if that rain does come and the softs can change to full wets, they benefit, but it's going to be a bit weird. This is how Fittipaldi did it, though, around the outside line of Bortoletto into 1. Bortoletto might be under investigation for moving to braking there.
Yeah, he was covering all of that inside line. Fittipaldi, though, we know the brave driver he can be. He showed it there all the way around the outside to take the position. So Antonelli leads from 2.5 seconds. It's the battle behind them right now that is concerning us rather than that fight for the lead. The fight for the lead will go near to the final stages of the race. We could see it come down to the last lap. Will those soft tyres last, not only for Antonelli, but for the drivers like Martins, Hauger, Fittipaldi, Bortoletto? Those 4 drivers need to really try. If they want to have a chance, they need to try get past Mania and Rashul, because they're just stuck right now. But they're all just waiting for the opportunity, but they need to try and make the move.
Look at Antonelli on his front right as well. The amount, with that lock-up down into turn 1 on the opening lap has cost him big time. I need to sit down because I'm going dizzy up here. Let's have a look at Juan Manuel Correa. And is he going to take the pair of them up to turn 4 here? Or is he going to get swamped? No, he gets swamped and sent off. Whoa! Correa nearly into the wall again. It's same part as Leclerc.
Yeah. And Miata saying thank you very much and taking position. So squabbling between those drivers right now as well. The story between Behrman and Hadjar, still the same story between the two of them. Behrman close, but not close enough to be able to get the move done. Then the 2 Williams Academy members behind, Colapinto and O'Sullivan, both winners from earlier on this year. Of course, O'Sullivan with that brilliant strategy in Monaco to take the win. Colapinto with a brilliant pass on the last lap of the sprint at Imola. We're sure is hoping that he can have a last lap pass today to take victory right at the end. But a long way to go in this one. It will be interesting to see how the tyres are going to last for the drivers on the soft.
It's going to be a fun race and a fun event as well. Stewards, no further action between Rashul and Antonelli actually for moving on to braking at turn 1. So I thought there might be, but they have given up on that little aspect of it. Paul Aron moving up. Where is he now? 14th in the running order at the moment. Come on, Paul. Well, oh, those on soft are really thingy, but it's getting hotter where we are. But go on.
Yeah, indeed. So over the line we go once again, and Dennis Hauger looking close but not close enough for the move. A bit hard to pass when you are in a bit of a DRS zone. Behrman's no longer got DRS, could open the door for Franco Colapinto. We have Paul Aaron right now stuck behind Taylor Barnard. For the championship, Hadjar's lead would be extended. Bortoletto would close the gap to 1 point to Maloney. Those 2 drivers right now in 3rd and 4th. So Bortoletto, who was passed by Maloney at Silverstone in the standings, it might be about to change once again if Hadjar, if we do see a bit more of a change, and if Bortoletto can score some extra points in this one, then that could head his way as well. And it does seem like right now that maybe we're already seeing Antonelli starting to conserve those soft compounds of tyres. The gap is 2 seconds, so staying at 2 seconds right now.
Just got to keep on pushing, keep on seeing who's where and why in this one. Fingers crossed as well. It's going to be an interesting sort of cataclysm for Maney.
To Martin.
Prime already faster than option.
Prime tyre is already faster than option. So, yeah, 9 laps. That's how long the softs lasted. So they've got to pit, right? In a sprint race, they've got to pit.
Well, honestly, I'm still not going to count them out at all. If the tyres we have seen some brilliant, audacious strategies in Formula 2. I remember it was in the sprint race a few years back where it came down to the last corner.
Yes, that's true.
Where we had a driver coming into the pit lane. So it can all change. Let's see if Hauger's feeling brave for a move. Nope, not down to turn number 1. Martin's going to hold on to it. So maybe a pit stop and a late charge, but they will be massively aided if there is a safety car in this one. That is exactly what they will be hoping for. And to be fair, the chance of a safety car is pretty high with how much these F2 cars can blow up at times.
That's true. We saw it spin and you stall it, and then the cars are stuck in the centre of the track. Saw it in practice, saw it in warm-up, so there's definitely a shot. Go on.
Cordial and Marty are side by side.
Oh, now.
Cordial and Marty are side by side momentarily. Now Miata with Cordial. So he could get contact.
Let's have a look. Come on, show us the TV pictures, please. There we go. Maeta gets ahead.
Oh,
he's up into 18th, and he gets ahead of Marty as well.
Oh, that's a double pass.
That's a good move. Oh, and there goes Cordial through.
And now Cordial's spot.
And Correa down to
Right.
20th place.
Interesting.
One mistake earlier
And
on.
Correa's here as well now. Well, show us that battling. Come on.
It's a confusing run around, isn't it? Right, let's have a look at that move then from Miata into turn 1.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, Correa's out of nowhere.
So.
Oh my Miata, beautiful! On the curb. Is he going to swing through
On the
inside?
curb?
Well, how does he take? Yeah, how does he take Marty? Oh, don't.
How
say
much
me.
grip does he have on the exit is the question?
Oh, that's beautiful. Soft tyres for Marty, and he blasted past them both. Beautiful. Round the outside and the inside at 3. That's
Here's
lovely.
Hauger.
Yeah. He's got DRS this time on Victor Martins to the inside line, downhill at turn 2. Martins just gives him enough space. Doesn't want to push anything through. It's going to be difficult. I wonder what's going to happen next.
Something. He's definitely going to happen at some point in Formula 2 as well. Behrman seems like he's massively dropping off again. So his pace is just right now doomed, it seems like, for Ollie Behrman. So he is going to need to defend from both Williams juniors that are attacking directly behind him as well. But yeah, Martin versus Hauger, that seems like a close battle. If Maney wants to take victory in this one, I think he needs to stay close to Richard. Which will stay very close and then try get through as soon as possible as well. Overtaking does seem tricky, so he's going to need to try his best during the Antonelli phase of it as well. And Rashul's having to clear Antonelli. If he's stuck behind, then Rashul's definitely... Then Mace, I should say, is definitely going to try and move on Rashul. So this will be an interesting fight. Really belong to anyone. And then we don't know if there's going to be a safety car. We don't know if we're getting a late charge from the soft runners. Does DRS open for Maney down the start finish straight? Open for Hauger. And an opportunity for Hauger down to turn number 1.
Tries to go around the outside and switches to the inside line onto the curb. Beautiful switch back from Hauger, catches everybody surprise. Victor Martins, though, expected it, just holds it through on the inside. And Hauger sort of says, oh, well, that was my one and only shot. Here's Colapinto.
Mate, you must go for it. Must go for it.
Colapinto must go for it. Where is he at the moment, Franco? 10th. Behind Behrman. It's really hot in this commentary box now. It's beyond a joke hot now. What degree is it? It's 25 degrees here in the UK right now, where I am. I know that, but it's hot and muggy. So you just sort of want to collapse. Let's have a look at it. So what do you think of this, Omi? It's good from Hauger, but Martin sort of knew what to do.
Indeed. Hauger trying absolutely everything. Martin's getting the power down. Martin's taking the position. Hauger definitely is getting responses coming very quickly. Antonelli's going to need a response now to Richard Rashul, who has closed the gap to inside 1 second, so we could have another battle coming our way for the lead of this one. It's Kimi Antonelli leading, it's Rashul, and then it's Maney. Do battle then for this race at this stage of the race on lap number 12. Let's see anything to defend from Rashul.
Keeps on going as we see Maney trying to look on the inside of Richard for sure. Can't get the move done in towards turn 1. Antonelli's advantage now dropping fast. Those soft tyre compounds flat spotted, worn to high heaven, and I've just got this feeling that we're going to see Rashur slip through. This is Antonelli a few moments ago on his tyres. Yeah, destroyed.
Reviewing, yeah.
Oof.
Destroyed. I mean, there's nothing really you can do. They would have wanted rain. They may still go for that pit stop, which, to be fair, at this rate, it wouldn't be a bad option.
Yeah.
For someone, I'm not saying directly Antonelli, but for someone to go for that pit stop, it would not be a bad option one bit if they're going to do that, because they could even recover very well in this one, especially if there's a safety car to aid them with the recovery.
So, Antonelli, Martins, Hauger, Fittipaldi, Bortoletto, Behrman, O'Sullivan, Villagomez, Barnard, Crawford, Durskin, Maeta, they're on softs. Vashur, Maney, Hadjar, Colapinto, Aron, and then Cordial, Correa, Maloney, Stanak, and Marty, they're all on hards. That's going to be quite an interesting little run around to try and see who's going to be out next, isn't it? Hard v softs. Everyone who's on hard tyres, I think, has made the right call if that rain doesn't come. 13 to 28, the tyres are already being destroyed. I don't know why it's not.
Vashur's got to be careful now.
Yeah.
Because he's got Maney very close, and Maney seem very aggressive for a move. And very late on the brakes, lock up for Antonelli, and he'll try to keep that one going. He will be able to keep that one going, but a lock up there indeed. And now Vashur's got to be careful. What I was saying was Vashur needs to be careful because Maney's been always eyeing for that inside line. He's always eyeing for that late lunge to the inside. So he's going to be trying to get to that point. Fittipaldi's ahead of Hauger as well now.
Let's have a look at Isaac Hadjar, how he got ahead of, or tried to get ahead of Bortoletto. I think he has done it down to turn 1, and he has done. So that needs change on the timing screen when it comes around.
Not even a contest.
Nah, easy peasy on the inside. It's almost embarrassing the level of ease he got through at 15 laps to go. Worrying, isn't
15
it?
to go.
Yeah.
Indeed, here at the Hungaroring. Yeah, worrying with how the tyres are fading away. But yeah, it's going to be crucial for Vashur to look in his mirrors and make sure that inside line's covered, because Maney seems like a big threat heading down to turn 1. Even if he may not be close, he is an expert driver when it comes to late braking. We've seen it many times. We even saw it around the circuit 1 year ago in the sprint when he made a late lunge to the inside. So Vashur's definitely got to look in his mirrors. So does Antonelli, though, who would right now, as it stands, improve up to 7th in the standings.
Cars starting to come over the circuit. And here we go. Antonelli made a mistake. Vashur's got the DRS round the outside line in towards turn 2. Antonelli making the mistake of an error at the exit of 1. And Vashur's trying to pounce on him as soon as he makes that exit. Can't do it, though. Super annoying.
Couldn't do it. Antonelli taking the car as wide as possible. So yeah, Richard Vashur not able to get the move done that time around. That could leave him a bit vulnerable to Maney. That's the thing. It's pass or B-pass stuff in Formula 2 as per usual. And right now it's for the lead. You've got a slower car ahead. You need to try and find a way through and hope that Maney gets stuck and Maney gets stuck behind. So that's exactly what Richard Vashur is going to be hoping for as we make our way through then. Lap number 15 out of 28. Let's see if Vashur can go on the attack. And he's actually lost 1 second. He could be under massive pressure from Maney if he's not careful.
Yeah, Maney's going to be right on him as well. But Maney does have DRS. So Antonelli's in trouble. Martin's starting to come into it now. So Victor Martin's going to be right at the exit. So it's all starting to come to play as to who's going to do what, where and how for this one. What fun we're going to have. Just continue it, just holding it through as the racing continues on. Down the start-finish straight we will go. And, oh, hello. What on earth is that on the track? It looks like a gearbox that's been thrown. What is that? What is that? It looks like an electronic unit that's down at the exit of turn 1. Now, where has that come from? Look at Antonelli again going wide. Vashur takes a wide line at the exit, tries to get through. 9 times out of 10, he'll make the correct move. Antonelli locks up, goes straight on. Can for sure get the comeback on the inside line. He's desperately trying to. I can't see anything going through at the moment there, Omi. It's going to be fast. Okay, we lost Omi. At the moment, Antonelli comes through.
Yeah, seems like there's massive lag as well. At the moment.
Right, I've got to go. Yellow flag's out, yellow flag's out. Don't know why. Let's head to the world feed.
From Antonelli as he has to charge down towards the braking zone. I think he's slightly distracted there. Circuit falling away. It won't be as damaging, that lockup, because of the nature of the racetrack there. You've got a lot of load off the tyre.
We had DRS disabled for a couple of seconds. That's why you're now seeing green flag and the message is clear. The top 3 are in your picture. They are hardly separated at all on the racetrack. Classic Formula 2, but with a twist for a sprint race, because we've got a difference in compounds between our race leader, who is trying in his rookie season to get those soft Pirellis to the end of the race in first position, up against a contender who's in his 91st start in the championship today, and that wide line out of 14 will not be the most helpful. Is this the moment?
Is for sure going to take the lead away, round the outside to the inside line, down in the turn 1. Can he get the move? Big lock up from Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who goes off the track. He's straight on at turn 1. Into the lead of the race goes for sure. Mainly to second, Antonelli making the crucial error that he didn't need to do. Unbelievable. Back to Alex.
Left with a lot of debris and dirt on Antonelli's tyres from having gone way too deep down towards that first turn. And indeed, how much will Verschoor have to fight? Miney now is able to follow through without losing any time, having made the move, and it's closed up those leading 2. Let's have a look at it again. Antonelli struggling with the front end in the mid-corner, has to run the car really wide. Verschoor able to commit down the outside. Antonelli making the move. Verschoor commits to the inside, and then the lockup comes.
Look at the state of the racetrack. Over the marbles, brave on the brakes. Antonelli tried to be braver, and there was no grip to be found. Deep into turn 1 to turn first into 3rd. His time out front is over. Trident are celebrating taking first at the moment, but Invicta want to take it away. You get the feeling this one is going to go all the way to the checkered flag, and this is the battle for 3rd. That's a move at turn 12. That's 3rd place for Victor Martins, and that is the use of experience. Second-year driver up against a rookie.
Rookie versus returning, and I do wonder if Antonelli will watch this one back and go, would I have been better taking 3rd today? He's a winner. We know that. We've seen his career and the way it's played out, but you've got to look at the reality of the situation. Could he have potentially massaged that car to the end if he didn't fight the 2 hard compound runners so hard? It's an interesting one, isn't it?
Well, went all in to try and win the race from 4th on the grid.
Which is what we love to see, and you've got to herald that.
You certainly do. It's not going to merit too many points in the championship, though, because there's another move. This time around the outside goes Fittipaldi, who is able to jump up to 4th place. And Antonelli, having led this one for so long and having kept Verschoor at bay for a long time, finds himself tumbling down the order. The next car will be Hauger.
Gone in for everything. Driver who sits 8th in the championship, has been a winner in a sprint race this year, won it beautifully as well back at Silverstone, and he may well have to pit that in the end because that is right on the limit of serviceable now, that tyre.
He is being passed in corners where you wouldn't expect it. It's just the condition of the Pirelli rubber underneath him, and it was a great move to take the lead. It was a great stint to have the advantage, but we knew the pendulum would swing back to the hard tyres. How far down the road was he able to get in the end? Only 2.5 seconds. It's not proved to be enough. I'll tell you the order as we move our way through. We're on lap 18. Antonelli, we're hearing from the gallery, will come into the pits, will change the tyres. You don't have to make a pit stop, but you can see why. He's got no choice, and that's Hadjar going through.
Sick him on another set of tyres, can't they? And pray for a safety car at this stage. He will stay on the lead lap, so that's a shame for Antonelli. Yeah, he got everything out, didn't he? He possibly could to try and win the race. That's the opportunity, that's the direction that he took. And
not just as I take it, are having technology problems. Looks like the graphics on Formula 2 have gone as well. So into the pit lane comes Andrea. Hello. Yeah. Megan's laptop crashed because the heat is so unbearable. it overheated.
Oh God.
Yeah. So far today, we've had the Hoover overheat, Megan's laptop overheat, my laptop overheat, and me feel sick as a dog because of heat stroke from yesterday, and now continued heat stroke today. So, yeah, UK summer. If you're the government or the council, give us air conditioning and stop building houses out of brick. Did you learn nothing from the Three Little Pigs? Yes, brick is better, but wood is breathable. Right.
Indeed.
Poor old Antonelli though, had to pit. This is Colapinto.
No other choice. Plenty of lockups.
Yeah.
And this was Colapinto getting past Bortoleto on the inside. Similar story for Bortoleto, the soft compound of tyres fading away. And Colapinto able to get through. But yeah, disappointment for Andrea Kimiantelli, who now finds himself down in 22nd position and will be the man attack. His teammate Behrman now is also looking to try get past Bortoleto as well.
Let's have a look then from Dennis Hauger's point of view on the back of Isaac Hadjar. Oh, I can't get anything there. Hauger and Hadjar. Why are they different? That's Fittipaldi. Oh, I hate this timing screen. It's all wrong. Come on. Right, that's Behrman round the outside of Bortoleto. We know that. Honestly, the systems are just dead as a dodo.
Oh.
What's wrong? Side by side. Lag's really affecting
Brilliant
us.
battling behind.
We're going to try and fix this lag because otherwise the commentary is impossible.
Take some of the places that he lost, and he is in 13th position now, pressuring O'Sullivan for 12th place, and that is mighty close at huge speed, and going around the outside and nearly keeping all four wheels on the road. How on earth did Crawford get that close to an overtake?
Did he keep it on? He looked like he might have had just a sliver of sidewall still on the road there, Crawford. Paul Aaron doing a good job to keep it inside him as well, but Bortoleto now being called to the box, and this is the reality of running that time.
Yeah, box. Can you hear me, Amy? Yeah. All punctures.
Hello.
So there goes Maney getting past as well. Well, actually, until you look at that, yes, so we're all now starting getting past.
Villa Gomez to the inside of Bortoleto.
So everyone on the soft tyres is now a liability. Everyone on the soft tyres is now a liability. Here comes Hauger on Fittipaldi into turn one. Not going to work out the way you're thinking it will. My God, this race is just getting more and more confusing. You don't know which way to turn. Oh, Cordial gets a penalty. Hadjar is in there too with Hauger, and he's going to go right round the outside. Hadjar's going to try and take the pair of them in towards turn three. Hadjar gets out of Hauger. Fittipaldi's right ahead of him now as they come up towards turn four. Fittipaldi goes to the left to go defensive, and again Hadjar can't get through. Do you know, I'm starting to have heat fatigue in this race. I don't know about these lot. Wow.
Yeah, it's been a thrilling contest. Lag has been absolutely annoying as well. And once again, Fittipaldi will have to defend. Hadjar will look down the outside. Fittipaldi will cover that one off, but he's off the ideal racing line, and Hadjar will wait for his opportunity. Will Isaac Hadjar be able to get through in the next couple of corners? Surely we will be expecting Fittipaldi in as well. The tyres have fallen off the cliff here in Budapest. It's all taking place here at the Hungaroring right now.
Hadjar then is going to be having the attack to Fittipaldi. He's going to try and bring him in smoothly into turn 12. Nothing there. 13 and 14, the penultimate corners on the track. Still going to try and find. Still they're battling. And still they're finding a way through. For sure, fastest lap of the race. A 1:33.933. Best so far. Oh, contact! I swear Hadjar touched the back of Fittipaldi there. It just nerfed him coming out the last corner. Just a touch.
May have touched, but he's about to make the move, surely.
That's going to be difficult around the outside. Fittipaldi will defend that inside line with all he's got, but right round the outside. Fantastic move from Hadjar with those hard compound tyres compared to Fittipaldi's softs. Hadjar was able to squeeze through, and now soft v soft again as Hauger comes through on the inside at 4. Fittipaldi shuts him off on the outside line, blocks him coming up the hill towards turn 4. To the left goes Fittipaldi. Hauger tries to go to the outside right lane, hasn't worked, so they come into 5 and 6. Wow.
Oh my word, ultra aggressive, ultra defensive as well. This is getting between all these drivers. Fastest lap as predicted from Antonelli right now out there on the circuit. Just look at Dennis Hauger trying alternative different racing lines, trying to find a way through on Enzo Fittipaldi. As you mentioned, both on the soft compound of tyres, Hauger has taken good care. It seems like he's got much more grip at this stage compared to the Van Amersfoort of Enzo Fittipaldi.
Correa gets ahead of Maeta, but look at how far ahead Hauger is compared to Fittipaldi. Well, Hadjar is compared to Fittipaldi and Hauger. I'm really starting to lose it up here, by the way. Like, I'm really having heat stroke. Like, I'm really struggling. I'm glad that after this there's a bit of a break before the Formula 1 session to have some lunch. Just a reminder, we're not covering the IndyCar live because we haven't got a laptop to do it because Megan's is overheated and needs to cool down. So IndyCar Practice 2 might not be live at the moment. Hauger comes again round the outside. Has a go at Fittipaldi. That's going to be very tight. Fittipaldi locks up. He's gone straight on at 1. Massive lock-up from the exit of the pit lane line, and he's off the track. Hauger goes through. Colapinto might even find a way through. Well, this is just getting ludicrous now about the tyres. It's almost not worth it, as the smoke's still billowing from everywhere else.
Well, it's providing us with plenty of action. Aaron up against Villa Gomez. Will he be able to find a way through? He will. And Aaron is able to get past the Van Amersfoort. Barnard was also able to clear. Villa Gomez down to the first corner. But yes, it's getting also aggressive. It was worth it at the start. But now there is just no grip left. And they are all fading away. As you mentioned, Colapinto surely is going to be passing Fittipaldi any moment now. As we saw the from Hauger squeezing him. Fittipaldi, huge lockup, was never going to make that one. Hauger able to take the position easily thereafter, being stuck behind the Van Amersfoort of Enzo Fittipaldi, and surely Colapinto must have got through in the times that we are watching this replay right now as well. Those tyres have absolutely degraded as we watch Isaac Hadjar.
Yeah, and now on board with Hadjar again. That's how he did it.
Yep, with that little touch as well, through the final corner, or close to a touch at least. And this was it all the way around the outside. Fittipaldi, though, parked it on the inside line. It was incredible traction, and the position gain for Hadjar.
So, comes through again, for sure, by 2.4. Bortoletto now with the fastest lap of the race so far. It's a 1:33.311. So he'll be finding some other deltas to come into it. Now we're seeing the field really spread out. I've brought, we said we've got that heater. It also works with a fan setting of it. Hello, the AX there of Barnard being a bit slow. There's some smoke coming from somewhere as Paul Aron makes his way up into ninth place. Another lock up as well. That's from Behrman. Behrman's starting to lock up now his tyres. Behrman's in trouble on the other side.
Behrman having a few lock-ups.
It's Fittipaldi! Enzo Fittipaldi's front right tyre has exploded and it is flapping around. Shards of Pirelli tyre are being dislodged onto the racing circuit, and that's what's causing the blue smoke. And Fittipaldi is down into 12th, and he's got a long way to go, and there's debris all over the track now as well. Look at that, it's gone completely, it's exploded. Think Hamilton 2021.
Yeah.
2020, sorry.
It literally reminded me of that. Yeah, it literally reminded me of that straight away with the tyres exploding. And then 1 week later, we had punctures also in the Formula 2 races in the 70th anniversary Grand Prix as well. Reminds me of that. Now Aaron's making a move on Ollie Behrman, surely down the inside, and he's through.
Nice move up into 7th position as well, inside the points, both of them. Behrman's going to have to hold on from Taylor Barnard, who is directly behind. No sign of a safety car. We're into the closing stages of this race now as well. At 25 of 28, can these soft runners make it to the end, or will they blow up like Fittipaldi has? It's a long way to gamble. The rain hasn't come. And here comes Barnard to attack Behrman into one. Behrman goes defensive on the left-hand side. Barnard to the outside right into the first corner. Just wheel to wheel. Barnard gets the drive mid-corner. They almost fist bump each other at the apex. Barnard holding his way through on the inside. Extreme inside, down and into two. And he's ahead. Brilliant move on the inside. Can Behrman get the comeback? No. Barnard puts that car right where he needs to. And AAX having a great weekend across classes.
Brilliant day for AAX so far. Barnard making his way and improving through as well. The battling behind continues.
Oh,
but Fittipaldi finally has made it back to the pit lane. VAR will go to work, but it's a day of what could have been for many of the drivers had they gone for the hard competitive tires. They went a little bit different. They were hoping that the strategy would play there, where there would be some drama in this Formula 2 race. There's been a lot of drama, but it has not included a safety car in this one as well, as we continue through then. And the puncture for Fittipaldi, unfortunate for him.
And it's broken off the front wing as well, the aero flaps, so they're on the circuit somewhere. No sign of a yellow or virtual safety car. Fittipaldi leaves the pit lane now with a new front wing and a set of hard compound tyres. Personally, I would have retired the car and kept the tyres for tomorrow. You're not going to score any points being that far back in the running order. And Hauger's lapped him, so has Colapinto. So, yeah, not the best day overall for these lot. But Vishal leads from Maney and Victor Martins. That's 1, 2, 3 in this race so far. As Antonelli starts his climb back. Zane Maloney in 15th. He's in a battle with Emil Cordial to the inside line. And I think Antonelli on these hard tyres might just be able to slip through. Oh, contact between Cordial and
Surely
Maloney.
will. Yep, Cordial being sent out wide. That will surely give Antonelli the position. 3 wide, the 2 dams and Ollie Behrman.
Behrman's in the centre of the 2 down. That's going to be contact between them and they're all off the track. How was there not any of them upside down? I don't know. Correa and Crawford go through. Correa 9th, Crawford 10th, Behrman down to 11th. They got mugged, but the 2 dams just nearly made a Prima sandwich. Wow.
What is going on in this Formula 2 sprint race? Andrea Kimi Antonelli was able to get past. Cool deal, not will. We couldn't bring you it though because of that outrageous moment between the dams and Ollie Behrman. 3 wide, absolutely incredible stuff. And Correa, who started in 22nd, is all the way battling near the front, and both dams will go either side. And that was absolutely outrageous stuff, even by F2 standards.
The need for speed, definitely that's teamwork. Behrman doesn't know where to look. He's got dams to the left, dams to the right, and they all touched wheels into the apex at turn 3. How none of them ended up upside down, I do not know. That was supreme driving from all 3 of them there at the exit of turn 3. On board with Crawford. Now, he was very lucky not to take them both out. He comes in the inside, locks the inside front left, and just makes the apex by lifting off the brake and throttle at the same time. Rolls the car down, but oh, he got sent off. But how there wasn't a big one there, I do not know. And then Crawford gets jumped by the 2 of them, and it's under investigation for forcing another drive off the track. Correa and Marty. Oh, contact! That's Antonelli hitting the side of Cordial as he gets ahead of Maney as well. Maney's going to get past here, and Maney locks up. Cordial goes back through on the inside line. Antonelli trying to come back through as well. It's all blowing up now for the final points.
Yeah, all getting very, very crazy indeed for that final point position, with Antonelli trying to find a way through. Maloney Stanek also on the back of this one as well. We're on the penultimate tour of what has been a very extraordinary and chaotic Formula 2 sprint race, and we're sure is on to the final lap as these guys all can...
Yeah. So the top 2, status quo. Martin's up 2, Hadjar up 4. Here's Antonelli's radio. Okay, Antonelli saying Maloney's an idiot. Look at that though, up 12 for Crawford, up 10 for Correa, absolute outstanding. And this is Antonelli and Maloney. Maloney trying to go at Maeta. I don't think he knew, as there was contact there. I don't think Maloney knew Antonelli was there. No, he's too focused on Maeta, didn't know. Antonelli got hit from behind anyway.
Odin teammate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
this mess. Behrman's 11th. Everyone else fighting. Cordial and Maloney still doing it. Maetta's got a tyre that's about to explode. Under investigation is Correa, Crawford and Behrman. That incident at turn 3. I don't think that's it. Oh, and Cordial's dropped down to 20th. That's got to be a transponder issue because he's ahead of everybody else as it goes 4 wide at turn 2 and 3 as Cordial locks up, tries to get out of the way. Maloney going to slip back through on the inside line. Cordial just stays off the track. Antonelli's going to come back through as well. They're side by side up to turn 4. Meantime, Richard Verschoor exits the last corner and wins again in FIA Formula 2 in an amazing sprint race. Verschoor wins, Maney second, Victor Martins will be in third, and now can we please get back to the battle as Maloney stays ahead of Antonelli, who's got ahead of all of them. Antonelli has got ahead of all of them. Wow! I don't know how, but he's done it.
And over the line, full fueling. Wow.
This is going to be tight. So Barnard's going to get a point. As on the inside, Maloney gets ahead. Maetta's right there. It's going to be contact, and they're not careful. Antonelli's going to be trying every which way to get through. Aron and Barnard complete the points. Correa's going to be in 9th, and Crawford will be 10th. Behrman's going to fight off for 11th. No points for Prema. Out of the last corner there, it's a drag race to whoever's got the fresher tyres. Behrman, Villa Gomez, Maeta, Maloney, Antonelli, Stanak, Bortoletto, Marty, Cordial, Durskin 20th. No, Durskin 19th, Cordial 20th, Sullivan 21st, then promoted to 20th. And Enzo Fittipaldi is 22nd. Wow! Oh, Omi, that was a fantastic sprint race. That's how they should be. And it's raining now. It's raining.
I might be dreaming, but I think I saw a drop.
Yeah, it's just started to rain after the race, and we ran out of time. Would you believe it or not?
Experience told.
This is your position. Good job.
Yeah, thank you guys. Very good job. The car was great. It should have been my third win, but let's see it as my first.
I agree with SHT's comments there.
Very, very strong drive. Grazie. Well done, my friend.
Omi, last thoughts before we hand over to Alex Jakes? It's raining now.
Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. F1 qualifying is going to be interesting later. F2 sprint race, though, was outrageous. Can't wait for the feature tomorrow. Should be just as crazy and chaotic. Congratulations to Verschoor, who gets that victory.
Let's head over then as we hear from Maney to the world.
Podium. Well done. Nice drive there. Really cool and control.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm really sorry. Just, we had the pace on him. It's just too hard to follow. Yeah, best I could do today.
Well, Kushmani dreaming of that first win. He'll be a contender to make it 15 different winners. And Victor Martins doing well on that soft tyre. There's not much of it left, mind you.
No, it's the soft tyre with canvas peeking through, is it? As Victor Martins brings his car into the pit lane. And, yeah, quite the feat to bring that one home.
Man, I can't remember seeing canvas on a tyre since Lewis Hamilton slithered into a gravel trap all those years ago.
Bravo! It's raining. No? I told you. Box for rain tire, Mary. Copy, box.
It's about the only tyre they haven't tried.
Well, I'll tell you what, from a commentary point of view, that was pretty tricky at the end with 6 cars battling glued together. If the rain had come down any further, you were on your own at home because that was absolutely wild out of the points. Controlled brilliance at the front of the field. He only won it by 1.5 seconds. He had to contend up against the soft tyre of Antonelli. But it's a great victory for Richard Verschoor. Couple of chances earlier in the year. He was thinking about that, but this is such an exciting team, and they celebrate every moment when they win it.
Brilliant stuff from Verschoor in a barnstorming race. I wasn't looking forward to having to reboot Alex Jakes at any point during that race. The period from sort of 10th through to 15th was using significant data, wasn't it, at one stage? Yeah, brilliant drive from Verschoor. Made a lovely move as well to get the job done, managed the tyre nicely, and had the measure of Miney at the end to take the victory.
in 13th place. Miata was across the line, 0.2 of a second to the next car, 0.1 of a second to the next car, 0.1 of a second to the next car. That's how close it was throughout the field. Great moments for Kushmaini there, celebrating with friends, with family, and with his team. Great to see. And he was thinking about the chance of the win. He was putting the pressure on in the latter laps, but Vachour has been in Formula 2 long enough to know how to deal with that one.
Yeah, definitely. Team coming in a lot of guises out in Victor over various years, but they've seen a lot of victory and a great drive then from Miney, the Alpine junior, Alpine personnel down there to congratulate him as well.
And everyone takes a breath. Let's go to the moment where the race lead became race victory, and a lovely moment for Trident and for Richard Vachour, who were roaring him home across the line, and celebrations, deservedly so, for the popular Dutchman. Our 14th different winner of the year in an incredibly competitive championship, even by Formula 2 standards.
Yeah, it's been massively open, hasn't it, throughout the whole year. And I think it's a nature of the series, but also this new car that's given them the option to do that.
I don't understand why people did it. Well, to be honest, after the first 2 laps, I was like, I made the wrong mistake, the wrong choice. I saw Kimi, I was like, no way he's going to end the race like this. So I just... He was pushing. I wasn't. No, but he was. Our girl also took me, but then after I just went... It's good. Did you fly or? I couldn't watch it. Was the same the last 10 laps. You almost went in. But Kimi was pushing for too much. I was like, when you were right behind him, it was just way too much. It was good. I knew he was not going to. Wow, for me. I overtook him so easily, but I think he had an issue. When I overtook him, he lost out the left front big time, and there. What time you did in the end? The quickest? 36.2 or 34.2. Oh, that one, yeah. That lap I overtake you. Really, straight away? Yeah. What times were you doing in the end? 4.8. Really? And the last 3 laps more in 5.5. Just a bit. I love the front and then. Oh my god! But what is this? Box. Oh, this was crazy. I was watching on the TV. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, this I saw on the TV. I was like, safety car for sure. Oh man.
And that concludes our look at the cool-down room, featuring Richard Vachour, Kushmaini, and Victor Martins. And Vachour going to a 4th career win, Kushmaini adding a 6th podium at this level, and Victor Martins, after a tough time at various points this year in his 2nd season, going to 11 podiums in his Formula 2 career. Umbrellas up as we get closer to Formula 1 qualifying, but F2 racing didn't need the interruption with the weather.
No, they had enough of difficulty with grip without it, didn't they, at certain stages? But yeah, subtle rain falling. Victor Martins makes his way to a deserved podium, it must be said, in what's been a relatively difficult year so far. 2 Alpine juniors on the podium, the other in the shape of Kushmaini.
Lovely moment for Kushmaini to climb into 2nd place, and Richard Vachour has waited to hear his national anthem. The familiar sound of the Dutch national anthem, but playing for Richard Verschoor, who hears it for the 4th time in FIA Formula 2, and after a couple of occasions got away from him earlier in the season, this one will be even sweeter. It was a great battle between him and Kushmaini all the way to the end, because the hard tyre was the right one to be on. The performance of those in the feature race last year on the soft guided a lot of teams to gamble, because it wasn't that much further from the stint length of the feature race last year to the length of the sprint this, but in the end it was not the right compound to be on. And the top two have proved that. A fighting drive from Victor Martins to get his way to the podium, but it's Kushmaini who is celebrating another podium this year. He's been on the podium in Jeddah, in Australia, in Spain, and at Silverstone in the sprint race. But he's celebrating that one on the podium, along with Victor Martins in the Alpine Academy.
Yeah, it's a race that's given back to several drivers who've had a tricky time at stages through the year, and has done so in a way that demonstrates their ability behind the wheel, not least in the shape of Verschoor and Martins.
Fantastic F2 here as well. My thanks to Omi. Omi, closing thoughts going into tomorrow. What are we going to see?
Should be a chaotic feature race. There's many drivers in contention. I cannot wait for it. But that sprint race was purely unbelievable. Can't wait for the feature tomorrow.
It's going to be living long in the memory. Hungary delivers yet again for FIA Formula 2. And the rain is not only coming down, it is really heavy rain. So the F1 qualifying it will be on here in half an hour. It's going to be very, very entertaining. Don't go anywhere. Next up, it's F1 qualifying. We'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome to the FIA Formula 2 Championship here in Hungary. It's time for the feature race to get underway. Let's hand over to Alex Jakes for the story so far.
Once again, up to second place goes Kimi Antonelli as those Red Bull tyres fire up quicker. Verschoor makes the late move.
It's really important to pass.
Here comes Antonelli, and this time he takes the lead.
Those softs are going to melt like mozzarella in a microwave.
And that was super late on the brakes, but it's not going to work this time. Diving to the inside, and it's the lead once again for Richard Verschoor. Fittipaldi has taken those tyres to breaking point. Will they make it through there? How on earth did they do that? Chaos behind, serene at the front of the field. He chose the right tyre. Verschoor has been disqualified for a technical infringement. Kushmaini takes the win. We go again. Good morning from Hungary. Welcome to Formula 2 Feature Race Day in Budapest. This historic ribbon of tarmac sits in a natural valley just outside of the city you are looking at, one of the best in Europe. And this really does promise to be an incredible 38 laps ahead. It's round 9 of the championship in 2024, and we have 4.3 kilometers, 2.7 miles, and 2 DRS zones for the drivers to make use of. Yesterday, very, very busy across the 14 turns and the just under 35 meters of elevation change. Welcome to live pictures on a huge day for the championship. That was true already before we even went to the lights, but when we go to the grid, Isaac Hadjar will not be there. He is still in the pit lane. An extraordinary twist before we've even begun. Our championship leader did not make it out of the pit lane in time. The pits are closed and he is still in it. An extraordinary development for the driver on 140 points in the championship. An extraordinary possibility for Paul Aaron, who is the driver who starts on pole for the second time in his Formula 2 career. It's his rookie season in the championship, and he has a big opportunity to take 25 points and to get back in contention for this title. He's done basically everything this year, Aaron, apart from win a race. This is Isaac Hadjar, and he's trying to make it out of the pits in time. This is just like Formula 1. The red light will go on. There is the red light. He remembers his rule book, but that's that. He is exasperated because the pits, well, it's a timing issue, clearly. He didn't need to be in there at that time. The red light is on, and he will start the feature race from the pit lane. I'm Alex Jakes, reacting to the pictures that we've seen. Alex Brundle.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's just a pure error as we have a look at the starting grid from Isaac Hadjar, not getting out in that sequence of time that we need. We've got Marty and Crawford across the final row of the grid. Carrera and Stanek line up 19th and 20th as we make our way through the starting grid, Mr. Jakes.
Next up, we have Ritomo Miata next to Taylor Barnard, and we move on to the next row. And when we do so, we will see Rafael Villagomez and Zach O'Sullivan 16th and 15th. And we had split compounds yesterday to give us a really intriguing race. We're going to get the same again with a mandatory pit stop. Oliver Behrman's 14th. He is next to Amory Cordeal in P13. Then it's Williams Academy driver Franco Colapinto in FP1 at Silverstone. He's 12th on the grid for both races this weekend, next to Joshua Dirksen of Paraguay. Then we have Richard Verschoor, who was the winner yesterday, was disqualified for a technical infringement. So we have a new winner in Formula 2, and his name is Kush Maini. 8th on the grid is Zane Maloney, is the name I'm trying to say out loud. He's next to Kimi Antonelli, and then it's Hauger in 6th, Martins in 5th, and then at the front, Gabriel Bortoletto in 4th. He's got no one next to him. Isaac Hadjar, championship leader, with a pit lane start. Enzo Fittipaldi back on the front row for the 3rd time in his Formula 2 career, and a 2nd career pole in a rookie season for Paul Aaron.
Saw a split of the compounds yesterday. Some drivers trying to make the soft compound work even through the full length of the sprint race. Often different, very different to what we normally see. Normally it is the prime or harder compound tyre that they use. So option today, Aaron, Fittipaldi, Bortoletto, Victor Martins, Hauger, Dirksen, Behrman, O'Sullivan, Correa and Crawford will start on the softer compound tyre. Everybody else will go for the medium. Isaac Hadjar changing there in the pit lane, looking to go for the softer compound as he gets ready to start his race from the pit lane.
I'm not saying it wasn't planned, but he's literally in front of the Formula 1 movies garage. That's where he's starting the race from. So it's uncharted territory for the man who'd put himself in a great position to go into championship management mode. But Formula 2 is not that simple. A twist before we've even got to the grid, and a big opportunity for this driver. The driver on pole, the man who is trying to close down the gap in the championship. 2nd in the points, 1st on the road. Let's hear from Paul Aaron.
I'm very happy to reward the mechanics with this position, and especially coming off of Silverstone, which was disappointing both for me and the team. It's just great to be back on top, and prove that we are still very quick. We struggled a bit in run 1, and then we managed to make a change with the car and make a step forward for run 2 and then put it together. So in that sense, it was a really nice qualifying, because generally this year we have been there always in run 1 and then struggled to make the jump in run 2, whereas now this qualifying we kind of had the opposite outcome, that we gradually progressed and then did the job at the end.
Absolutely fantastic as they come up towards the line then. Omi's with us here in the comms box. Hello, Omi. Here we go then. Time to find out what we're going to have here in today's race. What are you looking forward to about it?
Well, first of all, dramatic twist as Formula 2, as Isaac Hadjar will go from the pit lane as Alex Jakes, of course. Let's talk about it here from him now.
Yeah, they're chilling, they do mistake with the tires and nobody rushes. Yeah, but man, how do we make this mistake on the first place? How does that happen? Come on! Yeah, they were cruising. It's holidays.
Now, Alex.
Oh. Go on, Omi.
Well, when you're the championship leader and it's not going your way, when you're the man who's trying to get some momentum going, you have momentum going and it's being ruined, and your title rival, your nearest rival in the world in the championship, starts on pole. It is definitely not the greatest feeling, but Aaron will go for pole. Big opportunity for him today, but this is going to be an interesting Formula 2 race. Maloney, who found that fate yesterday starting in the pit lane, is on the grid today. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. The final cars are in position, Mr. Batch.
Looking to those 5 shining red lights for the F2 feature race. Look but never stare. We're racing for the feature race. It's a good start from Paul Aron. Enter Fittipaldi not so well. Coming back up on the inside line comes Gabriel Bortoletto. And a storming start as well from Victor Martins from 4th position on the grid effectively. He'll take the lead. Paul Aron double lock-up. Looking not to slap into the back of anybody though. Into the first corner. They all get through okay. Aron's dropped behind Zane Maloney now as well. Antonelli's on the inside of Blessed Maloney as they come through on the inside line at 2. Round the outside at 3, not going to work out. Maloney holds off. Martins leads from Fittipaldi, Bortoletto, Maloney, Antonelli, Helga, Aron down to 7th place only at the start. And look at there, side by side now as well with Ollie Behrman.
Yeah, Behrman trying to find a way through as well. That is not the start that he would have wanted at all off the line. When his title rival starts in the pit lane, that is not what you want. He has lost so many places off the line, has so much to recover. It is Martins, then Fittipaldi, and then Bortoletto. What a start to the race.
Hadjar's literally at the back of the field. I've just seen him come through as well. Barnard battling with Stanek. Marty's dropped back. And now the field just starts to close in. It's a 37-lap race, a long way to go. And they will just hold it together, and some on the softs, some on the hards, a bit like in the sprint race yesterday, but there will be a mandatory pit stop. And look at Fittipaldi right behind Victor Martins. Martins and Fittipaldi both on the soft tyres, so they will box around about lap 11, I would say, but we know they can go long.
Indeed, but Fittipaldi's the driver with the confidence right now. He's the driver who's getting the toe with every meter that we run towards the first corner. Is he feeling brave enough? He has a look for the lunge down the inside. Does not decide to commit for it. His life will be made easier when the DRS is enabled. So it's Martins who leads the race. It was a great launch, and he's improved 4 places from his starting position. Not the start that Paul Aaron wanted as well. Juan Manuel Correa is a driver who's also improved a lot of positions. Keep an eye out for both Dams cars. They could be ones to watch out for. They did start further back, but Crawford and Correa both on 6 places. The Dams car has good race pace, as proven yesterday and proven earlier this season, so keep an eye on the 2 Dams car of Correa and Jack Crawford.
I'll throw in as well, Behrman and O'Sullivan also up 6 places from where they started. Brilliant getaway from the pair of them. DRS enabled from race control now as we start the second lap. Martins, Fittipaldi, Bortoletto. Already there is a 1.3 seconds separating them. So there will be a push through that they've got to try and get around coming into it. But I think as well, it's going to be Isaac Hadjar. He's moved up now to 21st position. He's ahead of Roman Stanek. Stanek has dropped back already. We do see, starting from the pit lanes, not a biggest disadvantage here, as in many other. And Hadjar might get back into it still. Maybe a top 5 is not unlikely for Hadjar, depending on how... I think I saw him on soft tyres. I think he's on soft tyres, so he'll be making quite a run quite quickly. Here we go, Fittipaldi though again. DRS open as he comes down towards turn 1. Martins goes to the right-hand side, the inside to defend. The Fittipaldi goes to the left, it's the outside to the first corner, almost clips off part of his front wing. They'll do the cut back as well, but Martins defends down into turn 2. Fittipaldi has to go to the outside line, round the outside into turn 2 as well, and become the inside line for turn 3. Fittipaldi's just got to brave it off. There's going to be contact between them. Fittipaldi not giving up, neither is Victor Martins. Side by side through turn 3, up the hill to turn 4. Martins aggressively attacking, and Fittipaldi is not giving up at all. Fabulous racing on between the two of them, and here comes Gabriel Bortoletto.
Bortoletto will be saying more of this. He will be enjoying this battling that's going on. Fittipaldi and Martins duking it out through the opening corners of the lap. Brilliant battling between the pair, and it's Martins with the hard defense who stays ahead. Bortoletto is right onto the back of this one as well, so this will be a 3-car battle in a couple of corners time as well if they are not careful. But Fittipaldi's first ill attack has not gone right, and he wasn't able to make the move, and he's got a few tenths now to close back to Victor Martins if he wants to have an attack like that later on in this race as well. On the first stint, there will be many opportunities to come for him though, as Victor Martins does make his way through, is still as the leader of the feature race. Kimi Antonelli seems like a little bit racy as well. He's on the back of Zane Maloney, so Maloney will need to check his mirrors as Antonelli will go on the attack out of the 14th and final corner. Bit more breathing space for Victor Martins this time around, so he will not be coming under pressure.
Already up into 18th position is Isaac Hadjar. Great launch from him. He's got ahead of his teammate Jose Maria Marti. Now we're taking a look at Zane Maloney. He's under attack from Andrea Kimi Antonelli. 4th and 5th battling Hauger and Aron. Aron down to 7th place on pole. Not the greatest launch from him. Again, so that's something to note later on for Lando Norris. Both the pole sitters in Formula 3 and Formula 2 this morning not getting away from the line. So P2 for Piastri might be the launch, but Verstappen starts 3rd. That could be, that seems to get the better getaway. Antonelli's team radio is coming through.
Passing Maloney would be key for our strategy.
Well, yeah, it would be, wouldn't it, for Antonelli? He's got to get through and got to have a go because he's on, I think, as well, yeah, hard tyres for the pair of them, for Maloney and Antonelli. That's why, and Bortoletto's on softs, that's why they've all sort of dropped back in the order so far. Top 3 on softs, hard tyres, it'd be easy to tell you. Maloney, Antonelli, Colapinto, Verschoor, Maney, Cordial, and then Villagomez, Marti, Barnard and Stanek. They're on hard. Soft tyres for the rest of the field as well, including Isaac Hadjar, who did put softs on at the end of this one. But, of course, Omi, I don't know if Alex Jakes and Alex Brundle mentioned this in the build-up while we were getting the system sorted on the formation lap. It took a bit longer today because they would not load in. But, of course, you mentioned yesterday, Richard Verschoor, who won the race yesterday, got disqualified.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, they absolutely did with that one as well. So, yeah, disappointment for Verschoor, and he has dropped down to 11th position in this one so far. Started, of course, 10th on the grid as Isaac Hadjar starts his recovery drive. It will be a recovery drive around the circuit where it can be a bit hard to pass. And we're on board with Hadjar. We are watching a battle ahead between Crawford and Cordial. That is going on directly in front of Ritomo Miata right now, so that's an interesting scrap.
Just keeping it together. There's some battles going
He's still
on.
going for it.
Yeah, Crawford,
I think, is going to get through.
He's got him.
He's got through.
So Cordial drops down into 16th place. Let's have a race start replay. Go on, Amy.
So you can see Fittipaldi already pointing his car towards Paul Aaron, but it was a poor launch for Paul Aaron. A great reaction time as well from Bortoletto. Victor Martins goes down the outside as well. It was very nearly 4 wide, and Aaron's nearly hits the back of Victor Martins. That was nearly race ending for Victor Martins as well, but Aaron locks up, he runs wide, and then Fittipaldi tries to get the exit on Martins, but it's Victor Martins who finds himself moving immediately into the race lead. Dramatic stuff at that first corner. Paul Aaron nearly became Bottas from 2021 down at first turn. Nearly went bowling.
Oh, strike, he said, didn't he, as well? So, soft tyres, and he's going to hit the brakes, and there's absolutely no temperature. Oh. Hard stack for Paul along there.
How much damage has he done to the soft tyres is the question as well.
This is Bortoletto, got a gift start from 4th with no one alongside him, but he got blocked by a fast starting Victor Martins from 5th on the grid. Effectively, they started 4th.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. He had to also take a little bit of avoiding action as well, to going straight on there. So Bortoletto currently finds himself in 3rd, the future race. Austria.
Turn 4 is involving Aron and Behrman noted for forcing the drive off the track. Thought it might be. Martins is a 1:33.187, fast lap of the race so far. Fittipaldi's 1.7 seconds back now, and now we're seeing everyone start to save tyres. Brilliant move from Antonelli on Maloney. Sends it up the inside at turn 9. You never, ever see a move at that part of the track, and Maloney's come right back in at 10, into 11, and Antonelli's come back through. Oh, fabulous racing between these two as we head down towards turn 12, and Maloney can't do anything about it. Antonelli up into 4th place. We never see side by side through there. That's brilliant racing. And here comes Hauger and Aron.
Yeah, they're going to try and make an overtake of their own as well. phenomenal racing between Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Zane Maloney, and trying that wide line to get a better exit down towards that first corner. Keep an eye on Aaron. He's going to be challenging Hauger. Hauger's going to be challenging Maloney. This could get very close down to that first corner.
Hauger's going for it on the inside line. Maloney sees him coming, gives him just enough room. Paul Aron's going to slot the gap as well. He's got the DRS open. He should be able to have an attack advantage. He dives to the inside line. He turns in. They're just going to avoid a contact, and all three of them spin round.
Oh, contact!
Hauger continues on. Paul Aron is backwards and stalled the engine. Dave Maloney the same with attack to the rear. Aron bans his helmet. He knows his car is stalled and he is out of the feature race. The championship leader collide, and Maloney also retires and the safety car is out. Unbelievable. It's happened, and Paul Aron throws the championship lead away as he reverses in the centre of the track. This might have to be a red flag the way he is on the circuit. That's incredibly dangerous. Get those double yellows out. Safety car out though, Omi.
I don't believe it. Paul Aaron, with a poor start, trying to make his way through, has had contact there, and that is the man who needed a perfect race today, and he's gotten himself out of it. Gifted an opportunity due to Hadja starting a pit lane, and there we go, contact made, and Paul Aaron is right now might have just blown a chance of the title right there.
Now, is anyone going to come into the pit lane and change tyres? Ideally, those on the softs might consider doing so, and they do. Victor Martins, Fittipaldi, Bortoletto, and Antonelli continues on. Antonelli will take the lead of the race. He's gone around another lap to pick up the safety car. Also, well, he's on hard tyres anyway. Hauger boxes, Behrman, O'Sullivan, Rashaw's on hards, Colapinto, Durskin all coming in. So everyone then on softs diving in immediately. They have a gift from God right now to take it in and change over. Racing gods have smiled on this paddock, and now we're really into an interesting race as the pit lane gets busy on lap 8 of 37. That was perfect timing as well, Omi, for those on the softs. When they just start to go off, they're hard now for the rest of the race.
And we end up then with the same top three from yesterday's sprint race.
Yeah.
As well early on, with Andy Rashad and Maney. 1, 2, and 3. So, all changing around in FIA Formula 2. Crucially for Victor Martins, he's himself and Fittipaldi, so that's always helpful for the Frenchman who currently runs in fourth and the net race lead. Isaac Hadjar, though, he is going to be loving life. He may, of course, have had that pit lane start, but Paul Aaron making contact with Maloney, and that is a chance, a big chance of taking that on and closing the gap in. Today could have been a vital race in the championship for Aaron, but unfortunately it's going to be a no-point score for him.
Right in the centre of the track as well. The safety car was immediately called, and luckily everyone's got past him okay, but it's blind to that part of the track. Don't like to see an F2 car sideways in a dangerous part of the circuit. Get those double yellows out. Right, let's take a look at it again from the off-board angle. So Aron goes to the inside line, Hauger's on the outside. Aron just taps the back of Maloney. Hauger was lucky, and then they both spin out and stall the engine. Blocks out.
Yeah, Aaron is very late. Yeah.
I've destroyed my race.
Yeah, look, you can see he had it in second, and then he stalled it trying to change down. That's where the F came through. Maloney, absolute innocent bystander, turns in and just gets punted from behind. And these cars, when they spin, the engine just dies. I don't like that. That's the really one bad thing about this. If you have a spin in Formula 2, it's race ending. That's not great for these cars that they die that quickly. Spin the car, you should be able to continue on.
Yeah. I think with the amount of technical fault. Yeah, and I think unfortunately it's not even the biggest issue. It's that teams are given faulty parts as well.
Yeah.
As well, so that means that it's basically some like, for example, Chris Maney has had a cracked chassis. He had a cracked chassis in the first few races, I believe, at Imola and Monaco after the triple header. So you have drivers with broken cars doing double headers, doing triple header. It's all sorts of chaos, unfortunately.
Yeah, F2 is not the shining beacon that many people think it is. It is a difficult situation. Kenny says, oh, Maloney. And Apollo says, no way. Yeah. Here's Andrea Kimi Antonelli. He leads this race. And
Now, my picture's frozen at this moment, so I'm still yet to see this move.
Okay. Oh, he's on the inside line with a good move. Right, I'll try and see.
Oh, my word.
Oh, do you see it? Oh, good.
Yeah.
Then Maloney's
I didn't get to see it live,
Yeah.
so I just got to see it now. And then it came back at this point.
Ah, right. There's a tiny bit of lag from Omi's side.
I knew it was something amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the F2 combox as well. So, like 9:37.
Seems like it.
Yeah. We'll try and fix that, because I think I've found a way. Let's cross over to our next bundle and get the latest from them and see what they're thinking about this race.
Pit stop. Now, you can see everyone who hasn't made their stop still needs to come in again, so they're going to need to build a really sizable gap out there, and it means that they're going to need another twist here, another intervention of the safety car, because you're going to lose at least 25 to 30 seconds making your stop around this circuit.
Yeah, it's a little over 30 seconds once you've done a full Formula 2 pit stop and allowed the team to change the wheels as well. The problem that Martins, Fittipaldi, Bortoletto have got is they've come back out on this newer set of hard tyres into the middle of the pack here. But the drivers that they're around, one, aren't necessarily much slower than them, really. Two, are actually on a similar mileage of hard tyre if you talk about green laps done. So Martins is going to have to try to make the move on Miney, Fittipaldi on Miata and Cordeal, while retaining position to drivers that are on the same strategy as them. But realistically, it's going to be a punch and counter-punch fight with drivers like Miata, who have acceptable grip on that set of hard tyres that have done 7 green laps.
Yeah. Safety car on lap 10 of 37. Let's hear from a driver in the race. He's got a big opportunity because he's the closest contender to Hadjar, who's still in the race. He's been talking about the key issue of the weekend, looking after your Pirelli tyres.
Tire degradation is going to be huge here. In F3 was big, in F2 a bit less than F3 last year. But still, there is a big drop of pace and a change of car balance and everything. So let's see. As I said, it's a new car. We don't know. Maybe the new car is helping with the tire degradation or not. So it's difficult to say what is going to happen. But for sure, it's going to be very interesting, the race here.
Well, his prediction, bang on. And the safety car is ending. The marshals have cleared the roading car of Maloney, and Paul Aaron left with his thoughts. He's had a brilliant rookie campaign. He's gone slightly under the radar for his rookie campaign this year. Podiums from the off, including the feature race in Bahrain. He's been there consistently. A second pole position yesterday, but that is the nature of this race. This is the nature of the championship. You find yourself in wheel-to-wheel moments constantly. That one's gone against him.
Here we go, ready for the restart for FIA Formula 2. And Antonelli will hit the accelerator and we will go racing again. Lap 10 of 37 will become lap 11. And we are go for the second time today. And look at the move as well. Cordeal really on the back. And Victor Marta's going of Maney down towards turn 1. Dives to the inside line as well. Look up for Maney. And further back, Fittipaldi getting ahead of Fittipaldi trying to get ahead of Bortoletto. Bortoletto swinging around the outside, retaking second position. Not going to give up anytime soon as the action does continue on, Omi. Hopefully that's fixed it.
Yep, hopefully it has indeed. And that is critical for Bortoletto able to get ahead there as well. So critical stuff for Bortoletto able to get ahead of Fittipaldi. That is for a net second place now in the race for Bortoletto. So that's so that is going to be for on-track position when the other cars ahead come into the pit lane. Antonelli leading out front though. Martins is going to try and make his way through on the 3 cars ahead of him. And Bortoletto now will be the man on the attack, trying to get past Miata Cordial and get onto the back of Victor Martins. Isaac Hadjar currently in 16th place. He has Frank Colapinto ahead.
Maeta and Stanak have stayed on the soft compound tyre. Everybody else has now made their way over to the hards. So watch out for that, as they are going to be falling backwards and backwards and backwards in the field. Like, I don't actually know why they've gone, yeah, okay, let's just stay out there and see what happens, because it's not going to work. Antonelli, a 1:34.201, fastest. His lap, it's a personal best coming on that one. 2 retirements, Maloney and Aron, 20 left in the field. And Antonelli, in 1 lap, has gained 2 seconds over Vachon. 2 seconds. Insane.
Yeah, it seems like he has got some sort of boost as well. And Fittipaldi's dropping, that's Villagomez, I should say, dropping down to Taylor Barnard. And Barnard trying to find a way through under traction. He's got the drive in the background. Behrman being forced off the road as well, battling with Colapinto.
And Barnard on the inside line. Now for turn 3, gets ahead of Villagomez. He sets off after Fittipaldi. He's just up the road as well. So the 2 VAR teammates holding it together. Isaac Hadjar comes through. Rashawn Dirtskin's been noted for forcing another driver off the track. We're riding with Isaac Hadjar now. He's in 11th position. Villagomez just ahead of him, and points just ahead of him. And Hadjar's good to the end of the race. That safety car has timed it to perfection for Isaac Hadjar to try and gain it back. Honestly, they couldn't have come at a better time, that safety car. Pitch perfect.
Yep, perfect timing for a safety car for Hadjar. Perfect timing, perfect moment for the driver elim, and also Maloney as well, because he's still an outside threat. Maloney's one of the drivers that's close to Hadjar. If things were to go really chaotic by Formula 2 standards, then, you know, Maloney being eliminated, the second driver to be eliminated as well, is definitely helpful. He'll be hoping that Bortoleto can be eliminated, and the battling from yesterday is continuing through in the mid-pack, with Behrman involved in a lot of it right now, and trying that wide line as well, trying to get a good exit, is going to be O'Sullivan. He's going to attack Marty, while we're going to see the battle between Hauger versus Villagomez down to that first corner.
Nice on the inside line, and does get ahead. So Hauger moves up into 10th position, and O'Sullivan and Marty is having a battle as well for the back, and we see O'Sullivan just holding up. Marty can't get through, and that's going to allow Colapinto to swing through on the inside line as well. So Marty drops back to 14th.
Yeah, so both Williams on the Red Bull Junior of Pepe Marti as well. So those two are able to find a way through at this moment in time. The attack here at the Hungaroring. Lap number 13 out of 37. And they're all still looking to push as we go down to the chicane. Behrman under a little bit of pressure from Isaac Hadjar as well. So Hadjar will be looking to try and get the move done very, very shortly, as we campus behind for Ollie Behrman, and Victor Martin still stuck behind Kush Maney, so he's got to try and get the move done as soon as possible. Maney won't have DRS, so that will actually help Victor Martins in helping him to clear the first runner that hasn't pit in his road right now, which is Kush Maney.
Yeah, it's gonna. Oh, again, so wide for Cordial. And he's just losing so much more speed down the straight as well. Should be easy for Mayata to slip through. He's going for it on the soft tyres on the inside line. No, Mayata's now on the hards. Oh, hang on a minute. The graphics wrong then. Because it said that Mayata was on the softs, but I can clearly see he's on the hard tyres. So Mayata's on the hard. So I think everyone's on the hards then at this point. But Cordial's trying to fight back round the outside. Mayata's got the inside line into 2, but that's not going to make any difference. Great defending from Cordial there, Omi. He stays in 5th place, and Hadjar's up to 15th.
Yeah, indeed, Isaac Hadjar is up to 15th position, so he's got past Marty, so is Behrman. So Marty's dropping down massively. Behrman's got through, so is Hadjar. So that is interesting between those two drivers right now. Miata, of course, in a massive battle with Cordial. It was tight when they got on the power out of turn number 1. Tinelli continuing to push out in front, using the advantage of those hard tyres right now. He'll be the man who will be looking to go on the attack. He'll be the man hoping for a late safety car in this one as well, to give him that opportunity
no, Cordial's off the track. He's
attack.
over.
And right now the gap.
Yeah,
Oh.
Cordial's run over, and that's allowed through Maeta again, and here comes Bortoletto as well to have a run. Now that's wrong, Maeta's not on the soft tyre, he's on the hards. I can clearly see he has the hard tyres on, and Bortoletto almost loses his front wing. Cordial's drifting everywhere as Bortoletto tries to swing around the outside of the last corner. Can't work, he'll have the DRS now, but both of them to defend, go on.
Yeah, Bortoletto net second in the race. This is the move he has to make down to that first corner.
He's made it stick around the outside. Martins passes Maney. Bortoletto passes Cordial. Marty gets up into third position as well with the fastest lap. Antonelli leads from Ashore in second, and now it's time to come through once again. Now Marty as well. Just have a look where he is as well. Down in 20th position. He's got a problem, because he's dropped back. He was running right behind Hadjar. So what's happened to Marty to drop down right to the back of the field? Oh, and look at this on Bortoletto. On the back now of Maeta for 5th.
Yep, indeed. Crucially, Bortoletto took a step forward on that lap. So did Victor Martins, though. Martins got past Maney. Bortoletto was able to get past as well on that time, on that lap. Now he's got to get past Miata, so he's got to try. Bortoletto's got to try stick with Martins. That's the real man he's battling. It's the same man with his strategy. Shaw and Dirksen knows further investigation for forcing another driver off the track at the second turn. And where the Bortoletto will be able to make a light work down the start-finish straight. Fittipaldi also in the same conversation. He is net third right now at the moment.
No further action, what did you say? What have we got then? 4 or 5 seconds, Antonetti for sure. It's pretty much, it's a tyre race now. Antonelli pushing like crazy. Down to 1, Bortoletto can't get away through. Cordial's under attack from Barnard, who's trying to swing it around the outside in the AIX car. Well, he's going to do it, you know. He's side by side out of 2. He's going to get him on the inside line, downhill. Oh, fabulous move from Barnard. Can Cordial hold it around the outside? No, he can't. Brilliant move. Generally trying to think what's next.
Indeed, as we continue these scraps. Yeah, there is so much to come still in this one. And it's going to be this man who's going to try to get past Cordial as well. Hauger, who has made a Barnard. Cordial have not. And it's Victor Martins with the fastest lap of the race as well. In third right now. Let's see whether Bortoletto will be able to get past Miata. And then it will be estimated 2 Invictus. It's been close between those 2 drivers so far as well in Formula 2 this season.
What's that all saying? Cautiously, wildly accelerating. I'm just going to adjust this watch back on ice cam. Excellent. That way it might help with the lag issue a little bit. Don't panic on me. I'm just trying to catch up with the lag.
Yeah.
Now, there we go. Okay, that might work. That's 17 of 37. Bortoletto right at the back of Maeta.
So, let's see whether Bortoletto is going to be able to find a way through. Is he going to be able to get through his way through now is the question. He needs to get this move done. Every lap he's stuck behind it, he's losing a chance of fighting for the win. Martins is now stuck behind Rashaw, and Bortoletto needs to get on with it. He needs to get through immediately because he also has many to pass and has got a massive gap ahead as well to do so. Colapinto has got past fellow Williams Academy member of O'Sullivan, so up to 12 goes Franco Colapinto, the driver from Argentina. Up to P12 he goes, while the driver from Brazil is still looking for it. Ritomo Miata, the Super GT and Super Formula champion from last season, of course beating Liam Lawson to that Super Formula championship in 2023.
Look at that, from it says unknown for Marty what tyre he's on. It says now softs, but he's coming to the pit lane, so I bet it's hard. That current tyre graphic is useless because Maeta's on hard. I've seen him on the hard
I did it, but at least make sure it works.
Yeah. Look, there's Maeta, and look, that is hard. It's a white wall tyre. It's not soft. That sounds...
I mean, to be honest, the graphics are pretty pointless if it's wrong, because it's a 50-50 chance that I'll get it right. I can just easily guess.
Yeah. Oh, that was a bit too deep for Antonelli there, the first corner. Look at Martins now, as you say. Needs to get ahead, and look at that move! Bortoleto swinging around the outside of Maeta. Old Hearts versus newer Hearts. Right, around the outside line now, trying to have a go as well. Not going to work out this time. Maeta's got that defended well. Chris Mellon says the top three yesterday was surprised at how Antonelli pushed so hard early on and lost his tyres. Is he doing the same thing again today, Omi, and just pushing like crazy before he pits?
It could be the case, but luckily you do have a pit stop to make, and today he's using the advantage of the tyres. Well, he's been able to, of course, was leading a meter fully get a gap. Bortoleto and Miata safety car infringement, so that's interesting. That's noted between those two.
So holds it between the two now as well. Let's see if that's going to change anything going forward. Lap 17, no, sorry, lap 18 and 37, 17 completed in this race. So the two battling for 5th and 6th under investigation. And that never ends well, does it?
Indeed, and for Bortoleto, more than just battling right now, this is becoming, if this continues, a realistic chance of a title. If he can get second, if he can get the win, this could bring a realistic chance of the title with Paul Aaron out of the race. Hadjar currently not scoring.
Martins.
Let's see if Bortoleto can find a way through on the run to turn 1. Martins is though on the shore.
Brilliant move on the inside as Martins moves up into second. For sure, can't fight back though. He's had a go at it. So now can Martins close up on newer hard tyres as Bortoleto does get ahead of Maeta finally. So now Maney's next, 3 seconds up the road. That's his own teammate though. It's not going to take long, is it?
Yes. Bortoleto seems like he only wants to improve a place when Martins improves a position. It seems like. So it's still equal between those two. But Victor Martins' progress should be stopped a little bit because Martins 6.6 seconds behind Antonelli. So you'll have to do a bit of pushing. You'll need to do a bit of gaining and then a bit of passing on the young 17-year-old Italian driver. Of course, seems like heading to a Seat Mercedes for next year in Formula 1.
Completely jumps over Paul Aron and got kicked out and now leads the title. Replay, this is how Martins did it. Super late.
Lovely late run.
That's great. Ah, here's Bortoleto, Omi.
Brilliant stuff. So Miata, of course, covers that inside line. Bortoleto goes tight with him to the outside line. And then all the way around the outside. He just about keeps it on the road, which is critical, or he would have had to give that position back. Or if he didn't, that would have been a penalty. And then with DRS, of course, you get DRS for both straights with the 1 detection zone, which means you're able to keep it. Now, let's see whether Fittipaldi can get past Miata now. And will he be able to do so quickly down to that first corner? Nope. We look further back to Hauger looking for it on Cordeal.
Can't get through there. Hauger's still pushing like crazy, though. It's one of these races where the late stoppers are going to either benefit from a safety car again or not. Safety car came out at the wrong time for those who are playing the long game on the hards. Could have a second one, though. Always the case. Just again, closing a bit too much. So, Antonelli leads, so Martins for sure, top 3. Mainly Bortoleto, complete the 5. Maeta, Fittipaldi, Barnard, battle for 9th with Cordeal and Hauger for top 10 in the last points. Villa Gomez, Joshua Durson's got a penalty from 19th, okay. So Villa Gomez, Cordeal, O'Sullivan, Behrman, Hadjar, Stanek, Correa, Crawford, Durst with a 10-second time penalty for leaving the track and getting an advantage. Marty's 20th, and the 2 out of the race, Maloney and Aron. 10 seconds quite harsh, so he must have done it quite a few times, Durskin.
Yep. It seems like they do want to be a little bit harsher at the same time. Yes. The FIA with the incidents moving more towards 10 seconds for nearly everything, as that is very close to the back for Hauger, who is going to hope that this time around he is able to get to. Still last time around, Andrea Kimi Antonelli was the fastest driver with his lap time. We look further back to Hauger, still trying to get past Cordeal. He'll be shown to the outside line, and it will be under traction. It will be the drive out of turn 1 if he is going to make this move.
DRS open back again on the run down to turn 2. The outside line becomes the feature. Hauger trying to send it round and get the inside for 3. He's going to have a wheel alongside, and Cordeal shows him the door, and Hauger backs out quickly because that would have been a nasty one.
Would have been a nasty one, but he is being held up massively in this one. Not what the Norwegian driver would want at all, being held up from Amory Cordeal, who is parking the car where, basically everywhere he needs to right now at the moment. So great stuff from him as well as we continue on in this race on the 21st tour out of 37, and it's all turning out to be an exciting race so far in the Formula 2 feature race. A dramatic and exciting race so far, and still a long way, and it will be interesting to see when the drivers pit what sort of changes are we going to get. And Victor Martin finally having a chance to race win. Was in contention last time out, of course, at Silverstone. Went toe-to-toe with Isaac Hadjar, and instead Victor Martin went off the road in that battle, and it meant that he had to rejoin, lost lots of places, and it was Hadjar who took the win due to penalties for Jack Crawford, who currently runs in 8th. One well.
Down the straight we go then. A bit late as Fittipaldi has a go at Maeta. Hauger still attacking Cordeal. Into one again. Here comes another bit of the saga. Nothing happening again into turn 2 and 3. We're waiting for the pit stops now for everyone who hasn't stopped. So that is going to be Antonelli, Bashir, Maney, Maeta, Barnard, Cordeal. They have yet to stop in this race. This was under the safety car, and Maeta Fittipaldi noted for the infringement. Now, there's Maeta, there's Fittipaldi, and we've got a safety car! Big accident, and that's Cordeal in the wall! Now, he's done exactly what Charles Leclerc's done, I can guarantee it. As the drivers go through the debris, that is a big one there for Emile Cordeal. I hope he's okay. He's moving in the cockpit. He is okay, the radio says. I already know what's happened there, Omi. He's got on the exit curb before, and it spun him into the wall and hit it hard. And he was battling with Hauger, so I wonder if they've come together at the top of the hill. Now, this is exactly what I was saying needed to happen, because everyone now on the hard tyres can stop for a brand new set of softs. So the safety cars today have been timed to perfection. As Antonelli comes in, locks up, doesn't matter, you'll get a new set of tyres, and he is in. So is Richard Verschoor. Antonelli is going to be in for a big lead in this race. Martins will take the lead, but it won't matter. Soft tyres for Antonelli will be on the case. But we could be having a red flag if the barrier is damaged. That's the second big hit had this weekend. Oh, there's a car coming down pit lane. It should be good. That's a good start for
if the barrier is damaged, that could...
Sorry, Amy, go on.
Yeah. Good stop indeed from Prema, indeed. But yeah, we could be getting a red flag if the barrier is damaged, as you mentioned. So, of course, the busy pit lane now in FIA Formula 2 right now. Andrea Kimi Antonelli has rejoined the road in 5th, so he's got a major opportunity in this one to go on the attack. And even if the red flag was to, that's a huge lock-up.
Who from? It looks like one of the Williams liveried. Is that going to be Crawford who just stopped? Durskin served his 10-second time penalty in the pits.
Possibly. Yeah.
So
either one of the Dams or one of the Williams juniors who've had that who's had that. But yeah, even if the red flag was to come out, Antonelli, remember, but this is going to be a fresher set of softs. The other drivers have already used the life out of their soft compound tyres.
Yeah.
So Antonelli's still got a major opportunity in this one, even if the red flag was to come out.
Don't like how they've just put new tyres on and they're going through that debris zone. There's a lot of carbon fibre and debris on the track. Ideally, with the amount of time got left, this should be a red flag situation. He's hit the tyre barrier, not the Armco, which is better news. Let's take a look. Cordeal's out of the car. Yeah, it's exactly the same as Charles Leclerc. Catches that exit curb and whacks into that tyre barrier. Huge impact, Omi, but it's that exit curb again at turn 4.
Yep, that exit curb once again. that is unsettled a car, and this time the victim of it is Amriel, who finds himself spinning into the wall.
Yeah, I hit the curb and I crashed.
Not his fault.
Okay, copy. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
110% not his fault. That is not his fault. That is a very, very tricky part of the track. That's called out Leclerc. Yeah, and that's a big one. I don't know. I would personally say, because it's turn 4 and it's all over the track, I'd say likely. Well, I'd say it's 60% likelihood would have a red flag situation right now. I do think that, because of what that track's like. Either way, it's going to be under safety car for a while to allow me to start the. Well, they're going around for another lap, so the race director's not stopping the race yet as Roman Stanek comes into the pit lane.
Yeah. I think they're just killing laps of this way, aren't they?
Yeah. 20 minutes
a
to go
little
on the
bit,
clock.
and then they'll red flag it as they usually like to do.
Yeah. Stanek comes through. So that's another stop for Stanek. He's already stopped twice today. This is the third stop, and he's putting softs back on. So why not? You know,
So Hadja finds himself now in 9th.
yes. Scrub set of softs though for Stanek. May as well go for it. See if his race was already pretty much done. See if he can save anything.
Yep. And anyway, he's in his final rounds of F2, from what it seems like, from the reports and rumors from the Formula 2 paddock that we've heard. So we'll see if there's any news in the next few weeks. It'll most likely be after the summer break, because he's doing Monza, which is after the summer break, and also, it's Monza. And then we expect someone new in the Trident for Baku onwards, which is the end of the Formula 3 season. So Formula 3 ends at Monza, so maybe they've been able to find a deal with him that you do it until Monza, then from Baku onwards we can promote one of our F3 juniors. The F3 season's over.
Yeah. Amazing work by these marshals. They've got Cordeel's car out of the way and onto the safety car.
Yeah.
Not needed to stop the race. They've got to check that barrier though. If the barrier needs work, it would be a stoppage. So don't hold your breath yet. That's why I said it's 60% chance on looks of that. But yeah, let's have a little look at it. It's these exit curbs. It's the little rivets across the exit curb. It just spins you off into the wall. And we saw it happened to Leclerc, it happened to Zhou. And now Cordeel hits the wall as well in F2. It's dangerous at the top of the hill. Guaranteed we'll see that in Formula 1 later. Guaranteed.
Very. Yeah. With someone, depends what the weather will be for F1 as well. That could be a little bit interesting, but yeah, not often that we say it's Amory Cordeel's fault in commentary, but this time it really isn't his fault as well. Disappointment for him. He'll go out of the race. This is the thing, when you damage, depends what even parts they'll get, because they could get faulty parts given to them for the next race, and that's the thing. That really does affect these drivers. As High Tech watch on, they've seen a double retirement for them. It's a race to forget for Aaron, a race to forget for Cordeel, and for High Tech. Both of their cars are eliminated from the feature at Hungary, and that is disappointment for them. And they're really gonna. And this was the weekend Aaron really needed to fight back. Good in the sprint yesterday, but today in the feature, this is where he was meant to take those big points. Instead, though, it's a retirement, and he's left waiting till next week to try and fight back in this title battle.
Reminds me of a week ago at Donington, where the segment racing team, of course, Maddie's team, we had a double. In fact, we didn't finish all weekend in the races. It was really annoying. Lizzie crashed it. Let's hear from Anthony.
Might be this man. You have a big base advantage on the first few laps. It will be very important to make the most amount of positions we can early on.
Don't waste the tyres, basically, yeah. Now, how long is that safety car going to be out for? I bet it's going to come in right when I need to go and start the recording, isn't it? 56, 55, 56. That's going to be just my luck to get that sorted. Unless Megan can do it. She doesn't really know how to. It's going to be one of the interesting ones as well.
I'll just quickly cover wherever you need to go.
Yes, I was gonna shove it on so you can cover. It's going to be entertaining.
Lovely stuff then. Fittipaldi will be hunting back for that second place. Better idea of the race now with, of course, all the pit stops have taken place. So Bortoleto, Fittipaldi both going to try and attack Victor Martins, the fastest lap holder right now at the moment. So he's on his way for 26 points, but he's going to have a lot to contend with, including 2 charging Brazilians behind, and then also Kimi Antonelli. He's going to be really charging. And I think with that win at Silverstone, it has given him some sort of boost. We're just seeing him fighting more at the front. It's just he's appearing more at the front, even though maybe he's not able to be there all the time and there is errors coming in, etc. But we're seeing him at the front more, and we're just seeing more of him near the top, which is great to see for Kimi Antonelli. So, yeah, he's starting to show his class, and that win at Silverstone, I think, really definitely has helped in aiding him with that.
You're right, they're killing laps at the moment.
They could have red flagged it, but
they should have really.
They love. We've got about 1 hour and 7 minutes till Porsche, isn't it?
Yeah, and we've got 14 minutes left on the clock. So,
so we could have easily had, even if we have a 10-minute red flag,
it would have been fine.
Yeah. Back we go.
Right, it's 55. I bet you I'm going to leave and it'll say safety car in this lap. I bet you. Yeah, look, it is. Look, it's all gone. Safety car's going to come in this lap for the restart. And I'll stay for the restart, and then Formula E will be a little bit late on the air. Michel got so many of his wins being taken away from him just to disqualifications. Yeah, look at that. It's 55 and the safety car's ending. It's a joke. Right, I'll stay for a few seconds and then I'll disappear.
Did that on purpose.
They did, yeah. They hate me. Because I want to see what happens here with Antonelli. I'll be very quick.
Yeah. Run.
Yeah. I'm in flip-flops. Can't find my sandals. Safety car lights are out. Now under double yellow.
This is going to be exciting.
So, soft tyres. Antonelli Vachor, Maney, Maeta, Barnard, Villagomez, Correa, Stanek, and Marty. Everyone else on hards. Someone old, someone new. Let's see what happens. Ready. What could be the last start today. Green flag. Safety car is in. We are racing again here in Budapest. Go again. Martins with a great restart, 4/10 to Bortoleto, Fittipaldi's in, but look at Antonelli already on the inside to Hauger, down to turn 1. So much more acceleration on these softs. He gets it stopped, and through goes Antonelli. This is going to be pitch perfect from him now. He's just on the attack, Omi. He won't stop.
Stop indeed, so he'll look to now try and attack Fittipaldi as well. He'll try and make that move. Meanwhile, we're back now with Crawford and Hadjar wheel to wheel. Antonelli's getting through.
He's got him already. Exit turn 3, and he's already up into 3rd place. He is so much faster to get Bortoleto and Antonelli. It's only 1.4 difference. He's going to get him with ease. With absolute ease. Unbelievable stuff. Antonelli's going to take the lead before we even get the DRS at this point. He's gained already so much. Fantastic from Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and he's going for it on the inside of Bortoleto at turn 10, almost loses his front wing. Antonelli is a man on a mission on these softs with 11 laps to go, and he's now, I think he's got a really good shot here, Omi, at getting a first-time victory in the feature race.
Yep, first victory would be in the feature race, 2nd overall in FIA Formula 2. He is going to go hunting on Bortoleto, and there is limited things that Bortoleto can do when the driver behind has so much more grip in comparison. And it won't even be a contest down to turn number 1, surely. He nearly lost his front wing. He needs to clear these cars with ease. He's trying that wide line to give him the best shot down towards turn 1. And look how much grip he's got. He's going to have the move before we get to that first corner.
To the inside, and he's just towing Bortoleto to make sure he can't defend. Antonelli takes 2nd position with a fantastic move. Can Bortoleto fight back? No! The out-track traction is too good, and we've gone to a timed race here for the feature.
Yelly moving up to 2nd position now, and he's going to go hunting on Victor Martins, and surely it'll be the race lead for him soon as well. And this is the man who is on the attack. He's on the charge, and he's about to take the lead from the Frenchman who leads.
He won a sprint race at Silverstone as well due to good tyres, good traction, good opportunities. This proves to everybody what Toto Wolff saw in the kid a couple of years ago. His strategy, his mind, his racecraft. This is all why he's tipped for the Mercedes seat. He has got experts. He's like a legend already in the making. Coming through, he's going to attack Victor Martins. 10 minutes to go. Plus 1 lap here in the feature race. And Antonelli's all over the back of Victor Martins. If he makes the move into turn 1, I'll leave it with Omi and dive off to start the Formula E. But this is going to be very, very sweet. There's the drone camera sweeping through to keep an eye past the sculpture section at turn 13. Antonelli will have the DRS coming out of 14. He might not even need it. He's so close to the back of Martins. Martins knows it as well. There's absolutely nothing he can do. Antonelli opens up the DRS, but already down the start-finish straight. Martins goes left to defend. Antonelli goes right, round the outside, and cuts him off into 1. Andrea Kimi Antonelli takes the lead with 9.5 minutes to go. Brilliant. And I'll hand it to Omi.
Brilliant stuff from Andrea Kimi Antonelli. He has taken the race lead ahead of Victor Martins. It is action behind though as well all the while. And this right now would promote Antonelli up to 6th position. And we look further back to Taylor Barnard trying to go round the outside of Jack Crawford. And the battling from yesterday continues today. That's going to be close with Victor Martin with Rafael Villagomez looking for it, I should say. As well, Villagomez thinking about it. He was looking for the move on the inside of Jack Crawford. And it's nothing between them with Marty and Hadjar waiting in behind. In this battle as well, Barnard has a look at Miata. He can't find a way through. Villagomez round the outside at places we usually wouldn't see it, and Villagomez gets through. The Dams has very good race pace, but right now we aren't seeing it side by side through the chicane, and it's going to be Stanek who is just ahead of Pepe Marti. Fantastic racing once again. It might be for no point, but they're dueling it out like it is, and they're wheel to wheel. We cut to a replay, but there was an overtake going on with the Dams. Crawford trying to make this is the passing that we see play. Oh, it's Antonelli, not the perfect play. This is phenomenal. See it all live. So not the perfect time for a replay when it's all chaos behind. Fastest lap. That's not a surprise. But this was the brilliant overtaking. Just look how much grip he had. Got to P3 first of all. Then it was second. Then it was first. All done very quickly. It was second down towards turn 1 on Bortoletto. Late on the brakes. Didn't lock up. And he got that one pretty much sorted. And then it was a fantastic move on Victor Martins, who, of course, battling for the lead, would always defend it. But it was down the outside line. It was pure brilliance. And Antonelli takes the race lead. We'll hopefully go back to live because there's so much action out there on the circuit. Bortoletto and Martins battling for what is second place in the race. Fastest lap belongs to Kimi Antonelli. And it seems like we'll just take a look further back. Crawford is behind Marty, so that was the battle we saw. Stanek also ahead of Marty as well. So those guys have switched places as we make our way through. And on the last lap, he was 3.2 seconds faster. Lap 29, it was 3.2 seconds quicker. And this is really Formula 2 race that has had twists and turns. And it's going to have a fantastic finish as well. Behrman saying target is to lose with... So Behrman says he can't believe it. Behrman just told us. Behrman just said stop talking on the radio. He is one driver that is fuming in 13th position. Wasn't able to fully see that because Steve Picker's not being the best at that moment. But Behrman, all I could tell is that Behrman is not happy. He is not a happy man. We weren't able to bring you that one. As JB is just, of course, setting up the Formula E stream for you very quickly. But it's the battle for second place that will rage on. While we have a dominant man at the front. The battle for second place. Martins versus Bortoletto out of the 14th and final corner. DRS wide open. And our leader is going to be pulling out of shot. Can Bortoletto make the move, though? In the battle for second place. Gaining with every meter that we make our way down towards the first corner. Miata is going to get past. There's going to be battles behind with many getting past Colapinto, but we're watching the wrong one right now. The one where we're not going to see an overtake, we're watching that. But there is fantastic racing out behind, and it's Martin still ahead of Bortoletto. So Martin's able to hold the position on that lap. Miata ahead of Taylor Barnard, and they are separated by 0.4 of a second. O'Sullivan has got past Villagomez. Hopefully the camera will wait and see. Stanek's got past Behrman. Correa's got past Crawford. Villagomez has got past O'Sullivan. Not that we knew, and we saw those battles as well. So the TV direction not being the best right now. Yes, there's a battle for second place going on, but it's not one that we're seeing wheel-to-wheel action at this specific moment, or the one that we're to right now. Next lap, when we do go onto the straight, absolutely, we are going to see a move between these two. But right now, it's the mid-pack that are battling, and it's Fittipaldi and Hauger battling for 4th and 5th, as we have 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go on the clock in what has been absolutely brilliant FIA Formula 2 race. Hauger closes in on Fittipaldi as well, and we also have Verschoor, the man who was disqualified from victory yesterday, who is going to be in the hunt for that position as well. Back to the battle of second we look. Bortoleto and Martins. These two would have, instead they are left groveling for that second place. Will Bortoleto have the run down towards turn number 1 is going to be the question. He has got DRS and he's got a huge opportunity. There's also going to be more battling coming in behind. Verschoor's going to have a go. And then Bortoleto can't get to look further back though. To a lunge to the inside by Richard Verschoor, who tries to get past Hauger. And they will turn it into a traction race. Hauger will just about keep it on the road. That is fantastic stuff from Hauger, who's kept it on the reel. We go. Now to turn number 2, and it seems like Verschoor on the outside line is just going to have that position. Brilliant stuff from Richard Verschoor, who gets through. Lovely stuff in Formula with Richard Verschoor making that move, taking the position that was late on the brakes. Hauger kept his foot in, and it was the position gained for the Dutch driver who was disqualified from the victory yesterday. He would have been disappointed. He's had to deal with so much of that. So much has the Dutch driver had to go through. Disqualification earlier on. Engine failure from Paul and the lead in the feature race at Monaco. And then a disqualification yesterday as well. He's had the same amount of wins in Formula 2 as he's had disqualifications from a victory for win, which is absolutely outrageous. He would have double amount of wins, and also if he didn't have the engine failure in Monaco, that would be an extra win there as well. So there's many Verschoor probably could have had. I know he's had 4 seasons in F2, but he probably could have even had the record. He could even have, if all his wins count and he didn't have so much bad luck, he could have the record for the most wins in F2 as well, which is held by Leclerc. 4th position right now held by Enzo Fittipaldi, but for how much longer is the question. Richard Verschoor with DRS is pulling to the inside line, and Richard Verschoor is moving up to 4th position for the moment. He is getting past the Van Amersfoort car, and through goes the Dutch driver. At least he's going to be able to celebrate with a 4th position in the feature race. So still some solid points will be scored for him. Barnard versus Colapinto, and it's the British driver who gets past the driver from Argentina. Marty has also got past O'Sullivan. So it's both Williams Jr. going back a position there as well. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go on the clock. And it's just going to be Antonelli bringing it home at the moment. Hauger versus Maney rages on in the battle for 6th and 7th. So that's going to be an interesting fight. Bortoletto's not been able to get close enough for a move on Victor Martins. As we watch Kimi Antonelli, the man who is currently making his way through in the race lead, and he's extending the gap. He is pulling the gap out. He is a man in another league at the moment. It has been a brilliant Formula 2 feature race, just absolutely incredible, with so much twists and turns. The safety car first of all came out at an amazing moment for the drivers that started on the softs. It came out at an amazing moment for the drivers who started on the hards, decided to wait it out. And for Kimi Antonelli, he made the moves quickly. He did not wait he didn't even wait. He went for it straight away. And Mercedes, brilliant to see them watching on in the garage. They will be loving life. So will Toto Wolff as well. We look further back though to the amazing Formula 2 outrageous battling that we usually get in 2024, and it's Fittipaldi looking to defend from Dennis Hauger. So Hauger is having a go, and he'll try and make the move down towards turn number 2 as well. So it's Fittipaldi leading Hauger in this scrap, and Maney currently running in 7th position as we continue the attacking, as we continue the racing on what probably could be the last lap, depending on how they do with the checkered flag. Sometimes they deploy it early, sometimes they deploy it late. And Maney in 7th place. Unsure where Mr. Birch is right now at the moment. Hopefully he'll be back soon as well to call Kimi Antonelli over that line for that, for what will be an extraordinary victory. And we still will get battling all the way to the end of this one. Vashor is looking to also close in and have a scrap for that podium position. Maney in 7th at the moment, chasing down Hauger versus Fittipaldi. That will be a battle that will rage on all the way till the end.
Hi.
And hello.
I've said it once, I'll say it again. I hate Virgin Media. It won't connect the internet to the PlayStation, so I had to fill while I typed it in, which wasn't great. So look at that. So Antonelli's crossed the line. He's 9 seconds ahead. So the 9 seconds to go. So it's this lap plus another lap. So it's 2 laps to go now. Or is it 3? I can't work it out. Time's up now. So it's +1. So it's the next lap. That's the last lap.
Well, honestly, I don't even trust the FIA. I'm mainly looking for on Hauger, but I don't even trust the FIA because sometimes they say that this is the last lap.
Yeah.
And they go a bit crazy. So who knows? We'll work it out.
Time's up as then again Villa Gomez gets ahead of Colapinto for 10th. Yeah, I heard you were going crazy at one point.
Yes, because we were going, we were battling through the middle sector. In sector 2, with drivers battling for no points like yesterday. All going a bit wild.
Colapinto's got an error. Colapinto must have an error because look, he's dropped down to 12th position. Stanak's moved up to 11th. Villa Gomez 10th. So yeah. Andrea, Kimi Antonelli there is going to have it. It's +1 lap, remember? That's the rule. But we could be seeing a checkered flag soon. Antonelli, 10.4 seconds. This is why Toto Wolff wants him in a Formula 2 to Formula 1. This is what he wants because that is just insanity. Domination every time he wins, Omi, at this rate.
And had he, of course, been put in Formula 3, he would have just dominated it. There's no point. That would just be a year wasted. He would have dominated that series, done what he's always done. We're sure we'll look for it as well on Bortoletto on this last lap. It's going to be an exciting last lap coming our way in the fight, in the battle for the final spot on the podium. But if he was put in F2, that would have been the case. He's put in F2. He's been challenged, and he's about 2nd victory. His first one, though, in a feature race. Let's see if Vashor can make the move for the final spot on the podium.
He's going to keep it around the outside. He's on soft compound tyres. Vashor looks to get back. They bang wheels again. Bortoletto sliding him out, but Vashor goes through into 3rd position. Bortoletto's trying to fight back, but Vashor's got the faster tyres and the better tyres and stays through. Nothing he can do about that whatsoever. Well, that was kind of sadly predictable that was going to happen. It was too much on the inside. What a rush. There we go again then. Andrea Kimi Antonelli is going to take his first ever feature race win in Formula 2. He had his first sprint race victory in Silverstone 2 weeks ago. It's going to be back-to-back weekends of victory for the man who has come up with so much interest and support from Mercedes. He's the top tip to replace Lewis Hamilton at the team. Toto Wolff said, just give him time. We believe in him. You should see what this kid can do. This is what he can do. He won a sprint in style. He's won a feature in domination. Andrea Kimi Antonelli wins in superb fashion. His first ever feature race in Formula 2 by over 12.5 seconds to Victor Martins after a late race safety car. That is one of the greatest F2 performances I think I have ever seen. Absolutely fantastic. Mercedes celebrate, Prema celebrate, and Antonelli now, definitely, we can all see and appreciate just why he's ready for F1 to race in Mercedes.
What a race Kimi Antonelli deserved. Winner from that one. He'll be absolutely celebrating that one. Showing his class in the wet, showing his class on the dry. Let's hear from him now.
Man, a few words. That is quite good. Omi, what did you make of that race?
Absolutely phenomenal. Deserved winner from that one. And he's got unlucky massively throughout this year as well. The Prema's not been a good at the same time. So great to see him winning and also Prema winning.
Let's head over to the world feed then. with Alex Jakes and Alex Brundle.
Stuff for Prema. They've been under pressure all year long because of the talent they have been carrying in Behrman and Antonelli. It's been a new car. It's been a new discovery for a team that have taken so many champions to Formula One. Mick Schumacher, Charles Leclerc, Oscar Piastri.
Thank you so much, guys. Wow, this was a good one. Thank you guys for the hard work. We all deserve this. Bravo, Kimi, bravo. Oh my God, I'm crying as well.
And questions have been asked. Questions have been asked of team. Questions have been asked of driver. A decent amount of hype following both. Coming into the beginning of the year, it was a much slower start. It was a very much slower start than they were looking for, but they've answered a lot of those questions today. It's late in the season. They're moving through with 5 rounds to go, but they've turned up in exactly the way that they needed to measure up to the expectation, the huge expectation on the teams, on the organisation and on the driver.
We never give up, Richard. We never give up. Bravo, be free. I'm not going to celebrate, mate. You can't forget.
Richard Verschoor still smarting after yesterday and losing the victory. Started 10th, turned it into 3rd. I think when the adrenaline comes off, when he gets a chance to gather himself together, he will be pleased with his work. In fact, I think all the podium will be pleased with their work today. Standout drive for Kimi Antonelli, though. It looked like it was going to be a great stint that went unrewarded. We got the second safety car and he drove away from everyone. Emotional tears of joy are catching on at Mercedes. Hamilton at Silverstone, Prema at the Hungaroring, and we welcome back a repeat winner. We don't get many of them in Formula 2 2024. Kimi Antonelli about to stand on the car. It was in the wet at Silverstone, in the dry. Delight for this man who is clambering out of the car in the colours of Mercedes on top to celebrate victory. And you already know the name. The man being cheered, Kimi Antonelli.
Yeah, they've had quite a few weeks of it, haven't they? There's been a lot of hurt for Mercedes over the last period of time in racing terms, but it's really coming back to them. The pendulum swinging, isn't it? And this young man has been a big part of it with his performances over the last couple of weekends of racing. And great joy, as expected, down there from the Mercedes team and also from the Prema team. I'm delighted for Verschoor, it must be said. Classy driver, and I think he really deserved to take a cup home today. He will be disappointed, I get it, from yesterday's kind of no fault of his own potential race victory lost. But it was good to see him take something home from a weekend where he's really shone, as has this man.
I love the honesty. I love the rawness of it, the competition. You saw the picture of dejection for Paul Aaron when he was so close to being able to continue through that corner, made contact, and then it spins around. A driver who was down early on after all of that hype, after all of those headlines written. I think if team and driver had another chance, they might approach who they linked to that seat to replace Hamilton slightly differently if they had another go. Either way, lessons have been learned, and now celebrations will begin on the top step.
There are a certain number of times as you become a sort of older racing driver that you've been through the ringer of comments you make, of things you do on the racetrack and the consequences of those things where you feel you might have lost out. But these young drivers are raw and they're real because they've not been through that merry-go-round so many times. And that's what we see between them. And it's really humanizing and heartening to see that. And I'd love to see that retained into the next tier as well. The realism and the emotion that is why we love racing.
Yeah, it was a great contrast for a large part of that one. I thought we were in a procedural run and thinking, oh, we never got to see how the strategy might have played out. But you usually get a twist at the end of a Formula 2 race, and so it proved. A capacity crowd applauding the young Chargers, and it's the youngest driver in the field who is the fastest driver in the field at the end of a full hour and a bit of racing. A feature-length victory for Kimi Antonelli, who is talking to us down in Parc Ferme.
Huge congratulations, first of all. Last time out, it was a sprint race win in Silverstone. This weekend, your first feature race win in Formula 2. And from P7, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great, to be honest. was a really good race. Got a good start, managed to gain few position, and since the beginning I saw the pace was really strong on. And yeah, we were a bit lucky with the safety car, but we managed everything really well, and I think we really deserved because the pace was strong today.
You crossed the line with more than a 12-second advantage. Can you just talk us through how that race unfolded for you? We saw that fantastic safety car restart, which you just seem to excel at.
Yeah, I mean, at the start I was a bit concerned because with the first safety car everyone pitted. But then when the second safety car came out, I knew it was my moment because I had the tire advantage. And I knew I had to overtake, especially in the first few laps, because I had a really good grip, and so we do. So really happy for that.
And we've just seen you running over, hugging your team. We've got the Mercedes Formula One team there as well. Just talk to us about the emotions of bringing this victory home, not just for yourself, but for the team and for those who are watching you further up the ranks.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really emotional one. We've been struggling a little bit at the start of the season, but we're coming back, and I think today we really show what we can do. And I'm really proud and happy for the team because we all deserve this, and hopefully we can carry this good momentum in the next few races.
Richly deserved. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Celebrations for Kimi Antonelli speaking to Ariana Bravo down there. Let's check in with the top three.
I think if Sportsletter was out of your DRS, I would have maybe tried less lap with you. But I don't know, maybe.
I was thinking of do I keep him in my DRS to for you to not overtake.
Yeah, but he made one mistake in the chicane. He had a snap on exit and then
I had to cut also. I locked up the front left.
Well done, mate.
How was the take this time? You were going quicker and quicker now, or?
No, I stabilized. But yesterday, what really destroyed me was the massive block. Yeah. Yesterday, at one point, when this was a massive shot.
Yeah, that was big. What did you want to say?
Yesterday, in my last lockup, I saw spars coming out from my tire. I was like at the metal. Yeah, I was.
I did one lockup, but after you, and once I lock up, I said, I go straight.
Yes.
I relieve the brake and I just release it.
But when I
It was too easy, no? So
Yeah,
I was seeing you, I was like, with my engineer, I was like, do I defend or not? I was like, yeah, I will defend, but for sure you will overtake me.
Yeah, the grip advantage was great.
Yeah, but you know, like, the more corners you keep the guy behind, the more you destroy your tire. It was too good. Honestly, it was too good.
And you still defend?
Just keep it on the track.
Well, everyone enjoying themselves underneath the podium in the cool-down room. Richard Verschoor, I think, will smile once he gets his hands on that trophy. It's a great drive from 10th to 3rd for him. Martin's on the wrong tyre at the end of both races, in the sprint and the feature, and worked really well on his way to 2nd position. But the talk, the headlines, and all of the speculation will abound our race winner. He said he needed a sprint victory at Silverstone. He's followed it up a couple of weeks later with feature race victory in Budapest. Back to the podium, hopefully this time for keeps for Richard Verschoor, who finished just 0.8 of a second behind Victor Martins, who judged those final laps really nicely. Alpine Academy driver back on the rostrum. Not being as common as he would have wanted it to be. That's only his 3rd podium finish of the season. Andrea Kimi Antonelli back on the top step for the 2nd round in a row, this time for the feature, and he will hear his national anthem. celebrations for team and driver. 26 points into the tally of Kimi Antonelli, a feature race winner in Formula 2 for the first time. And Prema will enjoy that moment. Real emotion, raw emotion, underneath the podium and on the pit wall immediately after the race. Wonderful to see the marshals line this racetrack, but also presenting the trophy. That's a lovely sign of respect from the organisers here. And Victor Martins deserves that one. A double podium finish for him this weekend.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Victor Martins. Great stuff as well for sure. The face says it all after yesterday, but outstanding drive from him from 10th on the grid to 3rd. Great to see the marshals presenting the trophies. Massive respect for that. Let's see that one again, please. Chief Post Marshal up there. Well, joy on the podium and an element of relief as well, I would expect. Excellent drive, though, from Kimi Antonelli, who thoroughly deserved that one in both the hard tyre stint and the soft tyre stint. He delivered at the end, and the elation from team and driver, making it all too clear how much he needed it, as well as how much he deserved it.
It's been wet, it's been dry, but it finishes with a champagne shower for the youngest driver in the field, the fastest driver in the field. Only 17 years of age, but he's drinking the champagne from the trophy.
Is he allowed to do that? I'm not entirely sure about that, to be fair. Final thoughts, Naomi, from you. Antonelli really is doing fantastic, isn't he?
He's a driver who's hit form. Next week, he has the chance to continue it. Next week, Aaron has a chance to fight, to bounce back. So does Isaac Hadjar. Cannot wait for Belgium. It should be exciting. Rain could be in the air. Cannot wait.
It's going to be fun. The Belgium Grand Prix next weekend for FIA Formula 2. Next up here on JB Motorsports as well, it's the Porsche Super Cup. And then we go into qualifying for Formula E. And then the build-up to Formula 1's Grand Prix as well. Not that long left. Stay tuned. It's going to be a very, very dramatic day. We'll see you later on. From FIA Formula 2, it's Andrea Kimi Antonelli, victorious. We'll see you in 7 days at Spa. We do, rain, go away. We do not want it, and yet we have it. Hello, everybody, and welcome to FIA Formula 3 and, no, Formula 2. Let's get that right. Omi's looking at me now saying, what on earth are you saying? That's because I'm getting my countdown in my ear, saying 3, 2, 1 to kick in for the world feed. Welcome to Spa-Francorchamps here in the Ardennes Forest, where the start procedure is delayed. The next update will come in 8 minutes' time. It is biblical rain here at Spa, to where it stopped and now it's started coming down again. So we are delayed for the FIA Formula 2 race here in Belgium. I'm Joshua Birch. Alongside me in the commentary box is Omi. Josh T's down the pit lane as well. And well, Omi, this is attempt 1 to get this race started. The rain really is coming down, and we're just sort of waiting around, seeing what's going to happen.
Waiting around indeed, as we usually get at Spa. And yeah, if we can't run it right now, then we also do have a few other chances later on today as well to do it after F1 qualifying, if it hopefully dries up a little bit there. So yeah, from the looks of it, it seems like we aren't going to be getting going anytime soon. So yeah, most likely I probably could see them moving it R2 after F1 qualifying.
Yeah, we've also got to remember the delay that comes into effect with the getting the Formula 1 qualifying underway. So realistically, it's going to be happening for a while. Hit start starting good there if we do get going. Victor Martin set no time in qualifying. He's down in 22nd position. Roman Stanek alongside in 21st. Paul Aron gets a penalty. He lines up 20th. Joshua Durtskin lines up 19th on the grid. It's 18th for Taylor Barnard as well. Rafael Villagomez puts it in at 17th position on the grid. 16th, that's for Jose Maria Marti. Reto Mayata starts in 15th position as well. 14th on the grid for Oliver Behrman. Juan Manuel Correa, he goes in as well. 13th on the grid, so watch out for him. Enzo Fittipaldi lines up in 12th. Kush Miney starts in 11th position. Watch out to see what he could do later. 10th for Emil Cordial and Gabriel Bortoletto. He lines up in 11th position. Jack Crawford's in 7th. Isaac Hadjar is 8th on the field as well. It's 6th for Andrea Kimiantelli. Zane Maloney lines up 5th. And 4th on the grid, that takes us to Franco Colapinto and Richard Verschoor. And it's 3rd for Richard Verschoor. 2nd, though, for Dennis Hauger. Zach O'Sullivan takes reverse grid pole position. Well, we're waiting, Omi, and there's a safety car on the grid, and drainage has nearly been improved at this circuit, but you can see it's just not clearing, it's not getting away anywhere on the circuit, so effectively we're just waiting around for something to happen, and we doubt it will.
Yes, we don't expect it to happen, but we will hope and see. But in these conditions, definitely not. Zach O'Sullivan will definitely be wanting it to get underway at some point later on, even as well, as of course he is going to be going from pole position. A rolling start would definitely help his case, but he's going to have some experienced drivers behind who've been here in the wet conditions in the past and have driven Formula 2 cars as well. But yeah, they're all in the pit lane fast. We've even got to get them to the grid, so even if it does improve, there is still a long procedure to go. So I don't really think this is going to happen, or if it does happen, it's going to be a very, very short race as well.
Let's check in with Josh T. JT, this is getting a bit ridiculous now here at Spa, isn't it? Year in, year out, we're always here waiting on the drama. Looking at the weather, though, this is, I think, arguably worse than Spa 21 because it's heavy, consistent rain. Let's hear from Bortoletto first.
The truck that was cleaning the track has given up. Is there anything you want to chat about or life?
Ryan, what are you doing after here? Hey, what are you doing after Spa? Where are you going?
Home. Very busy. Busy period. We need to move. We need to get a fridge. We need to get a washing machine. All that stuff.
No, it's proper rain. So much.
Yeah. I'm happy to be in here also.
Where are you now?
Still in the pit wall. Actually, the Ferrari pit wall is quite good. It's like a house.
There you go.
Gabriel Bortoletto
That's
is
a
engineer.
whole call. Yeah, that's a whole. That's basically a whole phone call, wasn't it?
You've got to get a washing machine after this one as well. Okay, yeah, JT, it's worse than Spa 21. It's consistent rain that's happening down the circuit, isn't it?
Welcome to Belgium.
I thought you were going to say welcome to Watch Mojo then. I thought, are you moonlighting on yet another channel?
Nah.
Could I have a lift, please? It's what the race director's saying there. Standing out in the rain. Yeah, okay. It's biblical conditions here at the moment. Let's hand over to the world feed as well. Alex Jakes is alongside Alex Brundle.
It's going to be interrupted by rain.
You know, I'm not surprised. We've got another view of the safety car. This is the onboard looking ahead. We've looked behind, we've looked ahead. Director Phil's going to be taking us through all of the angles. Do you know why, Alex? Because there's nothing else to show you.
One at a time. Let's go searching. Let's go searching.
Then we'll go for a little bit of we'll go to producer Sean is feeling left out. And
it's only 10 minutes till we name every single member of the crew.
We're going to name everyone in the gallery. We're going to be talking about Alex's. He's going to be talking about Alex's motor racing career.
Not again.
And not after we had an attempt at that in practice. Friends and family watching on, hoping to see some action out there on the racetrack. But it is stair rods at Spa. As you say, Alex, this is the racetrack where we know the weather can play a part more than any others. And we are waiting for an update which is coming your way in about 90 seconds time. My word, it is miserable on the main straight. That umbrella setup, nowhere near enough. You're going to need a poncho minimum for these conditions right now.
Yeah, you really are. It's log flume stuff, isn't it, out there? Oh, woeful setup there. Alpine merch. Is that a jacket or just a soft shell?
Come to Spa and Alex Brundle will critique you if you don't bring an umbrella. Oh, it's risky out there.
It's dangerous stuff out there. Dangerous stuff as well in the championship. Was that a better segue?
No, I like that.
Thank you very much.
That was strong.
Isaac Hadjar, 140 points. Paul Aaron, 122. Both looking relatively well on it this weekend.
So story of last weekend, Alex, was that Aaron had a great opportunity to retake the championship lead, having lost it at Silverstone, but he had contact with Maloney, and he was hitting his helmet with both hands, having made contact at turn number 2.
It's a really bizarre contact as well for Aaron, who was earning our title of Mr. Consistent throughout the year. A run of podium finishes, you know, an incredible sequence of performances had put him in the position to lead the championship early on in the year. He was then overtaken by Isaac Hadjar, largely but not solely because of his feature race victory back in Silverstone and then coming straight to the podium in the Hungaroring. But for Paul Aaron, who has been super consistent, that was a really odd thing to do, to just plain misjudge the braking zone of turn 2 and indeed catch the back of Zane Maloney. It's going to cost him big time. He was a retirement in that race, and it set him a decent way back from Isaac Hadjar in terms of the points. The only saving grace being Hadjar didn't have the best race either, with the Campos team not getting him out onto the racing surface in time for the red light. A bizarre error from the team, it must be said, at this level, finishing only 18th in the feature race. So a bit of an out of jail free card for Paul Aaron, but even so, could have been an opportunity to snatch the championship lead back.
The update that we promised you is there will be another update in 10 minutes.
Yeah,
we've played this game before. Race Control doing it by the rulebook. They believe conditions are too wet because they are looking at the same pitch as you are, and they're looking at way too much water on the racetrack at this moment, and so we've delayed. We're going to take another view of how things are in 9 minutes time.
It tends to be a bit budget airline, this, doesn't it? They tell you you're delayed by 10 minutes, and then you tell you you're delayed by 20, then 30, and so on until you're sleeping on a metal seat in Gatwick, and that's kind of the way it often plays out. But the conditions there not safe and sensible to be going racing. So yeah, can be very, very tricky. We're looking into the eyes of Victor Martins, Alex James.
Very good, top segue. Let's find out, when we spoke to the driver you're looking at, Victor Martins, whether he prefers a wet Spa or a dry Spa.
I don't know. Middle Spa. No, a bit of both is quite nice because, as I always said in the past, I like when it's like you need to deliver straight away. You don't know what you have. You have no experience. So probably like a wet FP and then a dry qualifying, a bit like we got last year, which was quite challenging. And then in the race, a few drops of rain in the race, drying. A bit of everything will be nice for Spa, and I think it's quite typical here.
All the conditions is the request of Victor Martins, due to start both races at the back after failing to set a lap time yesterday.
It is a circuit where it rains so much that not only do you have a profile of where you want to drive in the dry and where you want to drive in the wet as a driver around here, you also have a field.
Oh, I'm going to interrupt that. Omi, can you see the TV pictures right now? I can. That was at Le Combe. You can't even see the pitch straight. The fog is just...
I believe so, Mr. Butch. I believe we're watching the same thing.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, we cannot see to the pit straight. We cannot see much around this circuit, and the drivers won't be able to. That is why we are not racing, and they will just all aquaplane off. So we are in a bit of a waiting phase, and hopefully and I'm guessing the next update we're going to get is it's postponed.
Yeah, I think
absolutely.
Yeah.
Nothing compared to the fog that I had on our Wednesday. 350 or 400 meter short oval, and I couldn't even see the opposite straight.
Now, I put this tweet out because somebody was saying on Twitter, like, this is pathetic, this series, they can race. Track has been given a checkered flag. According to our monitor, they have delayed the session. So I think that's going to be the update, that we're going to have a delayed sprint race and postponed. I put a tweet out saying, if anyone says, oh, they can race in this rain, you're not a driver, you're not the race director. These conditions have killed young drivers in the last 5 years here. Respect Spa and it's different rain here. At Ham44F said, are these pros or little kids driving fast cars? When men were in F1, they ran in rain and it showed who could drive and who were pretenders. So I was a bit angry at that, and I replied, take a look at the F2 stream right now. If you're so manly, you go out and race, and if you crash and die, at least you were not pretending. This is sport, not suicide. And I think that's what people have got to understand. Spa is a different level of water. If anyone's criticising, you know, they're not going out there, this is heavy, heavy rain. Like, this is monsoon condition weather, and it's Eau Rouge. You go there and you crash, there is a 60% chance you're going to die in these conditions. So that's why we're not racing. If this is any other racetrack, it'll still be delayed, we'll probably get going quicker. As I point out, Omi, you've got to respect. Anton Hubert in the last 5 years, Delano Van der Hoef as well, just last year in similar conditions. You've got to respect this track and Eau Rouge and Radion.
Yep, indeed. And they shouldn't rush it, because remember, at the same time, everyone's right now going to be saying, oh, let's race. And then soon as a driver dies, they're going to start criticizing the FIA. So it's honestly lately for people to even be complaining when the rain is so bad. It honestly looks like when you when on F1 24, you just put it on very wet.
Yeah.
Because you're able to race in those conditions. It seems like that's literally what it seems like right now. And even worse, that's how bad the conditions are now. Brave people standing out there as well.
No umbrella as well, and I don't know.
Well done.
It is raining heavily, but it's not as bad on the start straight as it's raining, but it wasn't as bad on the start straight as it was. I think I can even see a bit of sunshine at one part of the track, which could be interesting, but we're going to have to wait and see exactly what's happening here. Spa is Spa. It does look like it stopped raining now, doesn't it, Omi? Down there in the pit lane, just about stopping.
Yeah.
But it's a 7-kilometre track. It could be worse elsewhere, but we might get a short race in. That's a possibility. We've still got an hour before the track has to be cleared for F1. It's a 45-minute race, so we might have time. Okay, updates in 4.5 minutes' time. Let's head back to the world feed.
He's just... he wants his helmet off. He wants his helmet off with the wet conditions, so they had to disconnect the hands device there. Just, can get very hot on the head when you are sitting there in the car for a long time.
Let's hear from the Mercedes Junior. This is all about his mindset after the Silverstone win, which was his first in Formula 2.
Silverstone was a big turning point for me as well, especially on the mental side, because I broke the ice finally with a win. So obviously it really helped on the mental side, and it just helped me to move forward and actually to switch my focus as well. Not trying to focus too much on the final outcome, but just trying to focus on myself and trying to maximize my performance. And then obviously you see how the outcome is, but the most important for me is to maximize my performance and that I do everything right.
Kimi Antonelli talking to us earlier in the weekend. Conversations being had down on the straight. You can see it's still coming down. We've replaced umbrellas with the baseball cap. There's the boss. Bruno Michel, CEO of Formula 3 and Formula 2, in conversation, and you can hear him in conversation with Tom Clarkson, the On the Grid podcast. You can go through Tom Clarkson's enormous libraries of interview, and you can hear from the man himself about his journey running the key championships and rungs on the ladder all the way up to Formula 1.
Hear that, folks? That's how you segue. Gorgeous stuff. Isaac Hadjar.
Yeah, our championship leader is mooching about the pit lane at the moment.
Yeah, he is. And he will be, I think, reasonably happy with this. I mean, of course, they all want to go racing at all times. But it's leaving him in the points lead, potentially, with either a reduced number of points available, and there is a sliding scale in Formula 2, as to how many points are given if the race is shortened. Of course, points not being given if the race does end up, unfortunately, being cancelled due to the conditions. They can do that. They can reschedule it as well, which we have seen, to the end of the day's running.
You haven't got any plans this evening, have you, AB?
I was going to look back at the Formula 2 race, Alex. So if it happens live then it's two birds with one. It's two water birds with one stone.
We're in fun territory at the moment, aren't we? We're both private drivers with the helmet off.
I wasn't invited to any parties, unfortunately.
Hey, you're way too committed on a race weekend for that.
Exactly that. That's what I said when they didn't invite me.
Oliver Behrman is Formula 1 bound with the Haas team next year. Maybe his teammate Kimi Antonelli will be as well. They're still going through the procedure. We're still waiting for an update. The update is coming in 40 seconds time. I don't want to hype it up too much because in my experience the update is we're going to wait for another update.
We're going to count down from 20?
No, I mean, we're not that desperate. I mean, give it another... I was going to say, give it another 10 minutes. It might be a different story in the commentary box. And the fans, well, some are taking the umbrellas down now, and others are keeping the umbrellas up, but it still looks very heavy there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks to be easing off a little bit on the front straight, he said optimistically. And looking over the front wing of one of the Prime machines.
Is that the Trident Stanek?
Oh, it's the Trident Stanek.
Update time, stand by. We're expecting it any second now.
Here we go!
Race control will let us know what stage of the procedure that we're into.
Had a difficult year, as if to ride roughshod over the update with regards to the conditions. It's been a difficult year.
We didn't turn up, so
for Roman Stanek.
Go ahead.
As we film momentarily into that update. He sits 21st in the championship.
What's the
I
update?
thought he might, jump forward a little bit further than that. It's been a hard year for the man at Trident. Next update will be at 2:25. That is 15 minutes.
That's 15 minutes away.
An extension in the time between the updates there. And we're running to the limitation here. Of, there's a hard block in the schedule, which relates to Formula 1 qualifying. So this race won't be delayed ad infinitum. It'll be delayed up until the point where a reasonable race cannot be run before they have to cut it and then run Formula 1 qualifying. Formula 1, obviously, on these race weekends takes priority. The decision will then be made as to if they're able to run the race after F1 qualifying, or if they will not be able to run the race in this instance. We obviously really do hope that we're able to get a Formula 2 sprint race underway. It's always a fascinating contest around Spa, one of the great weekends of the year, one of the great races of the year, and especially in slightly less wet conditions where drivers are challenged, but it's possible to take the cars around the racetrack. It's a fascinating contest and an incredible piece of car control to witness, but as it happens, unfortunately, the issue will be twofold here. It'll be firstly the standing water on the racetrack, which can cause drivers to lose control of the car. That gets between the plank of the low-slung single-seater machinery, lifts the tyre off the floor, removing control from the drivers, and you can be any one of these 22 great young race car drivers if the steering wheel does not connect you directly to the front tyres, which connect you directly to the racetrack. You won't have any control over the directionality of your Formula 2 car, whatever your talent level. And the second point will be the spray and the visibility. If you can't see what you need to miss, you can't miss it, and that's the other issue, which is why rain at this level prevents us from going racing.
Jack Crawford down there in the pit lane is the driver you're looking at the moment. He is alongside 21 racers who are waiting. You can see the amount of water on the car, and they are primed and prepped and hoping to get an opportunity around the circuit. But the next update is 2:45 and local time, and we await that for the moment. So we're just looking around the 7-kilometer circuit. It is our longest of the season by far for Formula 2. and a great vantage point all the way around. We've seen in the past people climbing the trees there to get a perfect view. That tends to be Sunday spec though, because you tend to get in trouble if you do that on a Saturday.
They're too slippery today. You wouldn't be able to get up there. You get in trouble, and they don't let you back in for Grand Prix day. That's the issue. Very effective track blowers here. Some of the best.
In your experience?
In my experience of sitting in the rain at Spa for many years. Very effective and very good people that operate them as well. They've blown away a lot of rain.
There you go.
Over the years.
Tractor Spec doing just that. Still got a lot of water on the racetrack as it stands.
As the son of a farming family on one side, I should be able to identify that tractor, but I unfortunately cannot.
Given I'm from Suffolk, I should be able to identify that tractor, but I couldn't on first glance.
Rubbish country boys, aren't we?
Honestly. And it's Norfolk Day today, I'm reliably informed.
Norfolk Day today?
Yeah.
I mean, of course it's Norfolk Day
Talking to
today.
you, it's Norfolk Day every day.
So, how dare you even suggest that it might not be? Happy Norfolk Day.
To you. Did you just wish that to yourself?
Yes. Me and George Russell having a nice Norfolk Day.
Funnily enough, we're being asked to throw to an interview now, and this driver's team principal about how Isaac Hadjar is dealing with the pressure. This is Adrian Campos Jr.
It's always difficult, but we are all very confident. So we all have the pressure. We can feel it, but I have to say that the driver is working very hard, and you cannot feel like he is leading the championship. He is just enjoying the moment. He wants to do the best as possible, and I think we are in a good moment. We are always strong. We are always quick in every race weekend, so we always face the race weekends with a lot of confidence, and that is what we are doing.
Well, they've had a great year, Campos. They're slipped down to second in the point standings into this one. They're on 178 points, just behind Invicta on 184. But they are looking to do what they used to do in the era of Adrian Campos Sr. and take drivers to Formula One via the second tier of motor racing. And Isaac Hadjar's hoping it's going to be him, because there's so much unresolved when it comes to the Red Bull seats in Formula One 2025.
Yeah, I mean, a huge opportunity for Hadjar, actually. And he's a driver that's starting to come more and more into that lexicon of drivers who are being considered reasonable to move through into the next level, into Formula One. And much of that to do with what's going on with Sergio Perez in the Red Bull top team, which of course would cause a shuffle into the junior team. And then a shuffle through into Formula 2. Hadjar, of course, Red Bull connected, and as such, might be looking to pick up one of those seats. He's certainly doing everything that he does need to be doing to achieve that, and it would be great to see. You know what? It'd be really great to see. Beyond Ollie Behrman, who we know is F1 bound, but I'm considering him a graduate of last year, really.
Yeah.
Because of his performances last year and then his performance in a Formula 1 car this year.
I think that's fair.
It would be really great to see one of the leading drivers in this year's championship get scooped up as a result of their performance in this year's championship. And I think of those drivers, Isaac Hadjar is the most likely. You've obviously got Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who's starting to move into that group for me, if he does get the drop for the Mercedes seat, especially if he has a good end to the year. After this, we'll go to Monza, Baku, Qatar, and then Yas Marina. There's a lot of time there for Antonelli to demonstrate and really grasp that Mercedes seat if he's going to take it, in which case he would be well considered as a graduate of this year's series as well. But Isaac Hadjar come into the series, done a great job. I think, you know, it would be fabulous to see him in Formula One machinery next year, as much for the series as it is for him.
Safety car's going out on the circuit.
The safety car is doing an inspection of the circuit. If you were hoping for some Formula 2 action on track by now, you and me both. But the rain is hammering down, or at least has been. So we've had a delay to proceedings for a while now. And as a result, we're doing a track inspection rather than sending them out there. Safety, of course, absolutely paramount. and we are going to take our time and check conditions before we send drivers out onto a circuit. The rain continuing to fall on the Kemmel Straight, and you can see the spray coming off the back of the safety car alone. Remember, it's far more intense from a single-seater of the power that we're running in Formula 2.
Yeah, much higher off the ground, and traction control and ABS and everything else that road cars have, and a lovely downshift strategy. You can hear through the mid-corner of Eau Rouge and Radion there. Hey, look, it's really easy to be a Monday morning race director and say you should have run it, you shouldn't have run it, you should have changed something, but they're not allowed to make these decisions on Monday morning. They have to make them right now, and with the information that they've got right now, they have to edge on the side of safety, because you know, the slight disappointment or the disappointment of not running the race is nothing in comparison to the tragedy of having something go wrong that could have been avoided. And I think, you know, the sense prevails. You can still see the rain coming down on the camera, but it looks to be slightly now in the middle of the track as well. So going to be very interesting to see. Still on the wet line through that double left-hander of Pouon.
Well, we're getting an update in 5 minutes' time about what is possible. The drivers just playing it by the book now, getting the shoes wiped, the boots wiped before they get into the car, those thin soles to allow them to have the feel on the pedals.
Yeah. You never, when somebody's wiped your boots like that, you never want to stand on the side of the car and get them wet again. So you have to kind of do this kind of, look, you can do this kind of gymnastic entrance to the car to make sure you don't disrespect your mechanic as you jump back in. Double gauche is the slang name for the left and left of Pouon. Quiz for you, Mr. J. Ooh. Where is the double droite?
I don't know. Good question.
It's also in it's in France. So naturally, obviously, France, obviously one of many French-speaking territories. It is at Paul Ricard. It's a Formula 1 venue.
Yeah.
Le Bousset.
No way.
Le Bousset right-hander, known as the double droite.
We're getting deep into the trivia.
Well, I thought I'd quiz you back.
No.
Since you quizzed me about my terrible results at Spa in GP3 on in the week.
That was accidental after Kimi Antonelli proved earlier in the week that he could recall his qualifying times from his entire single-seater racing career. Admittedly, he's only 17, but still rather impressive stuff. And so, if you weren't with us for practice, I thought a fun feature would be to ask Alex whether he remembered where he finished here, and it turned out not to be your finest results behind the wheel of a single-seater.
It wasn't my best. Would I have been coming off a decent result in Hungary, and therefore being complacent? Who knows? It's in the past. It's in the past. It's in the past between us, Mr. Jakes. What's in the future and further in the future is the resumption of racing, unfortunately, because the next update will be at 2:45, which is in 3 minutes' time. 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
Can I tell you, we've run out of interviews to roll in, so you are stuck with us. And
this is it.
Rolling bandwagon of fill-in time, rather than commentating on cars on the racetrack. You're looking at the many thousands of fans that line this circuit. There's some extraordinary views around this racetrack, and great to see everyone keeping themselves in high spirits. That is all we've got to show you on the racetrack for the time being. The safety car, glad we've got the graphic out again to cover off that that's the safety car, but the inspection with Bernd Mailander behind the wheel is continuing. He's done another lap, and then we'll report to race control. Race control, of course, have cameras everywhere, all over the circuit. They have the TV pictures that you are looking at and that we are looking at, and then they will make their decision about whether it's time to run laps behind the safety car, or, Alex, we're getting into the territory where they might be looking at rescheduling things if they don't believe there's enough of a window to complete the laps or the 45 minutes we're allowed.
And the slot for that tends to be the end of the day, the end of whatever day. We had it earlier on in the year with one of the Formula 3 sessions. It got basically popped on the end of the day's running. So that's the one that you should wait out for. That will obviously depend on the conditions as well. so they will be sitting down there waiting for that improvement in the support pit lane. Some debate over whether it is Norfolk Day. I can confirm that it is July the 27th, as confirmed, and this is irrefutable by the Eastern Daily Press. So it's it cannot not be Norfolk Day when the Eastern Daily Press say it is.
Always preferred the East Anglian. There we are, niche reference, but we have been filling for a while.
Yeah, sorry for our audience around the world on that one.
Yeah, this is a world feed. If you're watching in the UK, Naomi Schiff is speaking to Juan Manuel Correa ahead of this weekend. She filmed an interview with him, and you can hear all about one of the most extraordinary characters I've encountered covering motor racing. Juan Manuel Correa is part of the group that will go racing here when we get the approval to get going, but that's if you're a UK viewer. You can see that on Sky Sports F1. We go out to many territories around the world. It's wonderful to have your company, and if you've been with us from the start on this one, it is we're desperately hoping to provide you with something out on the circuit, but of course it's got to be as safe as possible. Juan Manuel Correa ready, having scored a really emotional podium in Spain, did so in the sprint race, had it taken away, did so in the feature race. Wonderful response, running the alternative strategy at a racetrack where he returned after that horrible accident in 2019. And when he returned to Formula 3 in the Grand Prix weekend, he couldn't even apply the brake pressure that he needed to carry on persisting to get back to Formula 2 and then to climb back onto the podium. It's just remarkable from not just a sporting perspective, but a human perspective.
And in a sport where confidence at high speed is so much required and actually affects your performance, you're not talking about just the bravery to do it, are you? You know, the bravery to purely drive a race car around after having that happen to you. It's the bravery to go out there and compete and be prepared to go, you know, that little bit deeper in the braking zone than the driver next to you, and that little bit faster through the apex and push absolutely to the limit. I mimic your thoughts there, Alex. It's very, very brave stuff indeed. The condensation that you're seeing is often the cause of the changeable weather here in Spa, as our lovely media delegate Alexa.
I've never seen Alexa wave at the camera before, so there we are. We're seeing all sorts. Would you like an update on the update?
Go on then.
It's happening in 4 minutes' time.
Oh, yes. Oh, so there's another update.
There's another update in 4 minutes' time.
I'm glad. The only thing that we have to be clear on, we had to clarify there.
It's all going really well, and it does look like the rain has maybe decreased a little bit in intensity.
Yeah, not sure.
I'm maybe saying that out of hope. Hello to you, sir, leading into frame.
Come on down. Do some commentary.
We are getting close to. Would anyone else like another go? Thank you for bearing with us. Hold on a minute. And that looked like umbrellas down.
Didn't it?
And jackets being shaken off, and yet up the crane here. At a very similar part of the circuit, it continues to look like it's hammering down. The breadth of this site, unlike anything really, other than your favourite place in the world, the Nordschleife.
I really like the Nordschleife, but it is not capable for F1 racing anymore. Did used to have Formula 1 racing around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. This Nürburgring Nordschleife, one of the very early prepared racing circuits.
Yeah.
And actually is as difficult as it is because it was built in some way to stave off the criticism that a prepared racing circuit would be too easy. In comparison, and here is where we're drawing it into context, the comparison with Spa-Francorchamps, which was a road circuit and was one of the most fearsome venues. Used to be one of the most fearsome venues. The old track used to head off further past the Kemmel Straight. You can still drive on it if you are so inclined. If you go back round the far end of the circuit, you can see areas that used to form the racetrack. A fearsome, longer road circuit here. And you're quite right, over a very long distance, quite a long circuit in the way that it's laid out, and differential in elevation, lined by trees. and that means you do get difference in condition throughout the racing circuit. Earlier on today, we had a much wetter early part of the circuit, a much wetter La Source and Eau Rouge in Formula 3 than the far part of the circuit in, for example, Pif Paf, Pouhon, Stavelot was. So that's the differential in conditions one might suffer until the roof is off for Hamilton Hyde that we saw earlier on in the broadcast. I don't think we've got an ease up in the rain that's going to lead to a resumption of racing.
I think the Hamilton Hyde is towards the final chicane. I think I think it's up there. We are waiting for word, and there we go. It's still up. It's still up, and that tells a story at the moment. Hello to you, sir. We're loving your setup. We're loving the fans keeping smiles on their faces. Tell you what, the gallery are not liking the control
Also,
we've got right now.
Loving my new role as director.
Yeah, let's see what else we've got around the circuit. There we are. We had the forward facer. Okay, we've been given the control. Let's go on board for the safety car. Oh, I'm absolutely loving this. 10 years I've been at this job. I've never been given the controls.
It's great stuff.
Alex, where are we going next?
Can we ask for?
God, they've got
the exit of
controls.
Blanchimont?
Ooh.
The exit of Blanchimont.
I mean, they've given them controls. It's never going to end well.
Bit of a look at the second.
There we go. Okay.
Oh, look at this water.
Oh, and it's been announced. The F2 sprint race has been postponed. 41 minutes we've been sat here in the commentary box, and that is the news. It has been postponed. Well, I suppose that would be the only sensible thing they could do. It's still too treacherous out there.
Yes, only sensible thing. I've somehow still stayed. I've still somehow stayed entertained throughout that bit. But yes, only before we go off, now start quizzing you, Josh.
Yep.
Paul Aaron had a penalty coming into this race. We are unable to run it.
Ah, good point. Very good point.
Does it go to his feature race tomorrow, where he starts on pole? Is the question.
I suppose it must go there, must it?
Well, we'll find out, I guess, tomorrow then.
I am under information.
Or maybe later today if we want to sprint.
The F2 race looks like it's going to be postponed to later on today. So we will see. But right now,
Can't wait.
God, it's like F3 again. Have you recovered from the Porsche F3 crashgate? Just about. Just about. But right now, we've been given the news that the F2 race is postponed till the end of the day. So, thank you, Emmy. Thank you, JT. Thanks to Alex and Alex as well on the world feed. Not what we wanted to bring you, but we'll have news throughout the day of when we're going on. Build-up to qualifying now begins in 55 minutes' time. So it looks like we're going to have it after Formula 1 qualifying. Yes, Vassar, that's what we're having. It will be the F2 race following the F1 qualifying if we can run it at the end of the day. So we'll reschedule the stream and get the next one up. Thanks, guys. Thanks for your company. But right now, we cannot bring you any F2. Let's get the final thoughts from the world feed.
Well, that's the disappointing, but I fear inevitable news. Everyone was standing by. You could see everyone strapped into the car, full race spec, but they're going to make their way out of this pit lane to the support race pit lane, which is just down the hill. It is unfortunately not what we wanted to bring you here at Spa-Francorchamps, the 10th round of the season. But I want to thank the whole broadcast team for their efforts, not just across this race, but all season long to bring us the sights and the sounds. Any final thoughts, Alex Brundle?
Not really, to be honest. Let's get a race later on. Thanks to everybody who stayed with us. Really looking forward to bringing you the F2 sprint race when the conditions are appropriate.
Well, thank you very much to everybody as well. Sorry we couldn't bring you a race at the moment, but the rain is easing up, so maybe F1 qualifying will happen and we can get it later on as well. We'll be back, hopefully, for the sprint race of F2 after the F1. Our qualifying starts at 2:45 British Summer Time. Join us again then. F2 sprint delayed. See you later. Bye-bye. FIA Formula 2 may finally get a race in this weekend as well here at Spa-Francorchamps. After the misery that was yesterday, it's dry hopes today. Here's the story so
Formula
far.
2 arrives in Belgium. Turn it up, Ollie. Alex Brundle's terrific.
I have the safety mode.
Safety mode for Hadjar.
Aaron goes back-to-back with pole positions. This is really intense rain.
Oh, woeful setup there.
That's strong improv.
We need to get a washing machine.
One of the strangest team radios I've ever heard.
No wonder he's staying dry. Poor bloke's not got a washing machine.
We go again after a washed-out attempt to run this race. And we go racing to turn number 1. Feather touch from Bortoletto up against Behrman. Antonelli diving to the inside of Crawford. That is super late on the brakes. Hadjar can't afford to take any risks. Big moment of brinkmanship. Antonelli gets there. Antonelli gets by. We didn't go the full distance, but we did get a winner, Zach O'Sullivan.
We saw some rain, we saw some ponchos, we saw some great action.
It may have been short, but the sprint race was definitely sweet. Now in the sunshine, FIA Formula 2 may finally get a race in here at the legendary Spa-Francorchamps. It's round 10 of 14 in the 2024 campaign, and the championship at the front is hotting up. A crucial feature race lies ahead of us here, with Paul Aron lining up on pole position. He has to tackle over 7 kilometres and 25 laps for the feature race. 2 DRS zones, 1 on the start-finish line, and 1 on the run down to Le Combe. It's over 205 mile an hour at top speed here as well, even in a Formula 2 car, and the action is, as always, superb. 3 minutes to go then till we get ready for the formation up. Alongside me in the commentary box is Omi and Jack. And Omi, yesterday we were waiting around and waiting around and waiting around. The rain has gone, the sun has come out, but here in the Ardennes Forest, nothing is ever as predictable as we can see.
Indeed. What a race we have coming our way. Paul Aron on pole a few times this season. Is it finally the day he converts it into his first victory of the season? Behind him, he's got championship rivals Bortoletto and Isaac Hadjar, who believed he could have been in that pole position with the 2 points gained as well. Instead, he goes from third, but pole position sometimes around the circuit might not be the best place to start anyway. So let's see if Hadjar can try get in the mix. Exciting feature race coming our way. Cannot wait for this one to get underway. It should be pretty, it should have a lot of action, of course, with pit stops also coming our way. So cannot wait for this one to begin.
Yeah, 25 laps ahead of us as well. Let's take a look at the starting grid then from back to front. Victor Martin still with no time set. He lines up right at the back, but did make up 9 places in just 5 laps. Roman Starks alongside him as well, 21st. Joshua Durskin lines up in 20th. Taylor Barnard lines up 19th on the grid. Rafael Villa-Gomez is 18th with Jose Maria Marti in 17th. 16th goes to Rito Mayata alongside Ollie Behrman starting 15th. He moved up into 8th place in yesterday's race as well with Antonelli ahead of him. Juan Manuel Correa is in 14th with Enzo Fittipaldi lining up in 13th place as well. Kush Miney takes 12th with Emil Cordial in 11th. Top 10 goes Zach O'Sullivan's way. Yesterday's sprint race winner, Dennis Hauger, lines up alongside him in 9th position as well. Richard Bashaw lines up 8th on the grid with 7th for Franco Colapinto. Zane Maloney starts 6th. And the best move I've ever seen in Formula 2, Andrea Kimi Antonelli lines up 5th on the grid. Outside, wet weather, Eau Rouge, side by side, brilliant. Jack Crawford lines up 4th with Isaac Hadjar in 3rd. Front row of the grid, Gabriel Bortoletto and Paul Aron proving everybody that he goes forward. Good morning, Jack. Here we go then. You're here for the feature. Sunny conditions as well. Fingers crossed, we should be in for a great one.
Yep, fingers crossed. Hopefully it's not as disrupted as the F3 race was earlier. It's going to hopefully be a pretty entertaining race. You got Bortoletto, Aron, both on the front row, 2 incredibly promising talents in my opinion. It's going to be a good one.
Let's check in then with the world feed. Alex Jakes and Alex As we get ready for lights out.
So the leading runners on the soft compound tyre, that's what we would consider the traditional strategy, the softer compound giving you a better launch off the line, then needs to be relinquished earlier on in the race. It is almost a 50-50 split through the field as to which strategy they've gone for as they leave for the formation lap.
They do not have the full running that you would usually get in a sprint race, which is a large part of the homework completed for the teams. We didn't get that in the dry yesterday. What we do have are these helicopter pictures of an extraordinary racetrack that the drivers will be desperate to attack. They don't have a full picture though. New car, resurfaced racetrack. It's going to be a different picture out there, and all the Formula One drivers were doing yesterday is talking about degradation and how it's far more extreme than it's been in recent times.
You've got to remember as well, we've had a load of rain this morning, rain overnight as well, so the track goes back to square one then, and often you get graining early on in the race here. It's what they're going to have to defend against.
Okay, let's hear from our pole sitter. Paul Aaron was talking to us earlier in the weekend.
We had a tough round in Silverstone. I came to Hungary and put it on pole, but still left the weekend very disappointed. So yeah, again, going from a very low to again being on pole today, obviously I'm very happy. But yeah, I don't want to celebrate too early. After the first run, I basically had a very good lap, a perfect slipstream, and I was second. And after that, I thought, well, this is not going to be easy. And we managed to make a few changes. I managed to do an even better lap, and we got the pole. So yeah, the key is just to go and try and do your best, because with such a competitive championship and so many good drivers, you can just never predict where you're going to end up.
So many good drivers is correct. As the cars are on their formation lap, we didn't cover this yesterday. I wanted to wait until Sunday to say and acknowledge that Spa is incredibly tough for the people of Formula 2. 5 years ago, we lost the bright and talented Antoine Hubert. Antoine has been remembered this weekend with floral tributes and a track run organised by his friend Pierre Gasly. I wanted to send my best to his family, friends and team, all of whom deal with the reality of that day every day. Formula 2 will forever make sure Antoine Hubert will never be forgotten.
Absolutely so. Emotive day for Formula 2, and I know that you're in the commentary box that day, and it's a day that lives with you in terms of your memory of this series. Alex, extremely well said, and it was great to see that play out earlier on.
So, we're all set then. What do you think, Omi, as we come into the start line as well? He's going to take the lights out.
Should be very interesting. Now we're going to work out, of course, with the new surface, the more grip. The more grip yesterday, the drivers reported in the paddock, caused more spray. Today, we don't have to worry about the spray. We definitely, though, still have the grip out there on the circuit, so that'll be interesting. Keep an eye on the Dams car of Crawford, who starts P4. Also, keep an eye on Correa from 14. The Dams car has good race pace there as well. So keep an eye on the Dams, but it could be anyone's race at the front of the field.
Stand by for 25 laps of unpredictability. It's 1 hour in total, and then the racing will be go. Victor Martins lines up at the back of the grid then. Green flag will be shown. All eyes to the lights here in the Ardennes Forest. The feature race for FIA Formula 2 has all 5 lights activated. Lights out, blast off, good start from the middle of the road. Great start as well from Richard Verschoor as we come down towards turn 1. Paul Aron's on the outside line, Gabriel Bortoletto's on the inside, contact, and into the barrier immediately. And that's Ollie Behrman out of the race, and that is a huge accident. It's a taken off by the tyre barrier, and they just went sort of joined together as we see Isaac Hadja and Gabriel Bortoletto trying to have a go. That might be a red flag already. That's a crash on the start line. Haven't seen that in a very long time. Now look at Isaac Hadja having a go at Gabriel Bortoletto, and there's a driver on the grass. That's Dennis Hauger. Antonelli going defensive as well. Into second position goes Isaac Hadja. Paul Aron keeps the lead in the race. Someone slow coming through. Yeah, I can't tell who it is.
Look.
Is that Colin Pinto or Crawford? Can't tell at the moment, but there's someone sort of directly in the centre of the circuit.
Colin Pinto.
Colin Pinto, another car off through the gravel further back. It's one of the Tridents. It's happening everywhere. What on earth is happening?
Everywhere on this opening lap, indeed.
No sign
Dean
of-
Maloney also bogged down off the line. It was a good avoiding for Sullivan as well.
No sign of the red flag or the safety car. Surely it's got to be one or the other. We've crossed the control lines. Everybody has. We can go to a red if we need it. That tyre barrier is going to need to be repaired. Safety car has been deployed at the very...
Safety car.
It went to stream ending for some reason. That's unusual. I pressed S for safety car. I'm sorry about that. So safety car is out. So safety car on the opening lap of the race has been deployed. That'll neutralise everybody. We haven't yet seen Behrman or Marty. Marty's car's pulled out, so's Behrman. Tyre barrier looks okay. Thank God for that. So it was a low-speed accident in fairness, but I've never seen anyone go into that tyre before, Romy. And looking, tyres look fine, cars moved away, just a safety car, no need for a red flag. But out goes Behrman, out goes Marty. Oh, and Colapinto stopped right in the centre of the track.
Colapinto out as well. So that's a disappointment for the driver from Argentina. He's going to find himself out of the race. Oliver Behrman and Marty out as well with the incident. Lots to go through on the opening tour of that race. But yeah, Franco Colapinto, such a disappointment. He'll be out of the race after some great qualifying performances. He won't be able to put it into race performance today, unfortunately.
Sadly not, Jack, and that opener was definitely interesting. And the cars are now coming into the pit lane to avoid turn 1. So it's not a red flag, they're just getting out of the way of all the turn 1 accidents. So wise decision from the stewards there to bring them through the pit lane. But Jack, what an interesting start that was.
Yeah, good call there from the stewards to bring the car through the pit lane. 100% the correct decision. But no, Marty, Behrman both out. Colapinto slow. I don't know if there was any contact there. I also think I saw someone going off in the background. I want to say it was Dirksen who went off, but I wasn't 100% sure. Absolute chaos at the start here.
Never seen anybody go into that tyre barrier, ever. That's the
Neither have I.
first time since it got put there 17 years ago. Behrman's out. So 3 drivers out already. That's Colapinto, Behrman and Marty. Behrman walks in as the cars below him leave the pit lane, as we're still under safety car conditions. Aron leads, Hadjar, Bortoletto, Crawford for sure, Antonelli, O'Sullivan, Maney, Hauger, Maloney are top 10. Aron's been noted for a technical infringement, so the race leader is in trouble with the stewards. And Antonelli as well has been noted for the same thing, technical infringement as well. Here's your start there with Omi.
So, off the line, Paul Aaron is going to get away with Bortoletto. Maloney got away very poorly, as I mentioned. Crawford also did get away Crawford got away well, so did Colapinto, as well. Antonelli with the inside line. And then it seems like we're going to get the crash in the background. So we're going to be looking for the red and white Prema. He's going to be side by side there, side by side with Maloney. Marty goes to the outside, and oh, Maloney's involved in that one. Behrman, we're making contact with the side of Maloney into the path of Marty. So that's how that contact happened then off the line.
So great start as well coming from Richard for sure. As I said, he dived at the inside. Looks like Colapinto didn't get away well at the line. Maloney causing the concertina effect as well. Marty and Behrman straight in. Here's Behrman's radio.
You okay?
Yeah.
As long as you're okay, it's good.
Yeah, that's the most important thing, because that was a nasty one. Comes across the track. I'd blame Behrman there. He didn't look where he was going.
I agree.
That was Behrman's fault.
He just cuts across Maloney.
Insane. My luck is insane. Best start of my life.
It was a really good start for Marty
Yeah,
as well.
he did get a good start.
That's
Look
Behrman.
how bad the start that Maloney got was, by the way.
Yeah.
Marty's been punished a lot for good starts. Australia, he was taken up by his teammate Hadjar after a good start. And then again, a great start for Marty, and he's punished for his own success.
Yeah, just cut straight across at that start in Australia and in towards the pit lane. And here's Fittipaldi. He didn't get a great start. He's on the soft compound tyre and he watches it all happen. Yeah, that's Behrman's fault. Behrman cuts across the inside of Maloney and there's nothing else. So that's Behrman not using his spatial awareness. I don't know what's happened to Ollie Behrman, but he has had a really terrible F2 year and he has been rewarded with an F1 drive just because he did well in Saudi Arabia. It's like ever since he got that, it's like he's not trying in F2 anymore.
Yeah, great avoiding work, of course, on Zane Maloney, getting that slight stall off the grid. And this is Hadjar, the top two very close, and then you're going to tuck in that slipstream, get the direct toe, and Isaac Hadjar able to take second place on this on this opening tour to the race, and then also getting the slow steam from Paul Aaron, so that gave him the extra momentum to get through and move up to second place and get past Bortoletto as well. Then Colapinto was side by side with Crawford in the background, and then Colapinto just slows down. Slows down. An issue for Colapinto. Simple as that.
And everyone watching at home in the garage, there's Jose Maria Martin watching the replays. But it looks a bit like Mr. Bean in that reaction he just did there with the face. Here he is now on the pit wall.
Safety car's ending.
Yeah, and Antonelli will be investigated after the race for that technical infringement. That's not going to be great at all. Let's go, says Antonio. Listen, we've got another stream. Yeah, we've got streams all day, basically, until 6 o'clock tonight. Let's go, Kimmy. I hope Behrman's okay. He is. And Kenny says that's Silverstone 2022, like with Joe. Yeah. It's weird. You don't see an accident like that at the start. Right. I'm going to go check on my bacon. Back in a minute. Let's go.
To be that clear before the beginning of the race. Antonelli, still one of the leading drivers on the medium compound tyre, managed to stay in there at the start, was overcome by Verschoor, who had a beautiful launch off the line, went storming through the middle of the grid in the Trident, but Antonelli hanging in there and trying to do what we've seen him do earlier in the year, which is make that harder compounder tyre available for the weekend work, then jump to the soft and go storming through the field.
And last year's strategy was aided by the timing of a safety car for Jack Doohan, who started P11 on the grid, needed the timing of the safety car to bring him into contention, but it did, and it worked, and it often does in FIA Formula 2. The safety car and a smiling Bernd Mailander enjoying himself out there.
He's finally seen a dry Spa for the weekend. He's turned his safety car onto traction control off, and he's having a ball out there.
So he's going to come back to the pits. The pace will be defined by Aaron, our top two in the championship, our top two on the road that swapped round. Aaron was our pole sitter, a position gained for Hadjar. Can Hadjar use that bold move into Lecom to turn it into the race lead, try and extend his championship advantage? If you're not sure about the abbreviations, it's Aaron, then Hadjar, Bortoletto, our top three in the championship, our top three on the road. Then Crawford, Verschoor, Antonelli, O'Sullivan, our winner yesterday, then Miney, Hauger and Maloney are our top 10 as Aaron prepares his restart.
Big work from Hadjar through the brake pedal to get temperature in the front tyres. He needs to try to put the pressure on Aaron now if he can, and Aaron will surely be under pressure as he did.
Because we have yet to see anybody else compete. Now, has Villa Gomez, well, he's dropped down. Yeah, Villa Gomez has stopped. It's a two-car pile-up. And I'm not seeing... There he is. Rear left. So Villa Gomez has got him backwards. Both drivers are out of the car and are okay. It shouldn't be a long safety car. There's no tyre barriers are damaged, but Villa Gomez out. Front left and rear left broken as well. Rear right toe link snapped. So I think it's Martins who's hit him first there. What do you think, Omi?
Will be interesting to see the replays on what has happened there, battling through what can be a tight part of the lap as well, especially on a safety car restart when you're trying to get a nose in there to the inside and trying to make some overtakes. And remember, we've got a massive split with the tyre compounds. The car's usually all over the place, but disappointment for Victor Martins. His 2024 season continues to be like this. And then Villa Gomez hasn't really done anything, so he's just going to finish in 18th anyway, but out of the race. Not like he was going to make a difference in this race at all.
So where do we need to look in the field? There we go. There's Victor Martins going right around the outside. Now, so Martins cuts the track. Oh, my word. So Villa Gomez loses at the exit curb of Lecom. Martins already cuts the chicane at Lecom after going side by side with Correa. And they had nowhere to go.
Yeah, mate, he just put me in the gravel. Guy gave me no space.
So Villa Gomez, well, hang on a minute. Yeah, so Villa Gomez gets put in the gravel by Barnard, spins across, and Martins, who already had one off, gets another off on me.
Yeah, indeed. So that is how that one unfolded. And out of the race goes Martins and Villa Gomez. So that will be a steward investigation that will go on as the cars get cleared quickly, hopefully as well.
Absolutely. Let's head back.
Incident beyond Barnard's
Let's head back to the world feed, was what I was about to say before they interrupted me. Here we go.
But that kind of thing happens through the exit of turn 6 all the time. Barnard has the car up alongside and is in control of the corner at that stage. But the Martin's an innocent bystander there. Yes, he'd been off the road. He'd rejoined safely at that stage, so realistically just found himself in the firing line by pure chance, effectively, there.
And we're on lap 5 at 25. We're ticking into the window where you are allowed to make your mandatory stop. The safety car is out for the moment. Lights are off, and will we get a chance? Well, the marshals are quick here, and I think they've been switched on. We're under safety car conditions for the second time in the race. We had a start crash earlier on between Behrman. There we go, the lights are on. We're doing it as per the rule book now. And Behrman and Marty into the barrier at the start, and then Villagomez and Martins into the barrier just at the entrance of Malmedy Corner, turn number 7, and they're left to watch with the rest of us.
Huge attrition rate in this one. 17 of the 22 cars still running, and our camera box is there being used as a seat by the two Formula 2 drivers. We wondered where we'd left them.
The gallery did. They're pretty panicky. They've got 2 young talents sitting on the camera boxes. This is how it all happened then. Racing Correa, Victor Martins in the Alpine livery, and then the black and orange car forced wide, and nothing either one could do about that one.
Yeah, Villagomez there. Yeah, he finds himself wide. I don't think it's fair to expect to drive up the inside there and take the line into turn 7. I think fair enough. Villagomez is losing control of the car on the outside curb, spinning into Martins. You like to try and discern them if you possibly can beyond a racing incident, but realistically that's what happened. We've got Roman Stanek then coming in as a pit caller. Appears to be on the medium compound tyre, so this won't be scheduled for Stanek. Are they going to throw him on the soft and see how far they can go?
The end of lap 6 that you're allowed to make a mandatory pit stop. The end of lap 6. I'm not sure what they've done there.
No.
I think they've gone one too early, as per the rule book.
Unless they're just thinking to put it on the soft tyre from a strategic perspective and aiming to make a further stop later if there's another safety car. Could easily be that. But as you correctly say, you've got a complete lap 6. So with regards to a mandatory stop, and it is a mandatory stop.
Yeah, not a tyre change like we have in Formula 1. You've got to physically come in and change tyres, mandated in the rulebook.
Yeah, often the case when we consider these races, they are required to stop in the pit lane, but that could just be a pace-related aim. Try and do something different if you're out of the action. Stanek, well, he's definitely out of the action now. What's going to be difficult for him is regaining contact with the pack, because he can only arrive at the safety car at the earliest arrival time. So he can't now go flat out to rejoin the pack. He has to be mandated to the sensible speed with which they can recontact the racing pack. With the safety car ending this lap and the cars approaching sector 3, I think that's going to be pretty tough for Stanek.
Yeah, that's an odd one. I wonder if they're maybe gambling on a safety car. You do have to run both tyre compounds. You do have to make a mandatory stop. If we had another safety car, they'd be able to come back in, catch the pack, go back to maybe your favoured tyre. We're trying to work out what they've done there, because it's not the more obvious tactical move in Formula 2. You can't make your stop until the end of this lap. But hold on a minute, the safety car's coming in. So an unusual conundrum for the entire field. We have Aaron versus Hadjar versus Bortoleto on the restart again. And this time, Alex, Hadjar has had a dry run at this.
Absolutely so. You've got to remember, although the soft tyre has done 6 laps at the end of this one, very few of them have been racing. So in terms of the energy that they put through that tyre, what, 1.5, 2 laps max? So they should be able to take it longer in numerative terms through the race than they might otherwise be able to do.
The silver high-tech of Paul Aaron from Estonia, ready to take his racing once more. A contender in Formula 3 last year and looking to win his maiden Formula 2 race today. Drops the hammer, heading in to the bus last stop chicane at the end, the final 2 turns of this 19-turn racetrack. We are going to complete lap number 6. We are going to go racing once again. The green flag flies at Spa-Francorchamps. Into the pits comes Dennis Hauger. He's decided to get rid of it as quickly as possible. He was not running further up, and he tumbles down the order. He's the only one to take the option to stop as we go back racing once again, and we've got moves everywhere you look. That's Richard Verschoor diving to the inside, trying to take the place from Miata, and he does so.
Yeah, Miata under pressure there through the exit. Actually, Roman Stanek trying to make the move down the inside. Dennis Hauger, the driver you correctly said, on that lower downforce rear element for Hauger, choosing to stop very early. But it's Aaron now under pressure. Jakesy down towards 5.
Here comes Aaron having to throw defensive shape. Didn't have to do that on the last restart. Here's a move to the inside for Antonelli. He gets it completed. Up to 6th position for the driver on the medium tyre. And the Red Bull soft tyre should have fired up better there, but it's Antonelli who makes the pass. Aaron staying ahead of Hadjar.
Antonelli needs to make progress here and continue on. He's the leading driver on that medium compounder tyre, holding up the reverse strategy at this stage. So will at some point lead this race on the road when the soft tyre runners pull in and come for their pit stop. That's going to be happening in relatively short order now. Aaron's jumped away from Hadjar, who caught him. Aaron caught Hadjar slightly unaware, a little bit more napping than he did on the last restart, even though the profile of that restart for Aaron was very similar to the previous one.
So Aaron doing what he needed to. Hadjar at bay, then Bortoletto in 3rd, Crawford in 4th, Richard Verschoor, the lead trident in the race in 5th. A good move for Antonelli, gets him into 6th position. O'Sullivan down to 7th, and then it is Miney, Maloney and Fittipaldi, the top 10. Villa Gomez, Martins, Colapinto, Behrman and Pepe Marti out of this one. The 5 cars retiring. Hauger has made his mandatory stop in that high downforce configuration that MP have decided to run, and no one else did. It looks really, really tight this time around. Hadjar's going to get a great opportunity.
It is now Verschoor, isn't it, who's made the place on that medium compound tyre, who actually sits in front of Antonelli as the leading prime runner. So it will be Verschoor, in fact, who takes them around when the soft tyre runners peel off to pit. Those medium tyre runners still under pressure from the soft tyre at this stage. The crossover yet to come. DRS enabled this time, and Hadjar is going to have an option on Aaron using that system surely down the back straight, and Aaron knows it, moving immediately to cover off the slipstream.
It was 4 tenths across the line. It's much less than that now. The top 2 in the championship did not get a chance to go wheel to wheel. DRS looking plenty powerful for Isaac Hadjar, who takes the lead on lap number 8.
That's the battle on the road. That's the battle in the championship. The top 3 exactly line astern with how they are in the series. Bortoletto scrabbling to keep with the leading 2 on pace there. Big slide through the exit of Malmedy in a McLaren liveried Invicta, looking...
Well, that was a great move for the lead that I saw inside. Let's take a look at it again. He's got the DRS, moves around the outside line. Aron could do nothing about it there, Omi. I know I've missed a couple of laps. That's what happens when you have literally no help, because everybody just decides, oh, I want to stay in bed. Useless people. Anyway, green flag racing's on. Oh my God, if my OBS doesn't bloody work, I'm going to hit my computer again. This is getting ridiculous. Go on. Yeah.
So.
Also, bandaged hands. Yeah, I'll do the bloody cooking. Useless family members, honestly. Go on, Omi.
At least we got some racing to cheer you up. We've
No,
got
I'm beyond thingy right now. Go on.
Hadjar taking the race lead by 8 tenths an hour.
Box for Aron. His tyres are gone.
Aaron's
he was on the
coming in.
soft tyres anyway, so we'll see what happens then. Hadjar leads now by 7 tenths already. Bortoletto still back in 3rd. Antonelli down to 6th and into the pit lane on the soft tyres. Finally comes Paul Aron. So he changes over from hard to soft. Gone. Are you behind it? Are you lagging?
I might be behind.
Jack, you can hear me fine.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Alright, it's Omi. Mediums go on. That's a long way to take those tyres, Omi.
It is a long way to take those tyres indeed, as he will go back out onto the circuit, still trying to work out what is going on with Roman Stanek as well. But Aaron will rejoin the road, trying to get undercut as Verschoor goes through.
Right the outside, coming into Lecombe, gets ahead of Crawford. Nice move. So for Shaw's up to third, Crawford's in fourth position as things stand. Box for Crawford. So yeah, his tyres are done as well.
Yeah.
Got to keep better on that one. 2.1 seconds the gap between Hadjar and Bortoletto. Vashore in third. He's up, so Vashore's up 5 places, so is Maney. But Barnard, Dirt's up 8 apiece, but Barnard under investigation for that collision.
Yep, so Crawford coming in at the end of this lap. Antonelli running in P5 right now at the moment. Hadjar, the race leader, is also diving it into the pit lane. So let's see whether Aaron will be able to get an undercut. Aaron will have those tyres warmed up even if Hadjar does rejoin the road ahead. So it's going to be a fascinating battle at the front of the field when Isaac Hadjar comes into the pit lane. He's got the fastest lap at the moment. He's got a 2.2 second advantage over Bortoletto. But the real comparison is going to be with his nearest rival for the championship, with Paul Aaron, who currently sits in 16th, has made his pit stop. Let's see where Hadjar's going to come out in comparison to him.
Under pressure. And in he comes now. Hadjar boxes. Bortoletto takes the lead. Crawford comes in as well. So watch out as we see Paul Aron 19 seconds back to Stanak. In total, to Bortoletto's gap takes him 7 seconds away. So that's what you've got to keep an eye on and keep the distance for as they come in now together. Is he going to get held up here by Bortoletto coming down the pit lane? No, hang on, who is that coming down the pit lane? Dirtskin. Joshua Dirtskin. Yeah, gets out ahead.
Yeah. Sullivan that was, who was beating him slightly, but let's see where Hadjar's going to come out now.
Exits, power, Aron's coming somewhere across the line now. There he is, he's undercut him. Oh, fantastic. The overcut works better than the undercut. Hadjar gets out ahead of Paul Aron, and Aron's going to be furious about that. Absolutely furious. But hotter tyres, remember?
Max attack and box. Max attack and box.
Bortoletto being told to max attack and box, but the net race leader belongs to Isaac Hadjar and Paul Aron. The 2 title rivals are going to be absolutely furious with this one.
Indeed. So it's still formation between those 2 drivers. Aaron trying to attempt that undercut. Wasn't able to get there. Fittipaldi is being called to the box, currently sitting in 6th position behind Zane Maloney as well. But yeah, Bortoletto is now going to come in with Hadjar getting a good gap over Aaron on this restart. It's going to give encouragement to Invicta that Bortoletto could do something of the same. This was with Tomo Miata around the outside of Juan Manuel Correa, and that was taking 9th position.
This call for try. Oh, great defensive driving for the Japanese driver there. That's what we saw of the Super Formula, Jack. That's a lot better.
Absolutely brilliant move there from Ratomo Miata. And here is Bortoletto into the pit lane, by the way. So, Miata showing why he's being considered for that Toyota World Endurance seat that I think he's likely going to go to next year.
Yeah.
Makes sense, doesn't it, really, Omi, to go over there rather than stay in Formula 2 for a year to get a shot at a World Championship and a World Championship winning team.
Indeed, as Bortoletto is going to get held up from Fittipaldi momentarily. Fittipaldi also coming into the pit box. We have Stanek, who is going to need to pit. Of course, his first one wouldn't count as it wasn't done in the pit window.
Fittipaldi stalls it.
Fittipaldi.
He had to wait for Stanek to go past him, and he stalled it. Unbelievable. Well, that's what you get. These F2 machineries are so unreliable this year. It's like what we saw back in 2018 when we changed the cars last time. Paul Aron is right behind Isaac Hadjar with the DRS. And now the 2 championship protagonists are going to go wheel to wheel down the camel straight. And to the outside goes Paul Aron. Did he get the move done? Yes, he did. Fabulous. Outside and then gets it done. Hadjar down to 9th and Aron now back in the front. Now he can save tyres. Iceman says, who would Miata replace? I'd assume
nothing had
Kobayashi. Go on, Amy. Oh, Fittipaldi's out, isn't he?
That's disappointing. He's going to find himself the
Oh, he
race.
stalled it again!
Will the Brazilian driver, unless they can try get that one going, they are trying their best. And he stalled it again. That's such a disappointment. As we take a look at the replay, Hadjar always going to be with his defense. He's forcing Aaron to go the long way around. Aaron much later on the brakes, using the advantage and turning the to the inside and getting the position for the Estonian driver.
So, as Iceman says, Mechachrome, I probably misunderstood. No, he's right, needs to leave. Mechachrome really does need to leave. These F2 cars this year have been so unreliable. You spin it and you stall it. How? Why? Hadjar radio.
Respond.
It was a little bit slow.
I thought it was a great pit stop from Hadjar. Don't be going slating the team. Hadjar did a great pit stop. It's his driving. I can't do it. And Fittipaldi's out of the race. Oh, now this is getting ridiculous. This is getting absolutely ridiculous. Fittipaldi's out of the race because the engine stalled and won't restart. That is ridiculous. I hope we get a new engine supplier for 2027 for F2, F3, similar to what Super Formula does. Honda and or Toyota. Yes, there are teams that are better than others in Japan, but the engines don't fail. With you there. Mechachrome is ridiculous. Just doesn't work.
Hadjar is very close to Paul Aaron. Is he going to have a run? It seems like he was a bit too far back to go for the move on that occasion. So, Isaac Hadjar not able to get through on the Camel Straight, but is still in close proximity. They've got a 4.5 second advantage to Bortoletto behind. So it's Hadjar versus Aaron. The two drivers debating the championship, debating it out for victory in the feature race at Spa. This one could go all the way to the end, but they're not going to be the only ones who are going to be dueling for this position. Keep an eye on the soft runners. Antonelli is absolutely flying on the alternative strategy. Vashaw's also on the alternative strategy. So Antonelli trying to become the lead driver on that strategy. Let's see if he can gain on Vashaw and pass Vashaw, and then Antonelli could be the man charging at these guys late on in the race.
It's going to be one of these days where you've just got to keep your cool and keep your tyres alive. Lap 12 or 25, we are halfway in this race of the feature with 30 minutes to go, with half the time, half the race. So this is good news if we keep on this pace. One more safety car might put us in a little bit of trouble. Look at Isaac Hadjar as well, going absolutely full throttle as we come down through Blanchimont towards the bus stop. He is giving absolutely nothing away as Aron is just ahead. Can't quite get him into braking, but he's so super close. This is unbelievable running as they come out of the bus stop down towards La Source.
Indeed, he'll get DRS also help himself down towards La Source. Talking about DRS, Cordial's about to get DRS on Kushmani down the Camel Straight. These two, both on the alternative strategy, both the third in this group as well. Let's see if Cordial can make the move on Maney.
Inside line, but Maney will know that. He'll go defensive. So Cordial stays on the outside, coming into the Cobb. Can't get a whiff, but he's so
Switch
much
to
faster.
Hadjar.
Yeah, where's Hadjar? Come on,
Come on.
where is he?
Come on,
Here we go.
directors. Here we go.
Right on the outside, Aron could do nothing about it. And the two that are on the net lead of the race swap places again. Hadjar retakes Aron. Now, I don't think Hadjar should have said over the radio that it was a rubbish strategy and a rubbish pit stop, because he had the lead at the exit of the pit lane, so the team did brilliantly there. He was the one who let it go.
Bortoletto has gained a whole second in the last few laps as well on Aaron and on Hadjar. So Bortoletto is going to go hunting, and that would be brilliant if we could get all three title rivals, the top three in the championship. Can they, or can we have all three battling it out at once on the circuit? That would be absolutely brilliant. But what a fight between Aaron and Hadjar, and Aaron nearly losing 1 second. He's got to be careful. He's got to stay inside that one. That'll be critical to make sure that Hadjar is not able to get away as well. Lap 13 out of 25. So this race starting to fly by quite quickly as well, as Antonelli now inside the 1 second of Richard Vashaw. So let's see if we're going to get a battle between those two drivers for the current race lead on the circuit and the lead driver on the alternative strategy battle as well.
So keeps on holding the attack differential as they come out now over to the line. Vashaw leads, Antonelli, Cordial, Maney on the alternative strategy, followed by Barnard, Correa, and then it's Hadjar coming in afterwards. This is Cordial and Maney. And Cordial right round the outside. No, can't do it.
So we saw this one live.
Yeah.
And then Cordial's going to be able to get through, I believe. Is he going to go around the outside of Maney? So he was eventually able to get through Josh. And this is how he did it.
Round the outside, and that is a fantastic move from Cordial. Don't often say that, but that was tremendous. Sometimes he just shows glimmers of what his talent is. And not the Stroll effects. Here's Maney.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. Yeah, I know, mate. We need one more lap, though.
I think Maney's tyres are done.
Yeah.
Lost 2.4 seconds already.
Surprised that the gap between the alternatives and the primes are not this great, as Zane Maloney almost went for a trip to the local hospital. Side by side with Dennis Hauger. Hauger gave him no room, and it was almost a massive accident down into the common chicane. That was unbearable. Watch this again. I think Hauger might get a little bit of a warning for that. Look, Maloney goes there, and then Hauger goes, all right, never mind, I'll do it again.
Oh my word. Brilliant battling out there on the circuit. Aaron seems to be struggling a bit compared to Hadjar at this stage of the race. 1.3 seconds. So here's Isaac Hadjar on his way for his 4th victory of the season. Maney's being called into the box after struggling so much. Bortoletta's one to watch as well, we have to say. Got the gap now down to 2.2 seconds. Could he pass Aaron and then go on the attack of Hadjar? Bortoletta looks good, but is he taking too much out of the tyres is the question.
That's what I'm thinking as well. He's pushing too hard, too quick. Aaron's got the fast lap of the way, mainly boxes. So he'll change over to the alternatives. Yep, just hearing in my ear that there's going to be some radio messages coming shortly.
Lovely stuff. So that'll be interesting to see.
Don't stall it. Don't stall it. Don't stall it. Good. Every time he just drops the clutch, it's like, is it actually
Is he going to do it? Is he not? There's always a question.
I'm surprised you haven't seen an accident at the start yet, to be fair.
Yeah, we've had some great avoiding work so far this season from the drivers. And we haven't had an incident like we had in back in 2018 in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
With that stall off the line as well.
Thinking back as well to Saudi Arabia in 2021.
Oh yeah, with Fittipaldi.
Fittipaldi, yeah. Speaking of the Devils, here we go again. Maloney and Hauger. This time Maloney goes right around the outside. That's going to be... Oh, sorry, Dirksen going around the outside of Hauger.
Yeah, Maloney's further up the road now. Dirksen also passed Hauger. So Hauger seems like he's struggling then.
Oh, I hate how much green we've got. It's hard to tell who's who when you get with the sun blowing down and it's a green wings. You go, oh, there's Maloney. Nope, it's Dirksen. And then there comes Hauger with identical wings. But the bright orange helps out a bit there.
They all like the same sponsor, do you reckon?
Yeah.
Or do you think it's all different sponsors that just happen to be the same? I mean, Maloney, you know, as you see Dirksen going for a little trip in the gravel there. Maloney, we know he's green because he's a Sauber Academy driver. The other two, I think, one's AIX, the other one I have no idea, to be fair.
Antonelli and Cordial.
Antonelli.
10 to go, and they've taken those tyres as long as they can. Winner of the sprint race last time out. So winner of the feature race last time out in Hungary for Kimi Antonelli. Can he repeat that today? Got lucky with the strategy. It's a long pit lane here as well, actually. That is Cordial. His tyres looked okay, actually. Softs look worse than his mediums just come off on. Oh no, they can't get the car up for Antonelli. They couldn't get the front jack up. And Antonelli's it's unsafe release. Cordial jumps Antonelli in the pit lane. Well, Prema may have won the Formula 3 title for the team's championship, but they've been absolutely dismal in Formula 2 this year. And Antonelli is not going to let that go. He's going to do yet another Smays move. He's just gone out the pit lane. Like he tried to do in the dry what he did yesterday in the wet. Antonelli's got no fear. And here comes Return Mayata. And he gets ahead. This is unbelievable from Antonelli.
trying that once again. Miata's going to have a go at Cordeal, who will surely be a sitting duck, and is.
Yeah, and Antonelli backed off there. He knew it was too early to have a go at Cordeal. But what a drive from Miata. This is great for him.
Yep, Bortoletta now inside. Oh, huge lock up for Antonelli. We know Antonelli can lock up those fronts, and it does ruin his race sometimes. But what I was trying to say until we had that lock up was Bortoletta's now inside the 1 second as we take a look at the replay. So Bortoletta inside the 1 second of Aaron, and yeah, they just couldn't get it up.
What the hell was that? It's like the wing, it's like the jack failed.
Didn't get it. No, head down now, head down.
Yeah, it's like the jack failed. Didn't go underneath, did it?
Russell's in.
F2 sometimes, honestly. Prema almost always lock up F3, yeah. And they screw up F2. You said Vinci for Shaw's in, you're right, yeah. So Correa takes... Let's just take a second, shall we? Because I think this is a bit poetic. Juan Manuel Correa leads at Spa 5 years on from his terrible accident here. And I think that just deserves a little bit of a moment of how great his recovery has been. He leads here at Spa.
Great moment. Great to see Juan Manuel Correa leading and returning back to the circuit. But can Bortoletta get second of Aaron?
He's going to try around the outside. Yes, he can. Bortoletta gets ahead of Paul Aron. And now he'll set out to Isaac Hadja. Could Invictus win this one with Bortoletta? That's going to be fantastic. I'm just enjoying Correa leading.
They could, so that's the net second place, and Hadjar is right now behind Barnard.
Antonelli this time is going to have a go to get ahead of Cordeal. Tyres at temperature, pulls around the outside. Cordeal nearly sends them both to hospital. See, that's the rubbish manoeuvres that Cordeal does sometimes. Mid-straight, I'm just going to go into it. Mainly black and white flag for track limits. Why did Cordeal move then? Antonelli had lightning reactions there, but then we've seen those lightning reactions from Antonelli. The whole team is basically is a mess.
Hadjar is stuck, and he's getting blocked right now from Barnard.
Through curve to Paul Freire. Hadjar's got the better exit. Barnard, though, is right there. They jump over the bump lets at the exit. Down towards Blanchimont. Hadjar's on the inside line. I never like to see this. Get the move done before. Do give him enough room. Do not squeeze him. Give him the room. And off the track goes Barnard to the exit of Blanchimont. That's going to allow Bortoletto to swap round the outside. Coming in towards the bus stop. And into the pit lane comes Correa and Barnard anyway. So Correa lead ends. And now we're into the top three who have all made their pit stops. Hadjar, Bortoletto and Aron. Sometimes the alternate strategy works, but it never really does.
The safety car can take a whack.
Yeah.
But in the championship, top three are but they're now the top three in the race in a bit of a mixed order though, with still in first. But let's see now if Bortoletto.
Sorry, you cut off there. There's a bit of lag there. But anyway, coming towards the end of the they come off straight. So Correa comes out 16th and last. Barnard 14th. Mainly comes out in between the two of them. There's a gravel over there. They'll sweep that before the F1. Although we've got Porsches coming up in about an hour. And then we're straight into British Touring Cars. Basically, we've got you covered all day here. This is Antonelli. Up until 6 o'clock. And then we can all go to bed early. Antonelli did a great move around the outside of Cordeal there and got ahead of my head, I think. Yeah.
This Antonelli guy is just like... How does he do this? I don't get it. How does he keep pulling off these moves that I don't even think are possible?
More sticky tape on the rear there for Juan Manuel Correa. He's picked up... Oh, and there it goes. Part of the F1 pit box. Hello, we can hear you now.
I joined on my ult like I did in qualifying.
Yeah, that works. I think that's what we need for the F2 account. So Hadjar, Bortoletto, Aron, Crawford, O'Sullivan. There's so many people in the commentary box right now on the Discord call. But some of them are alternative accounts. Jess is watching but can't commentate because she's lost her voice and is sick. Jack's in here, and then there's 2 me's and there's 2 Omis, and presumably JT's going to be around here somewhere.
He's not here yet.
Not here yet. Yeah. He's been redecorating his commentary box.
Oh no.
That was great, wasn't it?
He was up late night doing it, so probably still asleep.
I'm on my own for Touring Car Race 1.
Also, get well soon, Jess, by the way.
Yes, absolutely.
Get well soon, Jeff.
Just feels like we're being stalked now in the commentary box. That's what I said to her last night.
Exactly.
Here we go again. Bortoleto, and we got Hadjar. Hadjar moves defensively down the Kemmel Straight. Bortoleto just letting you know he's there. And he's getting closer. In fact, Aron's being chased by Crawford. So the championship top 4 in the top 4.
Well, I did say keep an eye on Dams and their race pace. Crawford proving exactly that on the back of Aaron, so keep an eye on Jack Crawford, whether he can return to the podium places. Antonelli watching a battle between Miata and Dirksen, and Miata is able to get through. Can Antonelli follow through? Has a look up the inside, but decides better off it. But I think he's going to make a move in the middle part of the lap, because Antonelli ain't just going to sit behind. He is going to go for it down the inside. Yellow.
Sector 1. Now, who's off down there? As there goes Cordial passing Dirksen as well. Permanent yellow, Sector 1. Now, is that to pick up the debris or somebody stopped? No one's registering. Stopped on my timing screen. Green flag. It's
debris.
Yeah, it's Marshall picking up that debris. Yeah. This week, I was meant to be back in the comms box too, but my illness said no, says Jess. Yeah. Jess is supposed to be in the comms box this weekend, which is why the main race later, and there is the Marshal. Wisely holding his trousers. He remembers what happened to the Marshal in Bahrain a couple of years ago.
Brave Marshall. Very brave.
Yeah.
Having stood on racetracks, it's the weirdest feeling on the planet. Even when there's no one around. Just weird. The track walk at Donington I would never do again. I asked Mallory and Lizzie, did you go on a track walk? Lizzie went on a track walk. Mallory said no. I said, don't blame you. A little bit of a thing down here with Paul Aron.
Crawford with a lock-up as well.
Oh,
but he's still going to have a huge opportunity down the Kemmel Straight now.
Down we go. Here comes Crawford. He's only off the track coming through on the top of Radion. Moving left, moving right. Aron, surely, yeah, he'll hold off for third this time around. Lap 20 of 25. 19 complete. Yeah, as I was going to say, the race later on will be a mixture of JT before he dives off and covers the British Touring Car Championship, Omi, and then back to JT again. Oh, and there's Antonelli. Right in the back of Miata. Miata, God, it's so hard. It's like people used to call Takuma Sato for years until they got the pronunciation right. It's the way your accent sort of wants to say it. You sort of got to fight it to say it correctly. Where did O'Sullivan start? He's getting a lot of places. O'Sullivan started in 10th place. He's moved up 5. This is a replay of Antonelli defending against
Cordial.
Cordial. Ooh, Cordial sliding around. With Miata just ahead of him. Yeah, we just saw that. So, there comes Crawford at the back of Pulleron. Hadjar's put out 1.5 seconds now to Bortoleto. Unlikely that we're going to see him make a move. Maney, track limits noted. Now, if he's done too many, that's going to be a time penalty added. 5 to go. Oh, and Stanek too. Same thing, track limits.
Opportunity for Crawford as well, down to the source, but this will be the opportunity. This will be where he tries to get good traction, and then a move on the Kemmel Straight. Barnard has cleared Roman Stanek. Correa's in that battle as well. We're about to make our way up the hill, Duruj, and then up to Radion, and then this battle is going to commence. If Crawford is close enough, he might be a little bit too far back on this lap, but we'll definitely have a go.
Stanek and Maney is now under investigation for these track limit offences. Can Crawford get ahead of Paul Aron? Not this time, down the Camel Straight, and that's the last time DRS. Let's have a look to go through.
Antonelli defending again.
Yeah, this is going to be Cordial to really attack back. Nothing down there so far into the braking zone for turns 5 and 6. Cameras is, oh, Cordial went wide through the gravel, so that's him done. Oh, this race is a weird one, isn't it? It's up, down, side to side. See how it works out in the end. Penalty for Kushmaini. Kind of knew that was coming. 5 seconds of track limits, except the same for Roman Stanak. So 1.6 seconds Hadja to Wolf at the moment.
Yeah. We've also got Vashor on the back of Zane Maloney. That'll be a battle. Roman Stanek has got a penalty as well. And Richard Vashor is on the back of Zane Maloney, who will be checking his mirrors. And Vashor is very, very close as we go down to Blanchimont.
Is there going to be a move here from Vashor? Too far back. Just back on the attack again. Maloney just ahead of him. Exit, DRS open. Maloney's going to go defensive on the inside. Vashor thinks about him on the inside. So used to Fittipaldi being in those colours over the last couple of years. Can't get used to him in new colours. Round 10 of the season as well. Our 20th race of the year. And you still can't get it figured out. Look at Vashor through a Rouge as well. Super stuck to the back of Maney. Correa passes Barnard. And here comes, look at this. A lockup has now cost Andrea Kimi Antonelli, but meantime, Maloney goes defensive. Vashor dies to the inside!
Oh!
What a move from Richard Vashor! Takes 6th position, and Cordial gets ahead of Antonelli round the outside. Vashor tried to sell the dummy, and then did the under-dummy.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Richard Vashor.
Dutch drivers just go differently here.
In general.
Everyone's going to go different. So everyone's going to go wild in the Porsche Super Cup later.
Oh no.
There's only 9 points between 10 Ford and King after 10 Ford scored no points last time out in, where were we, Hungary, a week ago. Bortoletto now watching. 1.5 seconds back to Hadja. Now he's starting to close that gap down as Hadja has used more of his tyres.
Come on, give us a last lap battle between these two.
That's what we want. Barnard, black and white flag for track limits. When do we ever get what we want in motorsport? Hardly ever.
Hardly ever. Come on, 1.3 seconds, Bortoletto. Let's see if he has still got some tyres left. Used a lot of it to chase down Aaron. Now the question is he going to be able to put some late pressure on Isaac Hadja? We have 3 laps to go. Lap number 23, and then we'll go on to 24, and then the final tour 25. So opportunities are running out for Bortoletto. He needs to close in, and then needs to try and put the pressure on the final lap of the race. But this is going to be an interesting finish between these two drivers. Let's hope he can close in. Talking about closing in, we have also Juan Manuel Correa, who's closed in on Hauger.
He'll have the run all out of the source, down through a Rouge and the Kemmel Straight. Correa is right there on the attack now. Through a Rouge, up the hill, into Radion, and now down the Kemmel Straight once again. Correa's on the attack. He's going to have a go here. Hauger knows it. Too far back at the exit. I would love to have a word. Have we had a word with Juan Manuel Correa? I think Rachel had a word with him, had an interview, didn't she, with him?
Yeah.
I'd love to see that interview. I want to know what he's thinking every time he comes back here. How he must sort of try and block that out during the race. And not see Radion and the Kemmel Straight is exactly where he had that accident. Broke both his legs, was in a coma. Of course, was it was the fatal accident of Antoine Hubert. But Correa fought back from all that injury. Now he's back in F2 racing and doing so well after 5 years.
Got that podium, of course, in Spain in the sprint. Got it taken away. Got it back in the feature.
They don't look so green. They just look worn. We should have a tire advantage on Hadjar.
Basically, push. Just go for it. That's what
Get
Paul's
on with
asking.
it.
Yeah, get on with it. Stop moaning, get on with it. But yeah, go on. Feature race podium for Correa.
Yeah.
What have we got now? Look at this, he's so close coming through Bonchemont. Straightened Blanchemont out a couple of years ago. Into the braking zone for the bus stop. Such a basic last corner, this bus stop now. It's just not what it was at all. If they just put the old one back, we'll be perfectly fine. You can still have your beautiful start-finish straight, just add in another bus stop beforehand. Exit we go. The whole track's the same, bar that last corner, and I hate it. Down we come through Rouge. Flat out for Hauger. Little twitch there for Correa as he came over the top of Radion. Got that DRS straight. Hauger knows it, he's staying to the centre of the track. He's trying to not break that toe, but also not have a go here. And meantime, there goes Stanak getting ahead of Maney. But both under investigation for track limits, and Maney's got a time penalty anyway, and Stanak does too, so that actually won't change their finishing positions. They're battling for a private little battle. Correa still on the back of Hadjar on the penultimate lap of the race. Bortoletto, by the way, is now backed off. He's 2.1 seconds back. He was 1.6 at the start of the lap, so Bortoletto has made a mistake somewhere on this lap. Isaac Hadjar has controlled this race beautifully and will start the last lap in complete control of this F2 feature race here at Spa-Francorchamps. One more to go. I think that's been a successful race. Oh, hello. Is that? Did he get through? Was that Stabilo?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hauger's made a mistake. So Correa moves up into 12th position. Hadjar down. And it looked like he made a mistake, but I'm wondering, has Hadjar thought, oh, I'll stop him on the last 2 DRS places and get the place back? Correa's up to 12th. Hadjar can't get back through. Oh, Correa locks up. Makes the entry there to the bus stop. Over the line, DRS active. In fact, Hadjar's made the mistake there. So.
Hold on. We've got Crawford moving up to third.
And that's
Aaron,
because Paul Aron is slowing down the Camel Straight. Paul Aron, his engine has gone. Yet another championship contender with engine problems. What is going on here in Spa? What is going on with F2's engines? This is getting beyond a joke, and it's cost Paul Aron major points in the championship. But the yellow flags are out. Are they? No. So this move is legal as Aron. So that's an only getting ahead of Durska, but here's Aron.
I can't believe it.
We can't believe it either, Obi. That is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And now the yellow flags are out.
Absolutely ridiculous indeed. Such a disappointment for Paul Aron, who is not going to score here at Spa. Crawford will get promoted up to the podium places. But what a disappointment for Paul Aron. On the other side, it is the complete opposite for Hadjar.
Title leader losing it. Isaac Hadjar will take the title lead and will be in 7th heaven. He will come into the last 2 corners. It has been a tremendous strategy. He may have criticised the team, but it paid off in the end. It's into the bus stop. Isaac Hadjar wins a fantastic race and wins in Belgium. Bortoletto is in 2nd place. And Crawford will take 3rd at the line to round out the podium. O'Sullivan in 4th, Verschoor 5th, 6th for Maloney, 7th for Miata, 8th for Emile Cordial, 9th for Andrea Kimi Antonelli, And Joshua Durskin gets points in 10th after starting at the back. Isaac Hadjar wins in Belgium. That was a great race, Omi.
Fantastic race. Brilliant battling between Hadjar, Bortoletto and Aaron. And Hadjar really is getting well. He's starting to control this championship lead. He will extend it even further. Let's hear from him.
Come on! Let's go! Wow, best race of my career again, man. I think it was my best drive today. But we had the rocket ship. Wow, 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 wow. Bubbles, 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 bubbles!
Surely this improves his chances for F1, says Jess, for Hadjar. Massively, massively does. They need to get him into F1 ASAP. Get rid of Ricardo, put Tsunoda in the main team, get rid of Perez, and put the junior RB team to Hadjar and Lawson. You need to. And get Tsunoda into that Red Bull main team. It makes sense. Stop lingering into the past, because the future is coming quicker. And there's Paul Aron stopped at the Lacombe chicane. Jack, what did you make of that one?
The race or the engine failure? I could go for both.
Both.
Just a brilliant race. Some insanely good overtakes. Antonelli in particular. But here is a replay here of Aaron. You can see just slows at top of Radion. Gutted for him. This title fight is just taking more twists than a twister's ice lolly right now. And I could go for one of those right now, actually.
I could. It's 10:03 in the morning here. Right, let's head over to the world feed then, and the latest from everybody there.
A white flag for a slow-moving vehicle. I don't think it was a yellow flag for a stationary vehicle yet.
So, it had actually just come out even after they passed the white flag, hadn't it?
Good job, mate. Good job. Good race.
Mega car, thank you again. Thanks everyone for the quick fix in the car. That was a bit scary, but for everything we had, we did a great race after everything. So thanks, boys.
Bortoletto really pleased with his team's performance, with his performance. Was able to get up to second place on merit. The McLaren junior driver, the winner of Formula 3 last year, and the closest contender to Hadjar this year. And he finds himself 37 points back. We do have 4 rounds still to go. But when Hadjar has been quick at different types of circuit, it looks ominous for the rest of the field. The Red Bull junior driver is running himself into the conversation. Red Bull have a driver conundrum with 2 teams in Formula 1, and he wants to be part of it next year. He's having a great campaign. Another victory for him. He's 4th this season. He's always punchy on the radio. If you're going to do that, you've got to back it up with performance on track, and he's done so. It's been immaculate driving. And last year, when he had an anonymous rookie campaign, and you heard the Faenza-based squad, the Milton Keynes-based squad, he ran for both Red Bull and the junior team in Formula 1 free practice. They were so impressed with his core pace. This year, he's brought the pace and the know-how, but today, also the racecraft.
And it's these feature races, isn't it? It's these feature races where he's delivered in Melbourne, and then found himself back on the top of the feature race podium at Imola, again at Silverstone, again here, and he's winning the Grand Prix of the second tier, which is the keyest, the sharpest demonstration of pace and ability to move through to the next level that you possibly can have at this level. There will be opportunity. There will be opportunity, we hope, for Hadjar with everything going on in the top tier of motorsport. In any case, he drove a brilliant race out there today and won that one completely on merit.
So Hadjar on 165 points, Bortoletto on 129. Paul Aaron now falls to 3rd with 124. Zane Maloney on 111, and Jack Crawford climbs to 5th place now on 100 points. But this is the driver to beat. Isaac Hadjar taking off the gloves, removing the steering wheel, and it's another day of delight for him, because it was a straight fight between the top 3 of the championship at the start of the day after nothing on track yesterday. A defining day in the championship battle, and it's Isaac Hadjar of Red Bull of Campos, and pointing at the car because he knows, he acknowledged he had a rocket ship, and man, did he make use of it.
Certainly did. Rocket ship on track, and he needed one. Bit of a challenge through the pit stop phase for him. Didn't let the frustration of that get to him, which I think is a key development for Hadjar, actually. We've seen that in the past. Frustration of something not quite going right at the beginning of the race would affect him later. It didn't do so today. Got his head down, neat and tidy racing to take the lead, and then disappeared when the time was right. Impressive from Bortoletto. Bortoletto, if the start of that race had just gone a little better for him, I think he could easily have found himself able to challenge Hadjar at the end or even ahead on the road, but didn't do so. Hadjar, throughout the full race distance, got the job done.
And for those of you looking forward to the Grand Prix later on, of course, you will have noted that DRS looks pretty good up there on the Kemmel Straight.
It certainly does, doesn't it? It certainly does. And that, as a result of the speed they take up, that's one of the longest flat-out sections of the year. Tailwind up there as well, so strong old DRS, and even stronger, I should say, in Formula One terms, of course, where they are at a higher maximum velocity. So interesting for later on.
Gabriel Bortoletto celebrating with his team. All smiles for Isaac Hadjar, posing with the P1 board. He was a contender for the title in Formula 3 a couple of years ago. He went to Monza and he had a qualifying crash that took him out of an amazing battle that he'd been part of all year. Well, this year in Formula 2, it looks like he's going to be part of the battle all the way to the end, patting the car in a move of appreciation. Campos, who in the past, a long time ago, used to regularly take drivers through into Formula 1, might just be doing the same thing again. This time led by Adrian Campos Jr., this time led in the driver's standings by Isaac Hadjar.
Jumping 36 points away from Gabriel Bortoletto at this stage of the year. A big old jump.
Ariana is speaking down to our winner in Parc Fermé.
Isaac, congratulations, your 4th win of the season. How good does this one feel?
Yeah, this one is special. It was a really hard work today. Toughest race, longest race that I felt I've done, you know, and yeah, I'm so happy to go in holidays with the lead extended and a race win in Spa.
Let's talk a little bit about it, because as you said, that wasn't easy. You were battling Paul Aaron at the start, and then you had Gabriel Bortoletto chasing you down later on. Can you talk us through what it was like out there in the car for you with both those battles with your championship contenders?
Honestly, I felt like I did the perfect race today. No matter the scenario, I doubted a lot at some points. You know, I didn't have the best start. I didn't manage to gain a place straight away, but I did the job up the hill on Gabriel. And yeah, the pit stop battle with Paul didn't work out really well, so I had to overtake him again, which I did. And after that, I felt like I cooked a bit the tires, and Gabriel was catching me, so I had to cool down a bit and push again at the end, which I did, and it worked out, but it was hard work.
You mentioned the championship battle there. This gives you a healthy advantage. I think it's 36 points that you're going into the summer break, leading by Paul Aaron not making it to the end there of the race. How does that feel for the championship battle? Do you feel you've got the momentum now?
Yeah, I do have the momentum, that's for sure. You know, honestly, we've had so much bad luck this race. Last week I didn't get to make it on the grid, you know, and I couldn't score points, and today we did, and it worked out a bit better, you know. So yeah, I think we have a high chance to win this title. We're on the right path, and yeah, I'm looking forward to the next races.
How are you going to celebrate this one over the summer break?
I'm going to Germany this evening, eat something great, and go and see my family.
We'll enjoy every second of it. Congratulations once again, Isaac.
Isaac Hadjar's face says it all. He's about to join the cool-down room.
Or run out of fuel or something. Forgot it was even wet.
clean. Ooh, not a clean start. I was gonna say a clean start.
The egg was big compared to.
That's a lot of damage.
Oh no!
Yeah, the deck was surprisingly big, right?
Yeah.
I didn't expect this much. Mega race. I thought the same when I got you and Aaron, but then I just didn't. I mean, I started limiting my fronts when I got you. You were struggling in the high speed, no?
Yeah.
12, 13.
Oversteer?
Both. Like on entry I was sideways
And I was flying, I was catching all of you and Aaron, and then I caught up to Aaron, and I lost all downforce in the braking. I had like 3 lockups, and then
But you know that that's the new car, right?
But I've never had that this year.
For
I don't
me,
know if I just
when
haven't been following people or.
When I crashed into him in the first race of the year, it was like this. I was braking, I didn't brake late, and then Zane came from the outside, crossed in front of me, I locked up both wheels, and I hit him. Like, I didn't understand anything. But it happened already sometimes. It's just that after that incident,
It was
I was
so weird
just so
because I
careful.
was so fast, but then
And we'll leave our top 3 to continue a fairly intense debrief of what they had underneath them. What we have underneath the podium is the CEO of McLaren, Zach Brown, ready to see his junior driver step out onto the podium. Now, the closest contender to Isaac Hadjar.
Yeah. Gabriel Bortoletto, decent race for him, jumps up a spot in the championship. Also interesting race in the teams championship. A joint now between Campos and Invicta, 203 points apiece for the lead of that series.
Yeah, Campos top due to more victories this year, but the teams championship going all the way to the end, and we'll have plenty of twists and turns. We do still have 8 races to go in this championship. But when you go up against your rivals and you come out on top, it is a moment of satisfaction. It is a moment that the entire paddock, not just Formula 2, Formula 1 as well, take notice of. Isaac Hadjar is about to hear his national anthem. For the 4th time this season, Isaac Hadjar is celebrating hearing his national anthem on the top step of the podium after a non-score yesterday. It's the largest trophy on Grand Prix Sunday. He takes home 25 points and is delighted with that one. He is the driver to catch. He is the driver to beat. And it's not just in the Drivers' Championship, it's in the teams as well. Campos closing in on a title that would mean a huge amount, but Gabriel Bortoletto, Invicta Racing, going to have a huge amount to say when it comes to that. 203 points apiece, 1st and 2nd in the Teams Championship. But now up to 2nd in the Drivers, Gabriel Bortoletto on the podium once again, and he finds himself up there for another trip. It's his 4th time this season inside the top 3. And Jack Crawford finds himself back there once more. That's his 9th podium finish in Formula 2. Reflections as they spray the champagne then, Alex Brundle.
Yep, champagne time in an interesting weekend for FIA Formula 2. Closing thoughts then. Let's start with you, Jack. What do you make of it?
A great race and some great strategy paid off. Well done to Isaac Kadjar, a man who we could very well see in F1 soon.
Obi?
Yes, indeed. Well done to Isaac Kadjar on a brilliant race victory. He is really starting to take control of the championship now as well. 36 points ahead of Bortoleto, who's improved up to second. Monza is going to be critical if anyone wants to try and get on terms with Hadjar. Cannot wait for that, but now time for a summer break. Formula 2 has been amazing so far. Unreliability though has caused plenty of issues, unfortunately. But hopefully we get less of that, more amazing action, and the championship battle closing in. But congratulations to Isaac Hadjar.
Thank you for your company this weekend, Jack. Thanks, Omi. See you later on in the Formula 1. Thanks to everyone watching the chat as well. I hope you've all enjoyed the action. Isaac Hadjar leaves here as championship leader and race winner. An interesting weekend for FIA Formula 2, but now it's the summer break. We come back at Monza to see what we can do next to wrap up another incredible weekend. It's Hadjar, Bortoleto and Crawford. 1, 2, 3. We'll see you next time. From us all here. Bye for now. And I want to say hello everybody joining us on Formula 2. We've nicked your coverage ever so slightly as we're under a red flag here in Formula 1 for a power outage, believe it or not. So we wanted to give you a little update on Formula 2 because Omi's done some stellar work and we don't want that work to go to waste. So we are going to play for you Omi's prediction for 2025. So we are currently live on the F1 stream. So if you've joined us, don't be alarmed. You're still watching F2 testing. That has now concluded. F1's still going on as the safety car's been out there due to a delay. But we want to end and give F1 viewers the same. So actually, we are multi-streaming right now across 2 different broadcasts. I know, I'm amazed we can do it as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find wherever Omi was. Here we go. Get the link from him. And we are going to hear what he has to say. So, that's worked rather perfectly, to be honest with you. Let's hear what Omi has to say about the F2 season and his preview for the year. If it comes on, and we will be able to hear him coming through on the monitor shortly. Let's have a go.
Well, there we have it, everyone. We fitted in as many F2 races as possible. We couldn't reach the end, even with using the 2-hour lunch breaks and even the 1 hour earlier today as well. But of course, this is a little pre-recorded segment to end our Formula 2 testing before we head over to Albert Park, as we're all covering the Formula 1 test that is going on. You can join us as we still have 1 hour left of that after this session ends. So what we're going to do is quickly run you through and give you a little preview of the Formula 2 season that is coming your way, and we're going to go in order from the teams championship. We're going to preview you every single team and also all of the drivers that are taking place and driving for that specific team. So we're going to start off with our reigning champions at Invicta. Leonardo Fornaroli, reigning Formula 3 champion, with a move at the last corner of the last lap. Does not get better than that, and he is joined by Roman Stanek, a driver who returns back to Formula 2 after starting his second year earlier on in 2024, but then he stepped down after the Monza round. He wasn't happy with how everything was running down there at Trident, but he returns and he looks to now fight properly at the front. He got a win, of course, at the Albert Park round in the sprint race, but now he wants to fight out there properly alongside Fornaroli, who will absolutely also want to fight in the championship. Interesting thing for you, Bortoletto, Trident in Formula 3, he won the championship. Invicta in Formula 2 2024, he won the championship. Fornaroli, meanwhile, Trident in 2023 and also 2024 as well, champion with them, and now he goes into Formula 2 in 2025 with Invicta. Interesting little thing going on there. So can Fornaroli become a double champion with the same team that Bortoletto did as well? So that's going to be an interesting thing. And Fornaroli, well, he had a round, of course, in Abu Dhabi, but we couldn't fully get a full picture of how he could be. But with how the other rookies have been, it's definitely clear that he is going to be a driver to keep an eye on and a driver to watch this year. So Invicta's going to have a really, really good lineup. I think Stanek, while loads of people may not have seen everything that he was capable of, I think we're going to get to see more of that this year, so definitely keep your eye on Roman Stanek. We're going to move over to Campos now, and they this year have Pepe Marti and Arvid Lindblad. Once again, with the Red Bull connection that Campos have, they are putting in 2 Red Bull juniors. I am very excited to tell you that luckily we can actually see the numbers, considering that single digit this year, that we can actually see the numbers on the car. Car number 3 for Pepe Marti, car 4 for Arvid Lindblad. Now that's an interesting team. Pepe Marti, you could argue, one of the most unluckiest drivers of last season. He's a driver with a lot of pace. He'll be a driver looking to contend for wins and fight as well. He, of course, took victory in our final sprint race of the year last year. He's joined by Arvid Lindblad, who was close to that Formula 3 championship, but he didn't get it. But still, he is a driver that, in this grid, if we had to keep an eye on someone, if you're a Formula 1 fan just wanting to follow F2 and look at some of the results, Arvid Lindblad is definitely one of the drivers to keep an eye on, because he could be the next one that joins us on the F1 grid. Now, we momentarily touched on this in the 2 days previously, but the Red Bull team have put Arvid Lindblad in the Formula Oceania Championship. And what they've done is they've put him in that series where basically it's nowhere near his level, but just to get super license points. So this allows Arvid Lindblad to then earn the super license points that he needs, and that means he has got enough super license points now even before the F2 season. Loads of talented drivers can have issues or things that don't go well in their Formula 2 season, so this is exactly why Arvid Lindblad has this amazing opportunity to go there, get the super license points. He of course won the championship, he's got all the points he needs, meaning he's not only available for the Red Bull team or even the sister team in 2026, but even if something goes wrong in the halfway stage of the F1 season, then he also could be a driver who could get promoted up early. So Red Bull leave themselves a lot of options, and I've highly considered Arvid Lindblad, and a lot of other people I know have also, as well as possibly the next Max Verstappen that we could see, or someone who could be the next one to leave the Red Bull, to lead the Red Bull team as well. So definitely keep your eye on Arvid Lindblad, but we have seen loads of talents wasted and it not go well for them in the Red Bull team. But Arvid Lindblad has a lot of talent, so I hope whatever happens, it does work out for him. But he definitely is a driver to keep an eye on, and he could be the champion by the end of it. And well, I'll tell you one thing, he is my prediction for the championship. I made that prediction before testing as well, so I had absolute no knowledge, but yeah, he's the driver that I'm going for this championship. We move to MP Motorsport and to Oliver Goethe, who is partnered by Richard Vishaw, who will this year become the driver with the most race starts in Formula 2. He begins his 5th season in the category, and he's a driver who's always very consistent. That's what he's regarded as, a consistent option for the teams And honestly, if it is one of those wild F2 seasons where loads of drivers aren't reaching their potential, that consistent head could grab you the Formula 2 Championship. So I wouldn't even be surprised if you see Rashor near the championship as well, depending on how the season goes this year. Oliver Goethe, I think, also with a lot to prove. Out of all of the rookies that we had come in near the end of the F2 season, I think we have to argue that he wasn't one of the most impressive ones, but he was a driver that was close to the F2 Championship as well. He impressed when he first of all came onto the F3 stage as well, as he started on pole for his first ever race in Formula 3 in the sprint race with the reverse grid kicking in. So he very well handled that in the wet conditions. So Goethe, a driver with a lot of potential, and he's of course Germany's hope for their next F1 driver. So keep an eye on Ollie Goethe, but also Richard Rashor. You'll watch him and see him grabbing wins, and hopefully those are for keeps as well. We move over to High-Tech TGR now. So it's High-Tech TGR, and of course they find themselves with Luke Browning, Williams Jr. alongside Dino Beganovic. Dino Beganovic, one of the most impressive rookies that we saw coming into Formula 2 last year near the end of the season, as of course we had lots of changes. Browning, same thing. He also came near the end of it as well. And Luke Browning, well, we have to say he is a driver that definitely you also should be keeping an eye on, as if anything does open. With Colapinto now gone, Browning is possibly the next one who is in the line to possibly be in contention for Williams. So if there is any sickness, then he could be the one who gets called up to the main team, and of course getting the FP1s and stuff. So Browning definitely a driver to keep an eye on. He was also in contention for the Formula 3 Championship as well in the final race of the year, so you can never rule him out. Dino Beganovic, I think what he said earlier on, and from all of the rumours and reports that we had about him not being treated well by Prema near the end, or not getting the same advantage as all of the other drivers as well. And of course Jack, one of our very own from our team, argued that he just wasn't quite good enough. But to be fair, you do have to possibly consider it when he can come in F2 and do such a good performance. So Beganovic, a driver who, as I mentioned, always has been very capable in these series, and we do keep saying this about every driver, but it is true. It is true. All of these drivers are incredibly capable. Beganovic has shown it in all of the series that he has participated in as well, and he's another driver who got very unlucky last year, and he'll be hoping to have luck by his side this year. So keep an eye on Dino Beganovic. He could be another shock champion possibly coming in there, so definitely do keep an eye on him. So he could definitely be a driver that you keep an eye on for this championship. If once again things go wrong for the other drivers, then it all could work out for him. Sebastian Montoya is in Prema alongside Gabriele Mini. Loads of people not believing that Montoya was the right choice, but Gabriele Mini will be pairing with him alongside. So that's another lineup to keep an eye on. Mini in his one round where he covered him for Oliver Behrman was absolutely impressive. Podium on debut, the first driver to do that in the second tier since Jules Bianchi as well. And Sebastian Montoya has also looked good through the tests as well. Prema and ART, the two powerhouses of Formula 2, look to also be back up there, which is also very, very great to see. So keep an eye on Seb Montoya and Gabriele Mini. Mini, in my opinion, also could be a championship contender, and I think he'll also take the fight to Arvid Lindblad. So keep an eye on the Prema lineup, and even Montoya bringing some shocks as well. You have Jack Crawford and Kush Maney for Dams, an experienced lineup down there with the French-based squad. Crawford, a driver who goes into his third season, same with Kush Maney. Both of them with heaps of experience, with heaps of pace, so keep an eye on them. Maney, we know how late on the breaks he can be. Crawford has always shown glimpses. That could be a shock lineup, and I've also said that they are the best lineup of the season, because I think they both have a lot more to show this year. We move to ART, who really had a struggling year last year, but this year they've retained Victor Martins and also signed Miata. As I mentioned earlier when I mentioned Prema, they are a team that are absolutely back in contention. Victor Martins finds himself now with his third season, no longer backed by Alpine. That was confirmed to us yesterday. So Martins no longer backed by Alpine, so he's just going with the normal ART livery, and then Miata backed by Toyota, of course. So keep an eye on Ritomo Miata. He's a Super GT champion, Super Formula champion, even if last year didn't show it due to some of the issues that he did have, he could absolutely be up there. And same with Victor Martins. He showed it in his first season. He even showed it in the couple of races where he had the chance last year, that he is a driver that is absolutely championship material and does even deserve to be in Formula 1. Same could be said about Miata. I really hope we're able to see him in a fair, I hope that he gets a fair shot as well this year, is what I'm trying to say with Ritomo Miata. So keep an eye on him. To Rodin Motorsport, Christian Mansell, Alex Dunn. Christian Mansell also came in for the last few rounds. He's a driver who could definitely be near there with getting a win or two in the season with how competitive Formula 2 is. Alex Dunn, a driver everyone who is cheering on as well, getting that seat with Rodin Motorsport, so he's another driver to keep an eye on. AIX have Joshua Dirksen. He's a driver who won a sprint race in Baku. He won the last race in Formula 2, the feature race in Abu Dhabi, and Joshua Dirksen carrying the hopes of a nation for Paraguay, and he is alongside Shields, who once again continues with that squad. Trident have had issues so far across the tests with Sami Megatunov and Max Esterson, but they will be looking to be up there scoring points. From what we've seen so far from the pair, I don't know if they'll have enough. I don't believe they'll have enough to fight all the way up there, but we have seen stranger things happen in Formula 2, but still keep an eye on that lineup, as they could be one of the shocks of the season if they are able to deliver something. Bennett was up there as well, and especially in the race in Qatar when he first came in Formula 2. They were a runner-up in GB3 to Louis Sharp, who will be competing in Formula 3 this year. John Bennett is in Formula 2, so keep an eye on him. And then you have Rafael Villagomez continuing on for his second season as well, and he'll be hoping to take a step forward. Well, it is a Formula 2 season that is going to be unpredictable and extraordinary. We've got the grid, we've got some great looking liveries out there, we've had testing, and now the next time we will be on track, it'll be Albert Park, Australia. We hope to see you when we start the season down under. Goodbye.
Thanks, Omi. And for those of you on the Formula 2 stream, you're going to be redirected to the F1 broadcast now as well. My thanks to everybody who's watched F2 testing. We're going to continue here on Formula 1 stream. Don't go anywhere. And you're back with us here as well on